Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
Every local, Orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo ní ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Okay now.
To pese bifi mai pe. Asi pada wata do weni forget me o.
Okay.
Papa yelo ke film. Ande kiraya. Mama mo se na nwa beto go kwa. Aka na nwa mo jelomba. O we butike. Aka nilu ne butilo wane mo. Ata me wanke ya di kwa ya jomba.
Don't turn, they be low con. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, my Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emilokon, don't turn to Ebilokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fear afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emiloko, OTD, Emiloko, Baba, Emiloko, Edaku, Edi power. Emiloko, OTD, Emiloko, Baba, Emiloko, Edaku, Ojeti wo. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our
where are you? Where to me? Ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà. gbogbo mẹ́ta ọba wá sẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkọ bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyàndá ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́fìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there, Baba Ijebu. So whoever Baba Ijebu is, he always gets a mention at the end of that music or whatnot. Pardon me. So whoever Baba Ijebu is, he always gets a mention at the end of that musical ditty. That's what they call a ditty. A little soup song of music, a little flavor of music is called a ditty, D-I-T-T-Y, ditty. So at the end of that ditty, Baba Ijebu, so whoever Baba Ijebu is, it needs to step forward and acknowledge. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So that's the first space. I always start off with a greeting. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in, subscribe if you haven't done that already, and the hyperlink that says StreamYard, I'll resend it so it's immediate to hand on all of the platforms. The hyperlink that says StreamYard is your invitation to the studio. We've not yet had anybody join us from the Twitter X space yet, so we look forward to that. So if you want to break your dog from the Twitter space, then please do that. The link is available to you as well. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Click on like, please do that. Just as I'm inviting you to do that, please do that. So click on like, click on subscribe, and then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Like I said, brings you into the studio space. Apologies for the late start by the way, I've had quite a full day in the build-up to this. I've had quite a full day in the build-up to this. That's why I've started. So I start late anyway, but this is more late than ever before. I had to go anyway. I've had a full day. I don't have to discuss all my business with you, but so yes. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us. We need a new voice. Shola wasn't quite a new voice yesterday, but we have somewhat of a female sort of session yesterday when Celebi made her re-entry back into the space. Zita, of course, came back to where she belongs, and Shola chimed in narratives going on in Nigeria. So everybody has an opinion about what is going on. The Nigerian space is actually a single story narrative at the moment. And you all know where that single story wraps around, what that single story wraps around. So it's a single story narrative that wraps around a singularity, but the potency of that singularity has the Nigerian space agog. So there it is. A lot going on, wrapped around. Anyway, The one thing I will say is that at the end of all of this, there will be tears before bedtime. You know, and not this session, no, but the goings on within the Nigerian space. Maybe this session as well. But at the end of all of this palaver, there is going to be tears before bedtime. Some people will have to cry themselves to sleep necessarily for reasons of the ways of their being. So there'll be tears before bedtime, but before those tears before bedtime, the $ at the bottom of the YouTube streaming invites you to super towards the platform. Team Majek sets the pace off. We have the anticipation of 5 super stickers for every single session. So Team Majek sets it off, so it needs to be complemented by an additional 4 individuals to complete that 5 quota. So we're not restricting it to 5, by the way, but we have that anticipation as a minimum bar. So the call to actions: click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be an active combatant in the cost in the thrust and in the to and fro, in the back and forth that goes on the sessions. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard and click on the $ at the bottom of the screen. We need to be seeing new names there to expand. The people are showing somewhat appreciation towards the efforts being made. So all those nice and cozy things, do that, and you'll be. I'm not going to cry, but Chioma, but I may make some people cry, just not by intentions, but just by virtue of bringing the realities of the goings on to them. So some people might share the tear. Pardon me. So all that, a lot of the story wraps around the protest upcoming. How many days are we now? So we actually see how that plays out. We are virtually 3 days to kick off. Then we see how that plays out. So a lot of the story still wraps around that, and then we have satellite little stories coming in as well, because we don't want it to be a single narrative session. So like, share, subscribe, and by the way, click on the hyperlink. Click on the URL, copy the link, and paste them in your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, your Instagram, whatever it is, wherever it is that you mooch around on our social media. Paste the link there so that more people can come join us. So that is how you can participate. So all that. So I did say that there was going to be tears before our bedtime, but is this first storyline sufficient enough for some people to shed tears? We kick it off with this. So is this storyline sufficient enough for people to shed tears? Obi is spineless. I can no longer offer 100% loyalty to him. Kenneth Okonkwo. Yes, they are trying to play it down now, but it's not anything that can be played down, because this guy was central to, it was essentially their mouthpiece, because he's the most articulate out of all of that mix that is the obedient space. Kenneth Okonkwo and Oshito-kun, they essentially are the ones that can wrap around language and deliver. So he's a real potency in that space. So a really heavy hit against that space. A heavy hit against that space. Tears before bedtime, as I said. Obi is spineless. I can no longer offer 100% loyalty to him. Your friend, not mine, Kenneth Okonkwo. So what reasons are adduced? Kenneth Okonkwo, a member of the Labour Party and one of the lawyers, and you remember as well, during that Supreme Court phase, we all saw Kenneth Okonkwo in the fullness of his regalia, dressed up as a lawyer. Apparently he is one, preening and peacocking all over court. So that was how central he was to the Obi narrative. So, but this is his verdict now in the cold light of day. Obi is spineless. I can no longer offer 100% loyalty to him. He is a erstwhile wingman, Kenneth Okonkwo. Kenneth Okonkwo, a member of the Labour Party and one of the lawyers of the party's standard bearer in the 2023 presidential poll, Peter Obi, at the election. Let's do that again. Kenneth Okonkwo, a member of the Labour Party and one of the lawyers of the party's standard bearer in the 2023 presidential poll, Peter Obi, at the Election Tribunal, has described the latter as a spineless leader who stands for nothing noble and also refused to dissociate from criminals in the party. So how can Obi dissociate from criminals when we know his past? I don't really want to go to that space again. We've said it so many times, and we've always said that Obi lacks leadership qualities. You know, and Atiku as well lacks leadership qualities. So there were seminal moments in the course of the trajectory of the campaigning all the way through to when we are landing here for decisive leadership to be shown, and these people have always faltered at those opportunities. So identifiably, evidentially so, Peter Obi does not have leadership qualities. Kenneth Okonkwo, a member of the Labour Party and one of the lawyers of the party standard bearer in the 2023 presidential poll, Peter Obi, at the Election Tribunal, has described the latter as a spineless leader who stands for nothing noble and also refused to dissociate from criminals in the party. Mr. Okonkwo expressed his frustrations in a letter he posted on Twitter on Sunday, announcing his exit from Mr. Obi's camp. So this is the second exit that Kenneth Okonkwo is making, by the way, because, of course, he famously exited the Labour Party for reasons of the criminality, because his wordings then was that he cannot then be aspiring to a new Nigeria and aspire to that under this sort of leadership of a notorious and established criminal like Julius Abure. So he left the Labour Party off the back of that. So now this second leaving now is essentially departing his support from Peter Obi. So let me take it from the top again, and I'll read it all the way through now. So Kenneth Okonkwo, the Labour Party, one of the lawyers of the party's standard bearer in the 2023 presidential poll, Peter Obi, at the Election Tribunal, has described the latter as a spineless leader who stands for nothing noble and also refused to dissociate from criminals in the party. Mr. Okonkwo expressed his frustration in a letter he posted on Twitter on Sunday, announcing his exit from Mr. Obi's camp. I received my first shock when he publicly declared that he did not promise Nigerians to build a strong Labour Party, but to solve Nigeria's problems. So if it's not, that is the first test then. So if you are telling us you are going to solve Nigeria's problems, and you are in a party that is subsumed and completely infested with all manners of problems, and you cannot resolve that, so if you cannot resolve the internal wranglings of a tiny little party, then what are you then saying equips you to solve the myriad of complexities of Nigeria's problems? And this is what Okonkwo is speaking to. I received my first shock when he publicly declared that he did not promise Nigerians to build a strong Labour Party, but to solve Nigeria's problems. I was like, does it mean H.E. or Peter Obi is not aware that without a solid party base, we are heading to nowhere politically? However, I continued in his defense, believing he will still privately bring the needed solution to the LP problems, but to no avail. Peter Obi also publicly demanded that Abure-led National Working Committee must organize an all-inclusive convention that will guarantee the participation of all members of the Labour Party in the choice of their leaders. This did not happen, and surprisingly, Peter Obi refused to dissociate himself from the shenanigans and criminal activities of the former NWC as their time had expired, Okonkwo explained. Berating Mr. Obi as a weak leader who does not take a stand on important issues, Mr. Okonkwo said, every member of the Labour Party is confused today as to the future of the Labour Party because of lack of leadership from Peter Obi over the party. And unfortunately, when they look up to me to tell them about Peter Obi's standpoint, I sincerely have nothing to tell them because I don't know myself. I cannot continue to speak on behalf of a leader that I do not know his stand on issues of great importance. I simply don't know how to manipulate facts. He said he was shocked that Mr. Obi could not openly support the noble efforts of the labor unions who founded the Labour Party as a base to fight for the welfare of workers, to the extent that some of them were openly saying that Mr. Obi was now the problem of Labour Party. He stated, the Labour Union now have the unfortunate situation where they are fighting criminals who want to hijack their party, when an ordinary statement from PO would have brought the solution. I cannot continue with this ambivalence forever. I am always 100% loyal to a leader whenever I'm working or following a leader. At any time I have doubts within myself that I can no longer offer 100% loyalty to him, I will respectfully let everyone know. When I joined myself to his campaign, I made it public. Now that I cannot guarantee my support for his future political aspirations, I believe I owe it to everyone to let everyone know. He added that there was absolutely nothing personal about his decision to adjust his relationship with Mr. Obi. He noted, it is 100% based on principles and my conviction that I need a more decisive, bold, brave leader with integrity and team spirit who can confront the kakistocrats. So that is the new word now that they're all conjuring with kakistocrats, just the ridiculousness of it. Who can confront the kakistocrats and kleptocrats head on. I will continue to respect him and cherish the periods we worked together. Mr. Obi has yet to respond to Mr. Okonkwo's statement as of the time this report was filed. So he has since responded, or not him personally, but the Labour Party. But then, of course, it was a volley of abuse, as would be your expectation. So there's that one. Let's go on to this one. Notorious terrorist Toji. Notorious terrorist Toji insists Tinubu's Minister Matawele aided terrorism in the northwest of Nigeria during his tenure as governor of Zamfara State. So a lot of terrorists embedded within the Tinubu administration, we all know that. All right, maybe not all of this. A notorious terrorist, Mohammed Bello Toji Kachala, popularly known as Toji, has reiterated his accusation that the current Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, supports terrorism in Nigeria's northwest region. In a recent video, Toji alleged that Matawale, the immediate past governor of Zamfara State, has ties with bandits. So those ties with bandits, by the way, might not be unconnected with the gold fields in Zamfara. He may well be using bandits just to loot the gold there, Matawale. In August 2023, President Bola Tinubu announced the appointment of Matawale, the former Zamfara State governor, as the Minister of State for Defense. Matawale's previous role as governor was marked by heavy criticism due to insecurity issues that plagued Zamfara State under his administration. So that would then recommend him, somebody that failed categorically to secure his own state is now the Minister of Defense. So that tells you then just how these things work. The fresh accusation followed a previous denial by Matawale's camp after Toji initially linked him to terrorist activities in the region. Toji has been operating in northern Nigerian states, including Zamfara, Sokoto, and Niger. What I said in the video is that Dan Maigari and Baleri are siblings, Toji stated, alleging Bashiri's involvement in armed banditry in Zamfara. So these names are foreign and alien to me, of course. But we'll see where it lands. Toji challenged Matawale supporters to investigate his claims rather than dismissing them as propaganda. if you don't have knowledge about the situation, go and investigate and stop misleading the public. So the bandit now turns to a political figure, so somewhat, I don't even know what's going on there, but I'm not far from him anyway. But this is the Labour Party's response to Kenneth Okonkwo. Labour Party to Kenneth Okonkwo, we don't need political jesters, jobbers who worship their stomach. So that's also the guy that was central to their Supreme Court case. Every good time, he was the spokesperson for that space. So now suddenly he's a jester and a jobber. So there it is right there. The Labour Party has said the resignation of its former presidential campaign spokesperson, Kenneth Okonkwo, did not come as a surprise. The party condemned actor turned politician. That should be the actor turned politician for attacking his former presidential candidate Peter Obi, describing it as attention-seeking. In a statement issued earlier, Okonkwo said he had ended his political association with the party and Obi. So he goes on to tell us. So let's get to what the Labour Party said. However, Labour Party National Publicity Secretary Obiora Ifor, in a statement on Sunday, said Kenneth Okonkwo's resignation from the Labour Party did not come to them as a surprise. We also think that his attack on the party's leader, Peter Obi, is rather unfortunate. However, we will continue not to dignify him with any response, as we understand that his attention-craving attitude knows no bounds. So they release a press statement to tell us then that they're not going to dignify him with a response. So there it is. So make sense of that. It says, if you recall, recently a former Director General of the party's presidential campaign organization resigned and rejoined the APC. Only last week, a former Deputy Director General of the presidential campaign organization also resigned and joined the APC. Today, it is the turn of Mr. Okonkwo, a former member of the APC, who smuggled himself into the presidential campaign, and his destination is already known to us. So it's just the standard whatnot. So they're trying to dampen it down, of course, but a big blow against that space. A big blow against that space. What else have we got? What else have we got? Okay, let's go to this one actually. Totally out of... Makinde lauds Tinubu for approving Ibadan Airport upgrade takeover of Liberty Stadium. So have they concessioned Liberty Stadium to your state? And what has Ibadan Airport been upgraded to? Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State at the weekend commended President Bola Tinubu for approving the upgrade of the Ibadan Airport, as well as the state government taking over the Obafemi Awolowo Stadium, formerly known as Liberty Stadium. The governor also advised Nigerians planning to protest over hardship in the country to exercise their rights peacefully and not resort to violence or destruction of public facilities. He said that whilst protest, there's a raft of concessions actually being made in the course of this protesting. So a lot of government they're just giving out so many things just to try and doubt it. We'll see how it plays out actually, but a lot of things being concessioned, being given out. So that's but what has it been upgraded to though is what I don't get. What was it? What was it? Ibadan cannot be an international airport anyway, because Lagos is just around the corner. So that it makes no sense. But it doesn't tell us what's being upgraded to. So that's that. So I've now got a series of clips to play you. So let's rattle through the clips, kick off the session. There's virtually no one in the studio. So if you want the conversation, then you have to come on board. So if you want the conversation, you have to come on board. Let's rattle off the clips and then we'll see where we land. Where do I want to kick it off? Where do I want? Oh yeah, okay. All right, let's kick it off with this space. So we've done a lot of clips around the Yorubas not wanting protests in their region. but not all Yorubas do not want protest in their region. What this?
Protest in August 1. Allo, and you piamaro see, then you're Erode, Ajo warning, and Yava, Eraguero Cotira, and Yibaso, and Ogbebaibu, and Yara Woru, and Okosaki Kono, Atoka Kusani, your Wulo Lojona, Eri Togi, Erogbe 7. Amera Morambe, Ekarora Daemi, Atabi Metaka, Tore Menia to Convey and Jona, Insi Baby 20,000 be, or your dad, Insi Wofimu. I want that yonder, I want furniture, Tiwan is Elojona. I want weather, Tiwan is Elojona. Tawan love is there, what I want, but setting was soon. Then we're eating water, Ruby. I want them so, I want cabin, Tiwan is Elojona. Everybody buy yonder, ain't any hello, baby, 1,000 America in 20 a day. I buy from a rabbi con 6 feet, your man, but you're my 8. Emma Caesar, Kema Sadua Gidi. That man won't tell you, Emma Sadua.
Oh, all right, that went in a completely different direction. That was sarcasm. He came on to tell us that that protest will take place, but then he was saying exempt me because I have something doing on that day. Exempt the welders, the carpenters, people who have people who have a life. And you that you don't have a life, you go. If 1,000 of you come, if 1,000 of you go, and 20 of you come back, we'll pray for the 20 that made the return. So that went in a totally different direction. But I still staying with the Yoruba space and the protest. Here are the indigents of Lagos State putting their case forward. What this?
We all stand before you today to reflect on our progress as a state and express concern over the planned protest in Lagos State. Whilst we acknowledge the fundamental right to protest, we believe it must be constructive and be in the best interest of the people. We are not against the citizens constructively engaging their leaders when it's crucial, but the moment when such engagement becomes a platform for tension and warmongering sponsored for political scores, then it is time to call for caution. This is what we are doing here today. The intelligence gathered so far reveals that the protest is politically motivated and not in the interest of Lagosians who are peace-loving and hardworking. We do not support it. We say no to any protest in whatever guise or disguise. We are coming together to defend our Lagos against any possible destruction by agents of violence masquerading as lovers of the people. They have only one interest, their selfish interest. We urge all Lagosians, especially parents, to caution their children against joining the protest. It is not a wise thing to do. Remember the numerous facilities burnt down in 2020. They were built with taxpayers' funds. They are yet to be rebuilt with the same. The resources can be channeled into other productive initiatives for the state. Do you know Lagos pays the above minimum wage, and this can be verified?
All right. So if you wonder where the concern is, this is where the concern is. A lot of people have the apprehension of what will take place on that day. I'll play you 2 clips now that speaks to the concerns being expressed by that man. So I'll play you a clip that solidifies the potential threat, and then I'll play you another clip that shows you the aftermath of that threat. So listen to the sequence. I'll play you the first clip that speaks to the threat that is inherent in these days of anarchy being planned by Sowore and the Obedient Space. And then I'll show you another clip that speaks to the aftermath of what they are planning to do. So watch this.
Guys, I think on Monday we should start by burning down all the useless filling stations in Jos North, Jos South, Jos East, Jos West. Then the following day, we should move to the bigger markets in Jos, market like Enkweli, Terminus, and the rest. We will get those ones to burn down to ashes. Then the third day, maybe if they kill one of our men, we should start going to each division, nearest division around our area. Then we should start burning down those useless police stations with soldiers, barrack and STF. Then the fourth day, if you know still get response, then we should start visiting all these bakery home, all these places they used to bake our bread. I think we need to touch down those useless places again. If still the fourth day the thing no secure, no day as we like am, before we go come begin to think of, okay, we'll go attack all those big men for that Rayfield side. You get my point, ba? All those Atiku and the rest. This bad government, ba, we must end down. Monday, no going back. 6 sharp. Men are outside. Men must be active.
Now, just imagine this boy. The sad part is that a lot of youths are with this mentality that this boy has. You think by burning all these things, you don't touch governments. You won't go bomb markets. Government, they work for markets. Government, they sell pepper, they sell tomato. You talk about terminals. Government get Okirika shop for terminals. How does that affect the government? You are burning people's property, causing mayhem. You know, stop there. You say you go police station, you go burn those useless police, you go scatter soldier. This is what, now you go see why police say they fear. Do you understand? Analysis don't do it. You can't say police can't buy one person, then they go continue. That means you people want to go and trigger the police to come and be buying people and continue. This is not what we represent. If you want to do protest, want to do a protest to achieve something, not cause more problem in Nigeria. Do you understand? Now, if they talk about me, they go bomb bakery. What is the problem with bakery? How does bakery concern bad government? What is your business with bread in bakery? Misplaced priorities. Misplaced priorities. Misplaced priorities. To the youths that are coming out to protest, if this is your mindset, sit down at home and see where this boy they talk this thing for just where they suffer inside crisis year in, year out. I go just the other time where they go buy people for bokos. Just get their own problem. And the ones where they manage to survive, they think about, and a lot of boys in Jos now have this mentality. Before you know it, from Jos, you don't trigger. You don't go Kanu. You don't turn religious crisis. Now go leave protest, they force religion. Youth, you people better be smart. You better be smart. This guy does not represent the youth. Government, this is not what we want. And us too. I see a lot of things that people are posting online. I see one long list of what we want to achieve. But there's one thing I have a problem with on that list. Tinubu must resign. That is not possible. Let's not lie to ourselves. It's not possible. Tinubu must resign. It cannot work. Tinubu must step down. Can never work. Do you understand? It can never work. We want to work for something that is achievable. Tinubu must resign for where? Where I want to do that one? This youth one I did decide and they play like Mumu. And I will just sit down for Twitter, just design one nonsense, right, and put for DFC and so country they be. Most of now when I did for that Twitter, no face, nothing. Some of them are store away where they want country where we say we don't even get the interest of people for now, so our family they for that side. Some of them our family they there. Now me where they here now, I mean they feel what people they feel. When anybody don't go they carry those nonsense they do for Twitter, say they carry and say they way this protest to. If we want to achieve something, we'll pick one or two things and achieve it. If we want to stand for fair price, we stand for fair price. We have a direction. That one, we say if we put hashtag, we put the hashtag go everywhere, they'll know that Nigerian youth are fighting for fuel. Nigerian youth are fighting for minimum wage increments. Nobody say Tinubu must step down. How is that possible? People are fighting for the wrong thing. You just remove that rubbish on that list first. Because it's not going to work. And as those Mumu go follow my video, cut one part, go to say, they don't pay him. Tinubu don't pay him. This part, go buy all of now. Because I no get sense. Youth, please, if you are going out for this protest, watch your six. Anything where just want to smell violence, just they go your house. And if you are doing this protest, don't stay there tonight. During the day, yes, you protest some money, reach 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, you go home. Don't let anybody use you. There are a lot of people that want to use you people without your own knowledge. Take it from me. Take it from me. We go protest live. Anyone where the government want to do now their business, we go protest. But youth, watch your six and use your brain. All I can say is don't play. If you play, you're gonna learn. And you're gonna learn the hard way. Use your head. Peace and love.
All right. So quite interesting. So two interesting bits there. The bit from the we have to call him an obedient youth, and then the bit from that guy, whatever they call him, dark man, something or the other. You know. So there are two interesting bits. A lot of people are, a lot of people are of the opinion that this planned event is not anything to do with bad governance. It's days of anarchy as a blowout against elections lost. So these are sore losers wanting to vent their spleen against the nation for rejecting them at the polls. This is what every right-thinking person knows. So these are disgruntled elements, as Hillary Clinton called them infamously back in those days. That electoral cycle, the deplorables. These are the deplorables wanting to vent their spleen. It is giving you the list of what he intends to do, by the way. And also, by the way, be careful of what you do and say on all these social media spaces. You may think that you are some anonymous person, but your anonymity is only really a consequence of actions not being taken against you. If actions are taken against you, then you lose that anonymity immediately and sharply. So you lose that anonymity immediately and sharply. The Plateau State Police Command has arrested one Suleiman Yakubu for inciting violence and calling on residents to burn down police stations, military barracks, and business areas in the state during the nationwide protest planned for August the 1st. In a viral TikTok video, Yakubu called residents in the state to test the ground on Monday before Thursday. He stated, guys, I think on Monday, we should start burning the useless filling stations in Jos North, Jos South, and Jos East. So we had the clip. So that guy now is the first, I think that's the first to be picked up, or one of the latest to be picked up. So just be careful of what you say, because there are consequences. So he has been picked up. But if you wonder what the apprehension is all about, the apprehension is not about people demonstrating their fundamental constitutional rights to protest and rally against government's institution. People are not apprehensive about that. This is what people are apprehensive about. Watch this.
This is Boditamo Street in Surulere, where there is massive robbery yesterday. All the whole offices, both Samsung, everything broken, carted away. The men of police just arriving. Everything carted away. This is Boditamos. Everything, everywhere. The whole shops, individual shops, destroyed. Everything destroyed. Everything destroyed. Everything destroyed. Everything. This is it. Everything destroyed. Everything. This is it. Igwe shop. Everywhere vandalized. No pin, nothing. Everything. This is not the protest we are talking about. This is completely armed robbery. This is robbery. Everywhere. From beginning of Boditamos down to ShopRite. The whole shops. All the valuables. Nothing is left. Everything. This is sheer wickedness. This is wickedness. This is wickedness. Everything is vandalized. Everything vandalized.
So that is where the apprehension is. So that is what we have to look forward to, probably from August the 3rd, thereabout, according to the promise being made by that young chap that went on TikTok wanting to be viral, but is now being viral in a police cell. So being viral in a police cell. But are there reasons for Nigerians to protest? That is really the fundamental question. Are there reasons for Nigerians to protest? There's every reason for Nigerians to protest. And I think every right-thinking Nigerian defends and supports reasons for Nigerians to protest. Every right-thinking Nigerian supports a protest, but not the political protest that that is being planned by the political actors at the moment. So reasons to support the protest are what this.
I was craving yam porridge, so I said, let me just get to this malam and get a tuber of yam. And on getting there, he said, one yam is 11,000 naira. I said, Oga, I said, are you talking to me or someone else? He said, not me. I said, are you sure you're talking to me? Like, how is it possible? One tuber of yam for 11,000 naira? I could not buy it though. I had to carry myself away from there.
So that is categorically reasons to support the protest right there. A tuber of yam for, you know, I, like everybody, send money home. You know, I've stopped sending the money in Naira, you know, and now send it in pounds. So I send X amount of pounds rather than X amount of Naira. So if I wanted, so not so much am I sending 100,000 or something. I'll send X amount of pounds because I know the value of that pound in the shop, which then should translate then. So I don't send Naira anymore. I don't actually send physical pounds, but I send the equivalent of a pound amount rather than, you know, so how is that even possible? 11,000 Naira for one, not the whole wheelbarrow or one tuber of yam. So if that, you're not feeling, you know, you're feeling peckish for something, you're feeling, who even goes to buy suya anymore? You know, the yam sellers are complaining that nobody is coming to buy. All of those reasons, that's sufficient enough reasons to protest, but not a protest that takes the form that is being presented at the moment. Listen to this.
We don't care about Atiku. We will change the leadership, everything that is called Senate, everything that came with this government, everything that came with 2023 election, we go. Everything. If one person die in this thing, everything that came with this thing, and let me tell you, this protest is not the one we will do. After 1 week, we go. We fire to the fire. We will fire to the. You see the way we have started discussing protests now. Very soon, all spaces will be hosting. 50,000 Nigerians will be on space from all over the world. The funding will be there. The lawyers will be there. If you lock up anybody, the person will be brought out. The lawyers will be there to follow up the court. Anything you want, fire to fire, money for money, anything you want. We will fund this protest more than the elections. What you saw in 2023 is child's play to what is cooking, because this is a fight for Nigerians. It is not. In fact, let me tell you people, there is nothing like party. P2B can, as far as I'm concerned, go back to UK and continue his life, because the new,
my brother, P2B to start running now, so he can leave early.
He can go back to UK and continue his life. He has tried. You know, he has done well. He opened our eyes, no problem. But the new Nigeria we are talking about, all of them, Gaskia, all of them, we no want. We go just choose one neutral person. We never touch leadership before. We never smell politics before. Carry and put there. So what we are telling you is that we are coming with a list, and I've said it. No now. Where my own matter is now is fuel. That first week we are starting that thing. put fuel at 100 naira first, so that we will know whether we are dealing with animals or we are dealing with idiots. We know you people are cows already. But from that first week, as you hear Pium, bring down fuel to 100 naira first. I don't.
So now, so two things established without equivocation or by that clip. So two things established without equivocation by that clip. The one thing that is established, which we already know, is that the underbelly of these days of anarchy, Sowore may be the poster boy face, but the underbelly of it are the obedience. You heard them there. And they are fomenting anarchy, not protest against the situation in the country, because they are inviting their leader to leave the country because they want to burn it down. So you heard not my words, theirs. So Peter Obi has been hiding under ambiguity, but he can no longer hide because the octave of the situation has reached fever pitch, and they have now flushed him out. So here is Peter Obi acknowledging for the first time that he is the arrowhead of what is about to come. Watch this.
On issue of protests, within the Nigerian constitution, protest is allowed. All I plead for those who are protesting is to do so within the law and in a civil manner that allows us of the nation to show that we live within the law. You know, everybody knows the things that are difficult. I always say, when they talk about sponsors of the protest, I say the sponsors are very simple. It's hunger. It's hopelessness among the youths. So we all have to listen to what Nigerians are going through. And I thank our governor for doing so. It is critical and important.
Oh, all right. So that's Obi finally taking ownership of a situation that he created. It's no longer dog whistles now. It's a frontal call to order, call to action. It's no longer speaking in dog whistles. It's a frontal call to action. So essentially what he's saying there is burn it down. Burn it down. So there is no equivocation in what he is saying there, and his lieutenants are so, they're so taken aback somewhat that some of them are starting to recoil. Watch this.
Good morning, how now?
Abandon. Just like
we went into the emergency without preparation. On issue of protest, within the Nigerian constitution, protest is allowed. All I plead for those who are protesting is to do so within the law and in a civil manner that allows us of the nation to show that we live within the law. You know, everybody knows the things that are difficult. I always say, when they talk about sponsors of the protest, I say the sponsors are very simple. It's hunger. It's hopelessness among the youths. So we all have to listen to what Nigerians are going through. And I thank our governor for doing so. It is critical and important. Okay. Well, what I said to security agencies is that we will them ensure that they manage the situation, again, within the law. You know, we should not try to be overbearing. It should be something that we do within the law. There's nothing wrong. Protest is allowed everywhere globally. And I also say people protest in my house. And it's for us to listen to those who are protesting. Why are they protesting? Engage them. That's what governance is all about. You talk with them. There's nothing wrong in that. I was governor for years and people protested.
It would be very, very unfair to say that things are not difficult now. Things are very difficult. Hunger is real, and that is true. But how do you solve the problem? The problem we find ourselves in the country today is economic. And will I say that we are actually paying the price for bad governance that didn't start today? First of all, for you to organize protest, the law requires that you get approval from the security forces, particularly the police. And somebody should take responsibility for getting that approval. So if you don't have the approval, then it will be against the law for you to go out on the street to protest. So my final word is that people should think about the implications of pouring out on the streets and restricting movement of other people and possibly inflicting harm and more hardship on the people. For people in Abia, my advice is that people should not pour out on the streets because it may be more hurtful than the protest that we actually, the reason for the protest that people are calling for. That would be my final word. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very, very thank you. Yes. I'm enjoying this. Sugar.
So there you heard it. So you heard Alex Otti there, somewhat pulling himself back away from what he knows is to come, because of course there'll be accounts. People will be called to account in the aftermath of what's about to happen, and he's pulling himself back right there. Kenneth Okonkwo pulls himself back. I think there was some Twitter influencer that pulls himself back. A lot of people pulling themselves back from what they know is about to come, because that time of reckoning. But Obi puts himself frontally in front of it because he cannot board, because it is the space. Do you remember when the election ended? The first thing after the Supreme Court came, do you remember the images of the obedience going to kneel in front of the defense headquarters asking for a military takeover? They pushed that quite aggressively. Do you remember then? Consequently, they were asking for Nigerians to take to the streets and reclaim their mandate. I don't quite know. They've already given the mandate to Tinubu, so how can they reclaim what they feel freely gifted? You all remember that clearly. And you all remember, of course, all of the endless social media outputs for anarchy to be the response to a lost election. So now, the situation for tutors coming out of Kenya now gives them the leverage to now foment this. So were a useful fool, a willing tool, he just wants the clout and attention, doing his diggity with his Americano cultivated accent and whatnot. So he now a useful, we have to call him a useful idiot in this sort of narrative. So they've now been able to use him to now underpin this anarchy that they're about to foment. So the anarchy that they're about to foment, but Lagos is not going to be caught napping. Tibon, Tikuku, Tobetogun, So this is Lagos's response. Lagos has already spoken anyway, not in our space. I think they are clear enough, and they've invoked the deities to back it up. Watch this. So right, that is the Lagos State space that invoking the ancestry to ward off the excesses of anarchy that's about to come. You know, in Yoruba land we say Iwakuwa la nwa nkan to ba ndun ni abere sonu won gbe Ṣàngó baale sonu won ṣikoko wo. So Iwakuwa la ma nwa nkan to ndun ni abere sonu wọ́n gbé Ṣàngó baale sọnù wọ́n ṣí kòkò wò. So what does that mean? In Yoruba, you know, the Yoruba language is too rich in nuance and depth to really translate. But the loose translation of that is that you search for whatever you have lost or is missing. You search for it from frantically. Let's say frantically. And you search for it in sort of unreasoned manner. Let's put it better that way. So you search for something that is missing in an unreasoned manner. Your husband is missing, and you are opening your pot to see if it's there. And then you are missing a needle, and you are going to the Ṣàngó deity to help you find that needle. So those are the excesses, and that is the extremity that is being shown there. So that's the extremity that is being shown there. A couple more clips. We played this guy yesterday, and he continues to run commentaries on the goings on. So he goes to the Kenneth Okonkwo space. So let's have his take. I don't even know his name, but he seems to have an opinion on everything. So what is his opinion? What is his opinion on this?
Shay, when I don't hear him say Kenneth Okonkwo, the right-hand man of Obi, has now denounced Obi. Kenneth Okonkwo said that he is no longer supporting Obingo's Obi because he do not have the capacity to lead the Labour Party or to even form a party. I get him now. This is what we have been talking about. You see, for example, there was a time I was supporting IPOB Biafra for freedom. They say they want freedom. But when I discovered their criminality, we say no. We cannot be part of criminality. The same thing, you know. Yesterday or some days ago or weeks ago, months ago, Kenneth Okonkwo was supporting Obi, but now Kenneth Okonkwo is no longer supporting Obi. Do you know why? Because when the ideology has changed, you no longer be part of it. If it's no longer still in line with what you believe, you cannot be part of it. Thanks to Kenneth Okonkwo, because Kenneth Okonkwo have opened the eyes of people. Are you getting me now? Kenneth Okonkwo has discovered that his brother Obingo is nothing to write him about. He cannot even lead a party. If you cannot lead Labour Party, there's no way you can lead Nigeria now. It's a complete failure. We don't want to put ourselves in another disaster, just like what happened in Anambra State. Obi was a disaster in Anambra. Can you see? Anywhere Obi go, it becomes a disaster. ABGA, disaster. PDP, disaster. Now, Labour Party, disaster. You see, the same way now we have discovered that the people planning to burn down Nigeria today are the IPOP Biafra people. Are you getting me now? When we discover the criminality of IPONK, Biafra people, you know, indie developers, we debunk their criminality. We say, no, we can never be part of their criminality, because how can you be drawing map? You draw map and you carry people's ethnicity and put in your map and say, hey, you own Akwa Ibom, you own...
all right. Somebody informed that guy is from the South. So I think he's still within that narrative of that two rapper, the kind of storyline. So I'll send the link again for anybody else to join the conversation. The room does need populating. So if you have any thoughts on what's been presented so far, or if you have any addition to what has already been presented, then just click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, pop into the studio, come share thoughts. I'll play the Kegite music, kick off the session, and then we'll see where it lands. I may hand over fairly early because, like I said, I've had a long day. But thankfully, I think Thomas might be available. So the Kegites.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water. Water, 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 water. Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. Ikuku Niru Agweshe may death have nothing to do with us. So joining us, father of the bride, Ajale Koko, there he is right there. Baba joins us. Always a delight when Baba is here. Thomas to take over later. Hopefully, there's Thomas. BQB in the house. So there's BQB. Babajide is in the house. So there's Babajide. So that's the majestic Pansat right there. Good to have you, Pansat. And Gideon joins us as well. Oh, so and she's just dropped. So so good to have you, gentlemen. A real delight. Let's kick it off. Let's actually kick it off. We'll do just shortish opening phases for people to document their thoughts, and then we'll open it up as the room continues to populate. Let's kick it off with Pansat. Pansat, you ready? All right.
One man, hold on, let me put on this gear. How's everybody doing on this platform?
We're good, but if you need a moment, we can start with Ajale Koko, then come to you.
No, that's okay. I'll go briefly, and then you go around, since there's not that many of us, and they come back to me again. I've been monitoring what's happening in our country, and nobody's all right, and nobody's all wrong. Virtually everybody who's spoken, I find a lot that I agree with them on. Now, there are the trolls. We know that, especially in some of these headlines that you have here, the kind of people you're playing, a lot of them are trolling. I'm sure everybody knows the meaning of the word troll, just to rile people up unnecessarily. We know what our youth are capable of doing. All of us saw them when they protested here not too long ago. In 2020, I believe it was. And they were garbed in our flags, singing the national anthem. They tried to do something for the country. Part of their request was to raise the salary of the police. The barracks were like animal housing. But the DSS and other agencies of Nigeria infiltrated them and caused unnecessary violence. This was investigated by the Lagos government, by international people. The Lagos government were found to be liars. So that's going to happen again. This is where I have to make my own position very clear. First of all, I support a protest if It's a big if there, because we've been giving credit to Showore and so many others who like to. You want to go protest. You don't want people like P2B to come in methodically and have the populace educated enough about their rights. How much money do we have? What do we have to cut back in? Doing it the old-fashioned way, owning the democracy. But Showore and others believe that there should be a short circuit to it. It could be hacked in the millennial parlance. They could hack the democracy, just protest, peaceful protest, and do all that. I've said it. I'm against that. The reason is that if a protest is going to be peaceful, it depends on the other actors, like, for example, the government and the agencies. They could decide that they don't want it to be peaceful, and then they're going to use force illegally. So in order for you to go doing a protest in a uncivilized country like Nigeria, where the soldiers are not professional, they will obey an illegal order. That's the difference between a country that's civilized and a country that's not. You could give an illegal order, like to go ahead and shoot your fellow citizens, and the soldier legally is not obligated to obey an illegal order. So you have to anticipate that that's coming. In this case, it's like 90% that that's going to happen. What are you going to do when that happens? It's a question that you have to answer before you proceed. Because part of the reason why the soldiers or the government will not use illegal force is what will come if they do that. That's the only thing that would dissuade them from doing that, is what you're going to do. They have to pay a big price for that. Because the people have enormous power, right? You have to be able to sacrifice. If you go out there, they come in and they instigate a riot using siders. For example, one of the clips you played there, you could tell that's a DSS kid, the one they picked up, right? In Plateau or whatever that is. They put him somewhere, feed him, have his girl visit him for a few days, and they release him. Because nobody talks like that. Nigerians are sophisticated.
No, nobody talks like that. That's not the only clip I played in that direction.
No, but you could play, if you want to repeat that. As a matter of fact, I'm urging you to repeat the play whereby somebody is saying, start early, go and get some gas stations, go and get the bakery, something so stupid. There is no Nigerian that is that unsophisticated. You have to be an idiot.
Well, the obedience are notoriously...
No, you could also, for example, you could use that word, you being, let me see, unsophisticated, jejune, right? Asinine.
Are you stealing my words now? Since when did you start using?
Okay, let me use my own.
Since when did you start using jejune?
Sophomoric, right? Also, you don't use ones I'm using now, right? So you being sophomoric in your show, and once in a while you show a flash of brilliance, which shows that you do know. You're just choosing sides, right? You're not one of the stupid ones. Sometimes you make your case for your audience, people who come here, and you troll. You dwarf the commentary, the delivery of what you're doing with some hobgoblins, some gnomes, some leprechauns, and they eat it up. But before you conclude, then you show a flash of brilliance. Because I was there, and you said, do we have a reason to protest? And then you went down better than the obedience, better than Showore, better than anybody else on TV, and you elucidate why that's a reason to protest, to be unhappy with the government. So what I'm trying to say...
Pansat, nobody has disputed that there are reasons for protest. It's the actors underpinning this particular protest that people have difficulties with. The obedience, who have been looking for anarchists since they lost the election, and Showore, a professional protester.
And I will not fight with you about that, right? You say it for the wrong reason, there are a lot of people who are unhappy with the government, right? Including obedience, right? Including me, including the Shiites of Kaduna, Zaria, including Boko Haram, including prominent Nigerians, including IPOB, including Biafrans such as myself, right? There are a lot of people who are aggrieved with the country and the way things are going. So I am not going to quarrel. We're beyond that. One man, a couple of days ago, yesterday I was busy. I went all over the place. I went to the game. I was trying to call in from there, but you know, the noise will not let you get to talk to me and see my beautiful seat right in front with Arsenal, taking it to Manchester United. And after that, I went on and chaired a very big event. I called him from there as well. But what I'm saying to you is that I am not going to fight with you about those little stuff you do to talk about who obedience and Biafrans or Southeasterners or whatever it is, those belittling stuff, right? All I'm talking to Showere now, or those people who are organizing a protest. This protest should not be, we must not fail.
Are you there? Am I here? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
And the whole village rushed to her house, to
her
hut, and she would say, "Oh, I was just playing with you guys. There's no tiger," right? And the disappointed and relieved villagers will go back home, right? So she did it the third time, and the villagers, "Oh well, she's just gonna say."
Let me ask you a question, Pansat. What would be an outcome for this protest?
Okay, I'm gonna be very honest with you because I know you rather just have somebody give it to you straight. So I'm gonna tell you. Number one, INEC must go for it to be a successful protest, right? Number two, Tinubu must resign. The only time that doesn't come into play is that nobody got shot, not even one person. If one of our citizens is killed going to exercise their right, no matter what they say that they did, if one person is killed, Tinubu must go. If they don't want to do that, don't go out of protest. It's not necessary.
You know that Tinubu must go.
Tinubu must go to be replaced by who?
Let me I will answer that. Now, Wama, are you done with that? Are you satisfied with my?
Yes, no. You can come up with a list, but Tinubu must go is already part of the demands being made on social media, as referenced by Very Dark Man there, which is to tell you then that, as everybody said, it's just a regime change narrative.
It's pretty much it, right? Because there's nothing that can work.
Answer the question first.
I am.
Go must be.
I will answer your question. Just hold your horse. What I'm saying is that there must be a change in the country. Tinubu has been a cog in the wheel for too long. There is nothing that can be you can have happen in the country if he's there. Let's be honest. He's totally different, a different class. He's not like Ruto of Kenya.
You're breaking somewhat, Pansat, but Tinubu must go. How realistic a demand is that? How achievable is that?
Actually, did not talk to anybody. Let me learn. Did not talk to anybody, right?
You are breaking up, though. I don't know if you know.
Oh, okay, is it better now?
No, carry on. Yes, it dips out intermittently, but carry on.
Okay, let me rush through it. So, in short, if nobody is harmed, our people go there and protest and tell it to the government what the problem is. No problem. He could hang in there. You know, they understand, because it's not going to be easy to remove him. But if he, as I know he's going to, if they hurt one person and that person is dead, right?
What if there are reasons for somebody to be hurt?
There couldn't be any reason for anybody. The police and the army is supposed to protect the protesters. You have to go and read our constitution. You have to know what the role of the police.
Yes, we know the
Yeah.
role of the police, but the
Right.
the protesters are clearly planning anarchy. We have several clips of them are planning
Okay.
anarchy. So if they are planning anarchy, should the security forces stand by and let them burn the country down?
No, they should not burn that, because there's a third possibility, and that is the most likely possibility, which is those people have said overwhelmingly. Are there people who plan themselves online and say, "Oh, we're gonna do anarchy, a la the DSS," right? Of course, I mean that game they play is for idiots, right? Nobody who, if you have any sense, you know that these people seriously want to go out there and protest and call attention to the starvation of the country, right? Starvation in Nigeria with over 30-something. Now, that's what they admit to, 30-something% inflation. They say the food inflation is over 40, maybe 50, maybe even 60%. Right?
All right. Still take us to those achievables outcomes. Yes.
Yeah.
You said INEC must go. Tinubu must resign.
If there's a killing, right?
Right. And what else? Yeah.
Yeah. What they have to do is, as they have to look out for the triggers, the spark, the provocation, right? Anything that engenders danger for our country where they're not paying any attention, then it must go into a higher gear. They cannot fail. By failing means that they do not.
No. Before you go to the failings, is that the list? INEC must go, Tinubu must go. So those are the achievables that would indicate success as far as you're concerned.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that INEC must go. Tinubu goes to the B plan. The first thing should be, if it's a peaceful protest, they should get INEC chairman to resign, right? They should then look at that list that Showore put up. I just told you mine.
Release Nnamdi Kanu.
That's part of it. That's part of it, right?
Well, to the $100, 100 naira to a liter.
Whatever he has on that list.
No. So you have no concept of what success would look like. That's what, because I'm inviting you. Yes,
I know that's what I'm trying to tell you. Number one, the first phase of this should be that the INEC chairman must resign.
That's one.
That's me. That's me. Mine.
Right. Yeah.
The way I'm going to measure the success of this thing is that, number one, that INEC chairman must resign.
That's two.
For me. Number two, then, is everything Showore has on his list. Right.
Which is what? Which is what?
He has things to deal with Nnamdi Kanu. I think it's number 5 on his list. Right.
Yes.
Yeah. He has things to do with minimum wage. I mean, it's a bunch of stuff on there. He has something about.
So you have no concept.
Constitution.
Yeah, I've been asking you for 5 minutes. You don't.
I know, but I'm reading them off slowly to you, right? I don't have it verbatim in my head.
So you just want anarchy, is what you sound like.
No. I do want the INEC chairman to resign. If they achieve that, right? They've achieved something. Period. But then knowing what the Nigerian state is going to do, there's a second phase. Now remember, I'm honest with you. I don't want it to be a resolution. I don't want the government to succeed. I don't want peace. I don't, because our problem is not even one of these baby things that these people are talking about. We have a much bigger problem. We're in trouble. So I have to commend my people for being tolerant. The Igbos, they're being restrained. Right, they have almost resigned to the whole thing because they know that eventually, with patience, we're gonna win. Even if nothing is happening, Tinubu is systematically destroying. Hold on, one minute.
So you see it very much as an ego narrative. That's what you said.
No, I see it as somebody who's a pursuer of justice. Right? It's not an Igbo. You know, I'm not clannish. I'm not tribal. I'm not.
You've brought tribe into it.
No. What I'm saying though is the animal is tribal. What's happening is tribal. So you could, if I want to talk about a snake, I'm gonna say it's long, and it doesn't mean I'm for long stuff. I'm talking about the nature of a snake. It's kind of long, right? Isn't a snake long? If you're talking about a skunk, it smells, right? So it's not like you like a smelly stuff. It's just a skunk. our people, with the serene, the tranquil, right? They persevered, and I really have to give it to them. We've been provoked daily. They have Nnamdi Kanu there. He's won his cases. It's not Igbos pushing the narrative that they must release Nnamdi Kanu.
All right, Pansad, to manage the time, just give us a very minuscule flavor on Kenneth Okonkwo coming to an epiphany, and then we'll move the conversation around. Yeah.
Okay, very well. Yeah, so Kenneth Okonkwo is an orator, a likable character, right? He's an actor, and he's very good at it, very eloquent. But you know, just like everything, nothing is perfect, right? So you have to take a look at him by going back. He was an APC. Any human being who was in the APC for more than a week, he's got some aspect of evil to him. Do you understand? Somebody like me, I can never be in APC.
It was also in the APC when he was representing you at the Supreme Court.
No, he was not. But that's neither here nor there. He had resigned, and he was actually a Labour Party member when he was.
Yes, but he had the same backdrop when he was representing.
Yeah, he had. But that's what I'm saying, though. When you start forensically trying to analyze what's going on here, right? He doesn't escape that, because it's absurd. He who comes to equity must come with a clean hands, right? So those who are criticizing the Labour Party, you have to point to a party that's better. In essence, the same problems they have in the Labour Party, they have much, much grandiose scale with APC and PDP, right? So
what about the substance that is of what is said, that Peter Obi demonstrably does not have leadership quality, that if he's not even able to manage a tiny little party, then what solutions does he have to the Nigerian problem? So that's what he's inviting.
That's what he's inviting, and he has a little point or two there, right? Because of the nature of the country. Peter Obi is not your Showere or me or even you, right? Peter Obi is part of the Nigerian elite, right? System, those of them that are patriotic wants to preserve it and do things by the law. He's an exception in that case. Most of the other ones really don't care. Peter Obi believes in due process, right? He believes that he can fix things without just tearing it down and start from scratch. He doesn't believe in that, and we do. We feel that there's really nothing to stop us from tearing that. Now, it's good to have people like that to bring the whole thing together, because we're not just going to start afresh with people who don't have any experience, they don't know anybody, right? So we need people like Peter Obi, that a few people like that, Delero to me and all that. So what I'm saying is that he does see the slowness. You know, when you're looking at speed now, it's depends where you're observing speed from, right? So he's not patient enough for Peter Obi's type of politics, but at least Peter Obi is not corrupt. That you have to know. Peter Obi is a patriot. So Peter Obi wants to close the gap, fix our system to where if you go to the court, you're able to come out with justice. You know,
all right.
Yeah, stuff like that. So, but he's overdoing it, and he's an actor, and because he was in the APC before, so he could tolerate evil longer than, say, me, right?
All right. Pansat, wrap it up. I want to speed it round and then come back to you. If you're happy I want to do 5 minutes monologues, and then, gentlemen, I want to be a bit rigid with the 5 minutes, just so that everybody is not waiting for too long. So a couple more sentences from you, Pansat, and then we kick off the 5 minutes with Ajan Lekoko. Yeah.
I would yield it to Ajan Lekoko, but he asked a question about if Tinubu is removed, then who takes over? Now, if we're doing it constitutionally, then what's his name takes over? Shettima, right? But if we're going to be forward,
Tinubu has to Shettima has to go with Tinubu now, because they came in. It would defer to Akpabio.
Yeah, but that's if Tinubu comes in and say I resign. Okay, pressure, a very good pressure is put, not just on him. That's another thing. The pressure should be there are key people. Your minister in Abuja, Wike, should be on the run. Somebody like Imo State governor should be on the run. If you're gonna do a protest, Tinubu is all the way on top over there. There should be a lot of people that should be on the run right away.
Yes, but they are not. They are not, are they? But you've
nobody hasn't started yet.
Nobody's going to run from.
Don't drink your own stuff, right? This thing hasn't started yet, so you don't know what's about to happen. I'm trying to tell you that.
I think we have a reasonable idea.
No, you don't. Trust me, you don't.
Well, no, we do.
No, listen. Don't look at what's on social media. These people have told you, give you.
The whole thing is on social media. Where else is it?
Yeah, could you? That's what I'm telling
sorry,
you.
Fansas.
Listen, let me land, please. Let me land, please.
Let him.
Nobody who wants to interrupt me is a friend of mine because I'm about to make a key point. But go ahead.
Okay.
What do you want? No.
You
Just
make that key point.
Land wherever you want to land.
Who is that, by the way?
It doesn't matter. It's DOG, but
it does matter.
Okay.
But anyway, so here's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah.
You were drinking your own poison, right? You spilling out this stuff. These people are not stupid. Somebody like Showore, right? He's giving you, say, look, we're gonna do this on August 1, right? That's all you know. You don't know what's about to happen. You don't know if there are activities from outside, for example, which I hope there are, right? If this is the real McCoy, you're gonna find out that first of all, Nigeria doesn't have any air defense systems, right? None. Nigeria doesn't have.
One man, we are waiting, please.
Please. You know when I'm beginning to hit it. You hear from Baba. Listen what I'm saying. Listen. That's the problem with Nigeria. Nigerians don't have any class. Even those who are for and those who are against have some class. Anticipate something. Give these people credit. There's a reason why adults who care about their country are coming back to say, hey, you know what? We have to do this protest. It's not like it's a child's play. If the real thing comes, you're gonna find, all these people holding us down. They're not up to 500. If this thing comes, Wike is gonna be on the run. The last time, even Tinubu was on the run. When a bunch of kids came there, he ran to France. So if the real thing comes, Tinubu is gonna be on the. Wike be on the run. The guy in Imo State. What's his name? He's gonna be on the run. There are a lot of people that will be on the run. If the people come back, the people are sovereign. They've only pledged no violence. It doesn't mean that if you go there and kill somebody, well, it's a brand new game here. If they kill one person, I urge them.
You use the word quiet instead, but all right. Thank you.
Okay, I use quiet, but I was going to answer.
No. We have to move on. Yes, let's move on. But like I said, gentlemen, I want to be somewhat rigid with the timing, only because I've noticed that people from waiting they start to drop off because they just cannot bear the waiting anymore. So I'll be somewhat rigid for the first phase, and then when everybody has spoken, we can open it up a bit more. So, Ajale Koko, you're up first. There are a list of talking points, but I'm not sure that the conversation will go beyond what seems to be engaging.
Woman, do you know how many people were there when I pass on to you? Let's see how many Ajale Koko pass on. I lost nobody when I was on. I gained more people. All right.
All right, brilliant. All right. So Ajale Koko, we're speaking about Kenneth Okonkwo reaching that epiphany. As I said, we're talking about the this notorious terrorist that has now turned himself to a celebrity called G, accusing the Minister of State for Defense as being a sponsor of terror, Matawale. We're talking about Oyo State airport being upgraded, but to what? Nobody knows. And curiously, they've handed over Liberty Stadium to Oyo State. So that's interesting. And then Ethiopia says it's about to float its currency, somewhat mimicking what Nigeria has done. So it's almost an inevitability, all this subsidized currency. And of course, the big elephant in the room, the days of anarchy is being plotted by miscreants in the country. So to that, just give us a 5 minute flavor, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, thank you, Woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, Woman, it is time. I haven't, watched all those video clips that, that you showed us. Watching those one on the side of the government and watching those one that are against the government, I think the government have a responsibility now to swallow their pride. They have to swallow their pride. They have to quickly roll out some measures that will show to Nigerian people that, yes, we are listening to you. We are very sensitive to your plight, and this is the direction that we want to take the country on the way forward. And swallowing their pride means they have to cut cost of governance. The Tinubu must come out to announce that it's scrapping some position, cutting costs that will show that, yes, it's trying to cut the size of the government to a very a small size that, will save us a lot of money and, do something to the people, like the price of the petrol, which which has caused this unbearable hardship on the people, because the cost of petrol, is the driver of every economic activities in the country. It, they have to bring down that price. If they want to introduce, want to bring back.
So to go and borrow money to subsidize petrol.
No, hold on. If they want to come back with a subsidy in such a way that be very manageable, in such a way that corruption will not, be injected into it, and it can bring sanity, economic stability. I think that would be a way forward. That would be a good thing to do. They must swallow.
Yeah, but where will he get the money to subsidize petrol?
Ready, one man. We know they are subsidizing the price of petrol through the back door. So why?
Yeah, but not to the level of affordability, though. Not to the 100 naira per liter that you guys have.
It's not going to be $100. It's not going to be 100 naira per liter. What it used to be was $200. 200 naira per liter, maybe 197. If they bring it down, for what it is today to like maybe 300 naira,
rather than petrol, why not food?
You don't have the control over food. They don't have it, because the cost of petrol will definitely bring down the cost of transportation. Will definitely put down the cost of living. Will definitely come down in Nigeria across the all the indices, economic indices you want to measure it. It is going to bring down in such a huge manner. It will bring down the cost of living, including the cost of food. Everything will come down. So the government must swallow their pride. They have to come open to Nigerian people that, look, we want to solve government. And they have to cut down the size of the government. And all the enormous and this lavish...
You know that petrol is extremely cheap in Nigeria already?
I don't know what you mean by extremely cheap. If you want to use the international, a price to measure the products we produce in Nigeria, I don't think that is reasonable. If you are producing, what do you call it? If you are the producer of a particular product, you should be able to have it available. I mean, affordable.
There are only 7 countries in the world that you get petrol cheaper than Nigeria. Only 7.
That doesn't matter to me.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, hold on, woman. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that what can we do with the price of petroleum in such a way that be very affordable to Nigerian people? I don't care about what happened in other parts of the world. This is our own product. Government must come to, they must act fast by making sure the Dangote refinery kick to action, start producing that petrol internally in such a way that Nigerian people can start to get,
Sorry, sir, I disagree with you. I strongly disagree with you.
Okay, let me land. I've not landed. So they should do something that Dangote start the production. The refinery that they've been promising, they must do something to make sure they kick off operation as soon as possible, and we start producing that petrol at a cheaper price that be affordable to Nigerian people, and the economic activity will start to and run in such a way that in a bearable manner, in such a way that the economic stability will come back. Because now, if they want to continue to follow the dictation of IMF, all this nonsense, removal of subsidy and this thing, you want to follow the way the Western one run their economy. It's not gonna. Our economy it cannot be run in such a way that the Western economy is run. Western economy is a capitalist economy, completely capital. Our is not. It's not an economy like Western economy, and they have been practicing. They have managed the economy for a long time, and they know how to manage it. They know how to manage it effectively, efficiently, better than ours. So when you do follow, you will surely run into problem. This is what we are doing in Nigeria. We must stop this follow. The price, what is causing the problem today, the economic hardship. The economic problem in Nigeria is the price of petroleum. So Tinubu must do something about that price. Come out openly and bring back subsidy. Bring it back. That we have practiced, we have removed subsidy. It doesn't work. Hardship has been the order of the day. The economy is crumbling. Businesses are suffering. People are losing money. So we have to do what is right. It is the petrol that drives the economic activity in the country. So they must bring back this. And this is what we, the AAC, have been saying when the APC, PDP, Labour Party, I mean Obi, but let me mention the name of those candidates. What do you call it? Atiku Abubakar, Bola Tinubu, Obi, and all of them were saying that, they are going to remove subsidy. They are going to remove the subsidy. How how would they manage the removal? Nobody say anything about it. But we in AAC said, we are not going to remove subsidy, but rather we will fight the corruption around it and make sure that, look, these products, these resources that God is giving to us, we are going to use it to the advantage of Nigerian and the development of Nigeria. But what have we got now? Since the price of this thing, since he has shut up, the economic activity in Nigeria has been suffering, and people cannot bear it no more. So Tinubu must swallow the pride, cut the cost of governance, bring back this subsidy, and let economic activity pick up again. That is the way forward. We have diesel being produced in abundance by Dangote now. So let's do something of the petrol and bring down the price. That is what we have to do. And on Kenneth Okonkwo, look, Kenneth Okonkwo, I think people have to give kudos to him, whether you like it or not, for coming out clean. What he has done is that he's been part of Obi since Obi declared his intention for presidency. It's been with him all along. They lost the election. He studied the man. He saw everything about him. And I believe that Kenneth Okonkwo, he might have a tribal sentiment to it too, that Obi is my own, let me support it. But I believe he genuinely, want to see a country that can work for Nigeria. And the leader that can effect that, he has not seen it in Obi. Since the crisis of that rocked Labour Party, Obi disappointed him, and he cannot sit down, continue to pretend, following this disastrous path. I think that is what is responsible for his decision that, look, I cannot continue this journey. It's a journey to nowhere. It's a deceitful journey, and let me get out. And finally, he wrote why he left, and in his write-up, he mentioned that Obi lacked that leadership skill that can take.
What took him to love to arrive there? Because everybody has always that's the one I wouldn't even say the one Achilles heel. That's one of the many Achilles heel of Peter Obi. Everybody knows he lacks leadership qualities.
Look, let me tell you what took him so long. I think if he had quickly jumped out after the election, a lot of people will have said that, look, he wanted to go and join APC. Since he left APC to join Labour Party, they have lost the election, and he wanted to go back to his former party so that maybe he can go and seek for appointment or something like that. So, but he carried on after the election with the party, with Obi, and what he has seen so far after the election, the leadership that Obi should have provided, Obi have not provided that leadership. And, well, I think, no, I can't carry on no more. He's not the man that can truly, because Obi, the kind of leader, to fight these people, to wrestle power, you must be able to be very, very active by your word and your action. Your action, your word must be backed by your action. So Obi have not been too good in those two factors. His word, his action, most of the time doesn't cohere. So when you are looking for a true leader and you see somebody that you believe in, or you are accepting or have accepted as a leader, and is acting in that way, your conscience will tell you that no, this is, if your conscience is telling you that no, I'm not doing this, then you have to bolt out. I think this is what he has done. So we have to give credit to him for speaking out, and I believe many people will still come out to speak, because Obi is a kind of a man that you can't know where he stands most of the time on issues. Sometimes he want to play too good, not to rock the boat. Let us play it right and left. It is not. You have to be firm, and you should be able to manage crisis. So he failed to manage the crisis in the party. That is a minus on his side. The Arabambi and these people crisis, he failed to manage it. So that is it's just too much. So this guy, he said, I'm not doing anything and I'm not going any longer. And he wrote, and I really salute him for writing, for telling Nigerians why he cannot continue the journey with Obi. But the obedience should just be that politics is like that, permanent. What do you call it? There's no permanent.
All right, Ajale Koko, bring it on.
Yeah, let me bring him on. So in politics, there's no permanent friend, but permanent interest. The interest that Alex Okonkwo represent, which he feel that Obi could lead him with that interest, Obi failed him. And there's nothing wrong to say it loud. Look, my interest is not well represented by Obi leadership, and I'm leaving. So let me leave it there, woman, and allow others to speak. Thank you.
All right, but then Hassan, come back. If you come back, then I was going to come to you after Baba. So if you can come back, hopefully your connection just dropped. So Hassan, if you're listening, come back. So Baba, you're up next. Somewhat a bit rigid with the timing, just to get to the voices before they start to drop. Baba, you're up next.
Well, because of that, I think I would dispense with the protocols. So salutations to everybody. I think the main issue today till begin and end of the phantom protests, that's this all we'll be talking about. Mike said something yesterday that resonates with me about this protest. In Lagos, for instance, we have repeatedly said we are okay with what is happening in Lagos, the economic atmosphere, even though they call it, slum. We like that slum. They say the best slum among several slums in Nigeria. But we're cool with our slum. You understand? And because we've always suffered, anytime there has been protests in Lagos that spirals into riots. It's not 1, 2, 3 since the 70s. It has always been like this. And this time we are saying, okay, enough is enough. We don't want the protest. All we want in our state is calm, so that we can continue on the trajectory of making Lagos a better place for everyone, where we are so welcoming that those that are not indigenous or not Yoruba speaking, their children attend school freely without anybody looking at their surname. They go to our health facilities, even though they rubbish it, say, oh, they don't give me medicine. At least you consulted a doctor, which you can't get in your own state. And we are saying emphatically, because in the East, since they've started sit at home, in all the states in the East, there are South-South people staying in the East, there are Southwest people staying in the East. Did they obey that order of sit at home? Yes. Can any of them venture onto the street of Ala Igbo on a Monday and will not get the consequence of his action? Of course, yes. They respect sit at home as non-indigens. That same respect, I want them to accord it to Lagosians. If we say we don't want any protest, we like as we are suffering in quotes, inverted and close quotes. They should leave Lagos out of it. And because this thing, whether we like it or not, I'm just being plain here, it has turned into a tribal issue. And with CAN, Christian Association of Nigeria, coming out to say they are out of this, it's also religious. A religious connotation has been brought into it. So we all have to be very careful. I know it's not just non-Yorubas that are in Lagos. Every other person, even Yorubas, are involved in the protest. They want to protest. They want to protest. Those that are Aluta-oriented amongst the Yorubas or the Lagosians, they want to protest and everything. But there is an inherent risk in that. Fine, it is the right of everybody. And like I said yesterday, it is my right also to enter my car, drive to my shop, drive to my office without molestation from anybody. Because I don't want to protest. You cannot block the road. You can't stop me. And that is why police have said, if you are protesting, please give us your itinerary, and also the space you are going to occupy, so we can protect the protesters and also protect those that are not protesting. It's a very simple thing. They have to understand that. Because today, I mean, people I talked to, we shared that building of that iconic Kiboshire High Court building. That building was about 70-something years old when they burnt it down, because it was built early 50s. And I have a romance with that building because I remember when the Polaroid camera came, I think 71, 72. I can remember, this heirloom we take around. I can't remember which of my homes I actually have that photograph. With photo, I was on top of the lion, because you have these two lion gates. The building is not too dissimilar to Old Bailey in England, in London. You understand?
Baba, can you take a question from me?
Just let me through first, please, Pansa. You understand?
I don't think anybody should ask questions when we are doing this monologue. Let people just use their 5 minutes. You can now say whatever you want to say during your own 5 minutes. Don't interject anybody, please. Thank you.
You see, I remember very well that building. I climbed on top. We had fun in those. I was in my late. We are all approaching our end of our teen years. I climbed on top of the lion. It was a steep climb. I had that photograph on Polaroid, and I remember that day very well, because we were coming from a visit from Baba Fernandez's house in Racecourse. We go there when he's around, and he entertains us. Anybody remember Dende Fernandez, the Olori Ogboni of Yoruba land and worldwide, Kafata? You understand? So I'm a Lagosian true and true. We are very welcoming, but these people are abusing our gentility. And the gentility of a tiger is not cowardice. No. I know how this will end in Lagos. I know. But I think people who are planning evil will take heed not to dare it this time. Because if you do me once, you are the fool. If you do me the second time, I am the fool. And this time around, we are not going to be the fool. For Kenneth Okonkwo, I give you kudos, one man. You've always said it that he's going to leave when Bwala left. I thought it was a joke. I thought you were just blowing breeze or shooting breeze. So when I read it first this morning, my thought went to you and said, this man has always been saying this on his platform. I didn't believe it, but it happened. And what they've been raining abuses on him all day. And that is a problem of people who don't know how to moderate their emotions. They always throw the baby water out with the baby. They are burning all their bridges. They are burning all their bridges. Do they know? I don't know. Are they that dim that they don't know they are burning all their bridges? Who haven't they abused in Nigeria? Of course, when they can abuse, is it Time Magazine and unleash on them? Who wouldn't they take on?
2 more minutes, Baba. 2 more minutes.
Yeah. And this is, of course, coming to a head. Because I've said it before here, in a situation where I find myself, either I have to run or stay and fight. I choose fight. Flight or fight. I choose fight any day. I think these fights, they are inviting. I wish, I pray it happens. So that once and for all, we can settle ourselves so that everybody will have respect for one another, for each other. Enough is enough. I cannot have in my own space people threatening me because I'm not a bastard. The Lagosians are not bastards. And for the Northerners who are now waking up to the era of protest, who suddenly people who didn't say anything for 8 years when Buhari was there, people who even Dubai named terrorists amongst them, and Buhari didn't do anything. All of a sudden, because Tinubu was there and the rent seekers amongst them are not getting their court, they want to protest. Fine with me, but they shouldn't forget one thing. With their action, they encourage a Yoruba nation to be bettered. That is in the bag, is in the wings. Those who want to be like Niger or Chad or Mali can still put in their territory. That's as simple as the whole thing may be. Thank you, one man. I yield.
All right, brilliant. Enrapturing delivery by Baba, of course. Always, it's the texture of Baba's voice and the authority. That's really what greets. Thank you, Baba. So thank you, Baba. We go in this order. We go DOG, we go Ogbeni, we go King Emeka, and then we go to Akinzo. So DOG, you're up next. It's been a moment since we last saw you.
Yeah, one man. Good evening. It's a good morning.
Well,
yeah. His work and other stuff. Sorry. But I will call you, sir. I will call you. Thank you. Firstly, for me, there was a part Ajaleoko said the president should come out and announce cutting cost of governance. That won't change anything. This protest, to me, is not something that should even be happening right now. Looking at the plans and the trajectory in which the government is moving, they've just increased minimum wage. They've just spent 1 year. So are you telling me people can't wait? Then you can see, like Pansat was saying something about people are picking things from social media. Even him, he said some things that I can tell he saw that on social media, he heard it from social media. Like the issue of INEC chairman. What has that got to do with anything at the moment? What has the issue of... So that tells you where this protest idea is coming from. It is the bitterness from people who support Obi and they think, oh, maybe Obi would have been better by now, and they just use
it's part of it. It's part of it. It's part of it.
Yes, this situation.
Nobody's denying that.
But you know, I just saw one guy too on social media saying, "No, INEC chairman." I'm thinking, okay, in all of this, where does INEC chairman come into this? This is not election period. Election.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you, DOG, with your 30 seconds? I can tell you.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. The problem we have right now is that we cannot pick our leaders. So there's no way we'll have the problem we have right now if Tinubu wasn't there. if Nigerians picked who they picked is president, then we won't have any problem. They'll be busy solving the problem.
So who told you the president that Nigeria pick is not Tinubu? Who told you Obi won? We all know.
I'm saying why
lie to ourselves.
No, I'm saying that's why it's part of it. It may not be. It might not be true. It might not be true, but that's the reason why. That's the only thing I want to tell you.
But
why?
Anyway, to me, I just believe Nigerians will focus on the wrong places. Now people are shouting about hunger. So what has INEC got to do with it? And that is the thing. And to me, this protest, at the end of the day, that hunger in that land, there is a lot of people that are just looking for means for something like that to happen, and they will capitalize on it to loot people's shop. There are people in Lagos till today, they've not recovered from that looting, from that toll gate, that is it October 20 or whenever they did it, 2020 protests, that NSAS protest. Some people have not really recovered from their shop being looted till today. I even saw one guy that was interviewed, and he even said it. He said his sister has not recovered, but thank God she's surviving. So there is no way that protest won't be hijacked, because people are really hungry, if that is the case. Secondly, bringing fuel price down, like Ajale said, I think I agree with that. But my only problem with that is, fine, that will change how price of things are. But Nigerians, the traders, will never reduce or cut the crust from what is being increased to back to what it was, even if fuel price go down. So sometimes I believe as well, Nigerians as well, we are our own problem. We don't love each other. Because if cost has gone down, some people bought something at a particular rate, but because the rate has gone up, they are selling it at that rate. They don't care. So they are making like double the money already. So Nigerians, we ourselves, we don't even love ourselves. You know, so but cutting down the fuel price, at least people can pay easily to get to wherever they want to get to, because transportation alone in Nigeria is something serious. Then at least that will
DOJ, you know, the argument is that the one competitive advantage that Nigeria has is the abundance of oil. You know, so and that should be the driver for the economy. So if oil is excessively cheap, then it will propel the economy for people to be able to do things. It will
100%. Yeah.
Yes. So I think that's the argument, and that's where Ajale Koko was coming from.
Yeah. So that's why I said I agree with that. It makes sense. But my problem with that, even if they reduce the price of fuel, most of those things that the price have skyrocketed because of fuel won't go down back. Let's say they are selling something for 5,000 because of fuel, they started selling it for 10,000. If fuel price come back to the normal price, those things will still stay in the price it was increased to. And I think the government needs to do something about that as well. Then I think again, second, because from what I've seen with this protesting, a lot of people are so ignorant about governance. I think
2 more minutes, D. I'm not sure you want to go to Kenneth Okonkwo or not.
Yeah,
two more minutes.
Yeah, sorry. So I think the government as well need to look for a medium to start educating the citizen, because that country, if you see what people are saying and what people are writing on social media, you can just tell people don't even have idea of governance. Then they need to know where to channel their energy to on their needs. Everything is not the president, to be honest. So let me leave that protesting for now. But I just believe the protest, we don't need the protest. That could have looked for a way, a medium to create a situation for dialogue, which would have been better. But because Peter Obi is just the way, he was the one that actually fueled this tribalism in Nigeria during the election. He even almost caused religious conflict between Christian and Muslim with all his tactics and all the logic he was trying to use. And people are blind to it. They didn't wake up to it. And all these Obingos will come and be saying nonsense. Kenneth Okonkwo, to me, it seems like a genuine guy from day one with Obi. I just think he's seen the written on the wall, and he's just seen that the Obi journey is going nowhere. Obi is not going to be Nigerian president in any time soon. And I think he can see it. And Obi is not showing a sign of a leader. It's more like they just want problem for the present government because they didn't win election. Same goes to Sowore. So I don't see why we are protesting at this time. It's just a year. They just increase minimum wage. Why not give them time or look for an avenue look for somebody to lead it and go and dialogue with the president or the federal government or the state governor. You know, that is the better way to go about this. At the end of the day, I just believe the youth, the Gen Zs, they just want somebody to go out where a DJ will be playing music. Some people will be looking for girls and be drinking. Then some riffraff and miscreants will take advantage of that, start looting shop because they need money and they are broke. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent DOJ. Yeah.
Well, can I ask DOJ a question? It take a couple of minutes for the question and the answer.
All right, but it has to be brief. We have to go to Ogbedi and then Emeka.
Okay, DOJ, you heard what man
said.
Yeah, please let me. What when you say what you just said a few minutes ago, right? Peter Obi was a governor for 8 years, and Anambra was chaos when he came in, right? He had that place organized. After that 8 years, he was in a sabbatical for a while, and then he came back and ran as a vice presidential nominee, and they got the second largest vote in that case. He played that role as a vice presidential nominee, no problem. He led his party together with Atiku Abubakar. So now he came back with the people, where he led the people, a revolution where, according to ANEC numbers, he got 6 million votes, right? And he was able to tamper things down, go to the courts, test our courts, obey the Constitution, respected all tribes, all religions. There's no modicum of corruption in his history. Those who disagree with him, they accuse him like Okonkwo. They will come and they say he's spineless, he does this, but they never say he's corrupt. There's nothing like that. He led his people, he's still leading his people. So where is the accusation of not being a leader, and why do you not support a new Nigeria? Just be brief. What's the problem? Go ahead.
The problem of not being a leader, you can actually just see that from his utterances about how he's encouraging the protest, even from onset. Then even during the campaign, we were all here. We can see how he's trying to foil that tribalism, the way he will use his words and choose his word. Even with Christianity, he was going to churches. He was trying to make the Muslim ticket look as if, oh, Christians, now we should go against the Muslim. So he was trying to, that is his logic, and it didn't work. And we can just tell Obi is not a good leader. Even after the election, they were trying to start like a protest then about election as well. He was trying to foil that as well. That is not a sign of a good leader. At this point, he's not even meant to be doing this, to be encouraging a protest. He should be calming people down like, this government is just the year. If Obi was there, if he won that election and he was the one there right now, I'm sure we will still be in the same stage. Nothing would have really changed for good. And I think this present government is trying. I can tell they listen to the citizen as well, because there are things that just go on social media. Then you will see the presidency respond to it, which we don't even have during Buhari days. But the bitterness from people that actually wanted Obi is why people are not patient enough. This is not the time to cause conflict. This is the time to come unite, support the government. You can see they are trying to make move. Let's point out wherever we are not satisfied easily without a protest. Let's look for means to find ways and how we could be dialoguing with government. And I think I keep saying this, the government needs to start educating Nigerian youths. A lot of Nigerian youths don't know what is going on with governance, even with Nigerian politics, with Nigerian history. They don't know shit. They are just followers of Obi, and they just believe they want change. And change don't come like that. It's not going to happen overnight. So we need to wake up. This will just cause trouble. Some people are meant to go to work on that day. They won't go to work. Some people's shop will be looted again, 100%. That I'm sure of. There is no way there will be enough security to stop that, because people are hungry, and a lot of people are just looking for a slight chance where they can have opportunity to do such stuff, and it will happen again on this day. That is my take, and that is why I don't see why we are going on a protest when we can look for other means to dialogue with the government. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Ogweni, you're up next. After Ogweni, I was going to go to Emeka, but Emeka, with your permission, I'll go to Hassan, who's been dipping in and out. We'll go to Ogweni, and then to Hassan, and then to Emeka. Apologies, Emeka. Ogweni. So, I mean, the conversation, there are other topics, by the way, but I don't think anybody's attention is drawn outside of this looming August the 1st that seems to have seized the nation's attention.
Thank you, Woma. Thank you to everyone. Good morning from Scotland. Woma, let me start with this Kenneth Okonkwo. Maybe from there I can now say something about that. I hope my 5 minutes will not be through by then. Now, on Kenneth Okonkwo, well, for me, many people that have described him as probably someone who was or who is truthful. Well, I don't know. I don't know for how long I've been following Kenneth Okonkwo. I think I've been following the guy for a while, particularly ever since he has joined Peter Obi, to push for the presidential ticket for the 2023 election. And I'm following keenly his utterances, his conduct, and all the rubbish he goes most time on the TV to talk as if he's still acting Igodo or Igaza in Hollywood. If you remember, you recall this same Kenneth Okonkwo, for every personality, everybody that has left Peter Obi after that election, he's been the one trolling them. He will talk about them. He talked down on them. For me, I see him back then as the leaders of ones that will give water to anyone that is leaving Labour. I remember when Doyin Okupe left Labour. Punch of 11 January 2024, he granted an interview. In that interview, he said, Doyin Okupe is an opportunist.
Sorry, Speaker, sorry. Pansat, it is DOG. I can see what you are sending to me in the private chat, calling me stupid and that. At least if you want to do that, you can super chat it. It will be better. At least let the platform make money. Thank you.
Yeah, super chat. He only super chat verbally.
I'm talking.
No, you know, Pansat now is not. It's not of this world. But
man, you need to go and sleep, Pansat. Man, I'm not that stuff that you want. I'm not the type you want to try this night. So just stay and chill, man. Carry on, Speaker. Sorry.
Okay. When Doyin Okupe left Labour Party, Doyin Okupe cited ideological differences, if everybody can recall. That was the core of his departure, okay, or for his departure, I mean, from Labour Party. He said because he believed Labour Party was drifting towards leftist side, and he has always been a right-wing liberal Democrat in for his entire life, and that he only joined Peter Obi to win election, and he believed Peter Obi lost that election. And then Okonkwo went gaga on this issue. I remember that interview. He said, okay, what if Obi had won? Would Doyin Okupe have left? Said he's an opportunist and all sorts of names. So today is his own turn now. He's now living on what? On ideological differences on what? On the fact that he believed that Peter Obi is not decisive enough, or so you can see, and that is why Wole Soyinka, is it that man? Yoruba said, what an elderly man will see right from under the tree. If a child climb the tree, there you won't see it. Wole Soyinka said this when he said, if you like, keep harvesting wind, you will stop, or you are grooming a monster. You yourself will be consuming in the monstrous act that you are building. You see? And that's my issue. So when we kept saying Labour Party does not have the necessary structure, and that Peter Obi has refused to put structure on ground, Okonkwo was one of the major guys defending this guy everywhere and say, oh, they don't need structure. Obedience is their structure. Everywhere around. We said Labour Party has no agents in about 2/3 of all polling units in the 2023 election. How did you want to win the election? Okonkwo was one of those defending, and Tanko, that one. I know that one will leave one day. We'll come here to discuss it too. They were the one defending all these things that is rubbish. They don't even need agents in all those. We told them Obi lack this quality of leadership. Obi is not decisive enough. Look at this protest alone. Oh, I'm not the one. Oh, but I'm supporting. And you find Peter Obi grassroots mobilization, Nefititi, all those guys, even Uptown Lagos and all of them, you find them everywhere pushing things on their media, particularly that Peter Obi mobilization platform. That platform during the election, we all knew that platform personified Peter Obi. Go and check what they've been putting there. There was one I sent to you. I know that you didn't put it because of probably
what about your favorite channel, by the way, Obidate TV? Whatever happened?
That place, that place they turned into something. I follow it. I still follow them. You know, and these are the guys. If you go to Obidate TV, you still find it there. These are the guys that are pushing this thing. And when the ruling party came out and said, "Look, the one foiling this thing, you are sponsoring this," they said, "No, it's not me. Oh, it's not." And later you still come out and say, "No, I'm supporting them," even though these are not quality of good leadership. And we kept saying it. I remember during election, he said, "I won and I will prove it." We were all waiting for him to prove. What did he do? They used 2/3 of their petition to talk about drug conviction, no certificate, 2/3 of FCT, and all sort of distractions and rubbish. You said you won, you will prove. Prove it now. He didn't prove. And we came here and said, see, these are not qualities of good leaders. If you say you win, just go and prove that you win this case. Leave all this distraction. But Kenneth Ogoko was the one trolling judiciary, all eyes on judiciary. They were the ones, oh, judiciary is gone, judiciary is finished, and all those. So when I see them, even on Labour Party, the way Obi handle Labour Party issue, we kept saying it here that you're a leader. You shouldn't take side with maybe Abure against Apapa or Alarbambi. You should be the one to start to unite them and find, is this same Okonko that will come out and say Alarbambi are jesters? On the national TV, call Apapa an hungry man, that we should look at him. Can he even afford to take a flight ticket that now is flying private jet around? So what has changed? That's why I asked. Many people have left Labour. The Okukwe left. Abure and Obi fought. Later they resolved. Balami left. The present deputy governor of Edo State left Labour to go and join PDP. And he's there now. So what has changed? That's the question I asked. Let me tell you, the only thing that has changed is that Okonko realized, like the last speaker said, that look, the way I now see this man, it is better for me to leave now. If I don't exit now, I will go on to a political oblivion.
Do you think Okonkwo wants to go into that Reno Mokri, Daniel Bwala sort of space? Because that seems to be his natural watering hole. Yes, he has his personality and his language is more that sort of section of the politics. So do you think he's going to start making I wouldn't be surprised if by tomorrow he will say, "Oh, give him time to work." He starts making favorable.
I don't see Ken Okoko doing that. I think I don't know because even devil knows knows not the mind of human. So I don't know what is going on in his mind. But I don't see him.
I think we'll be seeing pictures of him and Tinubu within the next week.
I don't see him going that route. I see him in the position of people like Babashi Lawa. That's where I see him. They will stand somewhere in between and tell you, okay, I'm an elderly state man. I want to study, but I don't see him going back to APC. Probably like Bwala. Bwala is not fully back in APC, but we all know that as it stands today, Bwala is a Baptist that can even any little issue against Tinubu, he will jump on media and he must talk. So I won't see him defending. I even still see him talking more of Obi, but will tell you that he's not in support of Obi. But congratulations to him. Congratulations for his freedom from the world of fantasy and the world of illusion that he has put himself. I hope people like Pansato are still living in that world. We one day change if I thought they would change. That is on that. If I still have time, let me speak a bit on the protest. I've listened to Baba and everybody talking about this protest. Again, I've said it here before on fundamental right of people to protest. It's a fundamental right, chapter 4 of our constitution. It's non-negotiable. It's inalienable. Nobody donates it to you. You have it naturally because you are a human being first. Now, our constitution protects this. I've read out those sections here before, section 39, 40, 41, 44. And I got to section 45. I said, look, with all this freedom of movement you have, movement of your property and everything, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and all these things. There are provisions in that same law that says where that your right ends, that is where another person's right begins. So it shouldn't intersect to that person's disadvantage. So if you're protesting, and by the way, protest is not the same as riots. And I think our youth should try and understand that. Protest is not the same as riot. What you saw in Kenya was largely a riot, not protest. And I keep saying, what have they achieved? Yes, the man dismantled his cabinet, but the same cabinet is back now. What have you achieved? You destroy all the shop and everything in your space, in your capital city. Now, no good insurance for those businessmen. They are the ones suffering. What have you achieved? These are the things I keep asking myself. And I said it again. They said, oh, after all, Tinubu also worked in 2012 against Jonathan and everything. So we should turn governance now to do me, I do you. So when will we move forward? Now, I hope the protest will remain as protest and will not cross line to riot. If we cross line to riot, then that's a red line. Then the security agencies must protest those ones that don't want to protest, and you are affecting
there's an inevitability to it, because all of the body language of the protest, the language is it leans more towards a riot than anything else.
No, I don't see it again. I think there are strategies this government has put in place now that have probably mellowed those things down or water it down at least a bit. If there's going to be protest,
like what? Like what?
Okay, first and foremost, they are talking about minimum wages. The NNC and others have come out and said, please don't talk about that, our minimum wage. We are okay. We have 70,000 already from 30-something thousand. And we have already said the agreement is every 2 to 2 years, we will be reviewing it. So don't speak for us. So from the side of NNC and TUC now, their members are not coming out officially. That's what they are saying. As far as I'm concerned, that alone has watered down that thing a bit along that line, right? Secondly, they've been pleading. Some people said, oh, it's fair, the government is fair. I just laugh. You don't understand what good leadership and strategies is in governance. They've been pleading to the quarters that people listen to more than in government. Look, religious space and traditional space, people revere and respect those spaces. We all saw it during the election. All of them, including Obi, they were jumping from one religious organization to the other. So if those spaces don't matter, they won't go there. Okay? And you see traditional rulers coming out, even that, something that I even took about Benin, as highly respected as that man is, to even issue a written statement to say, look, take it easy with this government. I don't advise to his own people. There are people, numbers of it that listen to that man. So don't think they don't listen to him. And there are so many of people, a lot of them met them and say, okay, talk to your people. It's an economy reform I'm pushing. Let them give me more time. I have to push through. It's not something I will get in 1 year or 2 years, but I will try and ameliorate these things. Okay.
Yeah, Obeni, let me say something.
So let me land on what they are doing.
Just 30 seconds, because what you have to understand is that Tinubu is not Buhari. Okay, Buhari is a military thug, committed a coup d'etat, but he has allegiance of our military-industrial complex, right? So these kids protested in NSAS and were able to wrestle him to the ground, smoked him out, and he came out and gave him everything they wanted. Tinubu doesn't even have that kind of stomach, right? So don't belittle what's happening. This stuff you just said right now means that you're naive, right? If you think summoning religious leaders, this is, we have a protest that's been scheduled. The government has been notified. August 1 is going to come down and you're going to understand what's going on. You don't know what's going on. If you knew what's going on, you wouldn't even talk like that. We have a protest coming, right? Just let me finish this time. So what I'm saying is that
you said 30 seconds, though.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you did. But thanks, by the way, thank you. I will continue. I want you to understand what's
coming.
Yeah,
please
go ahead.
give me 30 seconds to Ogbeni.
Okay,
you see, this is the recurring language that's getting me antsy all the time. Tinubu is a coward. If there is any brave person in Nigeria today, it is the man called Tinubu, a man who is doing the reform. Everyone, including OBJ, has kicked the can down the road. You call that a coward? That's even an umbrella statement they've been using for the Yorubas. They can't face the Fulanis. But there has never been a brave man like OBJ, who Abacha declared wanted. He was overseas. The Pope, everybody said, don't go to Nigeria, don't go, he will kill you. Obasanjo landed. He was put in prison. That's a brave man. Compare to a man who led his people. Hey, keep quiet, please. Keep quiet. He has a barman. Compare him to a man.
Okay, I agree. I just
who couldn't act like Savimbi, who stayed in Angola and died as a rebel, who has to leave his people in misery and travel to Cote d'Ivoire. The Yorubas are warriors. Thank you, Ogbeni. Carry on.
Okay, I won't go to that area because I'm reading. There's a book, by the way, there's a book I would suggest to everybody to go and read. The book came out, I think, 2023. I just stumbled on it. I ordered it on Amazon. I'm reading it. It's written by Jonathan Derrick, Biafra in the News, the Nigerian Civil War Scene from a London news desk. Very nice book I'm reading. No, so one man, I don't see the protest. I know the protest will still go on. I support the protest. I want the protest to go on. My own is I don't want a riot. If you turn protest to riots, then I expect the law enforcement agency to protect those who you are also affecting. And I know the government they are taking minimum wage. The workers are saying we are not part of this. We struck a deal every 2 years. We say we'll be reviewing. No government has ever struck such deal with them before. Every 2 years, and no government has ever increased their money, except I think OBJ, by 100% plus before. And they've got this done. They are pleading to them. They are pleading through religious leaders, through the traditional and co. And also, the police has also won. You see, there's a strategy.
You know, there's one master stroke when that the police did that the leader should submit their names and addresses. So I think that would be a calming influence on all of that. You know,
you see, there is one strategy I see this government doing, which is calling out the opposition. It's a strategy. People think, oh, they just no. For me, it's a strategy. I've looked at it deeply. I say, okay, this is actually a strategy because the oppositions are the one that can really hijack this thing to delegitimize the government and undermine that government, right? Running through to 2027, so that you can embarrass the government, okay, and then you go to the international news and then blow it up, okay. So as it is now, they've called them out already. All eyes on you. They say, "Obi, you are the one sponsoring." I see Patutomi trying to damage control now. Possibly the man didn't even know anything, and they just call his name as part of the one sponsoring. I saw the guy making shalaye, many shalaye now. The guy is just shalaye things, and I said, "This is a very, this is a very mischievous strategy from the government."
Nobody's doubting that the government is tough now. The argument you're making is like, people are saying that the government is not stronger than a section of the country, or
no. The government is strong. The argument I'm making is this: they've been making a multi-dimensional approach to this. Unlike other, where I can excuse Jonathan because that was spontaneous. Everybody went to December holiday. We woke up January 1st, and the guy made that announcement.
When 3 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. But I can't excuse NSAS because they planned NSAS. It was on social media before they started everybody. So I can't. But this one, see the approach is different from NSAS approach. They've been going through, and at the same time, they are sending stern warning to people who might want to hijack. And they've told you there's intelligence report that shows that some people may want to hijack. So you that will come out, you should be careful. You know where to go, know where not to go. Not that you are protesting and you are moving close to ShopRite on that day. Whatever happened to you in ShopRite, it escalates to looting, you bear the brunt. That's the EU. So me, I see them managing it that way. The only area I have not seen, which I don't know why, which I think political scholars or analysts would find answer to that, is that in a situation like this, since we've had Kenya And we are seeing almost them being inspired from Kenya, because as far as I'm concerned, it's Kenya that is inspiring this thing now. Okay, without Kenya. Now, possibly we should see the president coming out to address the nation and say, look, but political analysts can say no. So for every issue, the president should be coming out to address the nation. That is a distraction. You don't.
But could I give you a scenario? Let me give you a scenario. Then you tell me.
Don't give me a scenario, because we have to get to
just
other
1
people.
second.
No, you've interjected them out.
I know.
Yeah.
Just the last one I want to touch it after this. Obene, let me give you a scenario, right, that you haven't thought about. Let's say this on the 1st of August, this protest starts, right? And it has international dimension, maybe because of this oil thing that's happening, the oil companies or whatever. Say the United States is interested. Let's just say they want to use these protesters, right? And on the first or second day, we have a bunch of casualties, which will include our leaders, right?
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Whereby, what's his name? Shetima is gone. Wike is gone.
No,
right?
that's just some fancy. No, let's just carry on.
What do you mean by gone?
It's fanciful. It's saying the Americans will come and kill them because of Dangote's refinery.
You see,
hold on now. Don't run away from a scenario that's possible. It's likely. It may not happen.
No, let's just carry on. It's getting so ludicrous.
You see,
they won't let me talk.
They love that narrative, and that was why they told us back then that if Obi lose this election, you remember 2023, America will come in, leave all those things. America is battling with its own thing. America is battling with who should succeed Joe Biden now. And Trump is giving them a tough time. America don't have your time. You see, all these Western countries don't have your time again. You should know that. Look at Kenya. They don't have your time. They don't give any damn whatever is happening in your corner. So we better take our own destiny by our hands and ensure that no collapse of states. If Nigeria collapse, you that is even staying in America, it will affect you too. It will affect everyone. Okay? So, one man, that's all I have for tonight. As far as I'm concerned, all those banners that shows that block all airports leading to Enugu, Lagos, and all those spaces. I know by now DSS have those who designed those posters, and they have names of people that are posting it online, and I don't expect them to just fold their hands without taking some steps. So let's see what's going to happen 1st of August. As far as I'm concerned, I want the protest to go on. Let the government know that your popularity is declining because of this reform. So they better get the end of this reform right, or else Tinubu's name will go down in the history as the most failed president in Nigeria if this particular economic reform doesn't yield what the plan is going to yield for Nigeria. Thank you, one man, everyone.
All right, brilliant. So that's the majestic Ogbeni, of course, elegant man. So thank you, Ogbeni. So from Ogbeni, we go on to Hassan. Hopefully, Hassan is there in fully. Hassan, I've been trying to get hold of you. I want you to appear as a guest on the platform. I tried to call you, but I couldn't get through. I think maybe it was like network issues. But if you are not fully occupied tomorrow, then maybe we can arrange it. But I'll speak to you offline. But Hassan, let me trail you in with a 2-minute clip, and then off the back of the clip, you pick it up.
I can also tell you their game plan, because we have seen all of these things through credible intelligence, is to create chaos and precipitate a coup and take Nigeria back to the halcyon days. In this day and age, would any reasonable Nigerian, any patriotic Nigerian, however much you hate the current administration, will support a violent change of regime? That is the objective of the people planning this thing. It's not a protest. Those who are stragglers and those who are largely uninformed or uninitiated to the fundamental objectives of the planners are the ones shouting on social media, hey, this, day, that, hey, oh, yeah, no, yes, we want this, we want that. No, they are being used indirectly. Some without their knowing, some with their knowledge or connivance. But the objective is a regime change by force. Please, you'll agree with me that no responsive government anywhere in the world will sit back and allow chaos to take place in its area of jurisdiction. It's not possible. It's not. Why? I did tell you that we are veterans in protest, so we can never muzzle protest. Just a few weeks ago, the NLC protested. We didn't muzzle anybody. They went out on the streets, and that's not the first time. They were not muzzled.
So there it is. That's it from Dele Alake's point of view, regime change. But Hassan, good to see you. Flush yours.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well and you're living your best lives. One man, you see, what is happening with planned protests and what it is evolving into. And when I look at it, and I've listened to different people speak, from Ajanli Koko to Baba to Pansat and now to Ogbeni, and everybody has his own take on the matter. However, the last time I was here 2-3 days ago, I was saying that at the end of the day, people in the North are very religious people. So the prayer has always been that people are going out to protest, but that it should be something of benefit for Nigeria at the end of the day. Now, obviously, while there is an intersection between what people in the North want to do with the protest because of, the inflation, and people here are relatively poor compared to other parts of the country. While there is that intersection with people, in other parts of Nigeria, especially people who are coming from that, IPOB-like space, and how extreme their goals for the protests are, it's obvious that I'm beginning to see that this protest, it is foolhardy to expect that this protest will not happen. I think it will happen, but I think the government will manage. And I am expecting personally that the president is going to address the nation, and that he is going to make some sort of concession, to mellow all this down. I agree with Ogbeni with what he says about the government having a strategy, and that the way they are handling all this is about strategy. And if that strategy should work, then I believe just before the 1st of August, when this process is eventually going to start, the president is going to address the nation. He is going to make some sort of concessions. And I know if he does that, as far as the people in the North, of course, these people voted for this man. And it's just that his kind of leadership has not been the one that he communicates with the people enough to convince them. And there is this, continuation of the Buhari thing about leaving people hopeless. There is no, enough respect to come out and tell people, okay, this is what we are doing now to ameliorate the problems that you people are facing. And people are battling with basics. People are so hungry, and this is creating friction, a lot of friction. And if what we have heard about Tinubu, about him being this political gladiator who understands the landscape, who always gets what is done, if that is truly who he is, then I don't believe that he should leave this problem of extreme poverty and hunger to continue to fester to the point that it will lead to the kind of rhetorics that I'm hearing from different spaces about violent regime change, anarchy, chaos, and all that. I believe it's not going to reach that. But overall, my prayer is that at the end of this all, something positive should come out of it for the Nigerian people. As regards,
If I can hold you in that space, and by the way, Hassan, I'm not quite sure what you've done, but your connection now is pitch perfect. But if I can hold you to that space, what would be if that protest will take place? Or hopefully it doesn't turn into the anarchy that everybody is anticipating. But what would be a positive outcome for the efforts that protest would require? So what outcome would make you conclude that the protest was a success?
If the president comes out and addresses, the nation and, enumerate decisions that shows that, yes, there is concern for the average person on the streets, and people would have to see, that, yes, this is done in all seriousness, and a parameter is set for measuring, the feedback of the impact of such a measure. Say, for example, the president comes out on the 31st of this month and says the federal government is going to import food, say maybe rice from Asia, whatever it is that they decide to put money. They have money, so they could import food. If they import a lot of this food, then have government channels where you can reduce the price of food and then sell it, at such a price that everybody would have enough food. If people here in the north have access to food, maybe say plan that you have enough food reserve, say for the next 3-4 months, with just 3 months, so that there will be a radical drop in the amount of the price for the amounts of food in the next, say, 3-4 weeks, and people can see it.
Hassan, 1 minute, please. What do you mean that if people in the north can have access to food? I thought, north is the food basket of the nation, and I thought food is more cheaper and in abundance in the north. So why are people hungry over there now? Because we've been saying people are very hungry. Why are they hungry? Not.
Yeah, Nigerians.
It's economics. Let me answer. It's
Yes.
economics. It's economics, Baba Janli Koko. You see, this food that we are talking about, that is here in the north, that is in abundance, and it is in the hands of people, middlemen, who are there to make the profit. It's capitalism. They are there to get as much as they can take, and they are selling it at cutthroat prices. Understand that the food is not in the hands of government. Even the subsistence farmers, when they farm it, because they are so poor, they cannot be able to store it and then for a long period of time. They have already a backlog of needs and stuff that they need to deal with. So these people, the middlemen, come and they buy in bulk. They have these large stores, and they are all ex-government officials, a few other, businessmen who have huge capital that they put because the government is not allowing any other food from outside to come. If you have the capital, you just go and buy from all these small village farmers, and then you have a big store, and then you keep it there. And with this way the inflation is rising, you can control it enough that just maybe 10-15 people will be controlling the amount, because nobody else has it. And now it's planting season, so everybody is out there in the farm trying to plant and then get what he wants. So because the majority of the food is in the hands of a few people, then, and they are the ones that are going to sell it at the price that they are going to sell it. I mean, it's capitalism. So This
Yeah,
makes
can I
it
ask you a question, Hassan, please?
Hassan,
let
I
me-
actually, sorry, Hassan, I actually know a girl that is in that space. I'll put her on the screen now, actually. This girl right here, her name is Maria Habila. She does that buying into storage of food items to maximize profit. That's she's a Kano girl, you know, but yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, carry on.
look, if you have
Yeah,
the
woman, I plead for him
like-
to give me just 10 seconds or 5 to ask him a question.
I've not
Hassan,
landed, and
No, it's about you can answer later.
Yeah, let him land. I think he wants to keep the momentum of what he is, and then come after.
Woman.
Yeah.
Sorry, who is going to interject?
It was Baba.
Oh, Baba. Okay. Yeah.
All right, carry on.
Okay. So you see, that is what is making the people in the north so angry. Food. These are people who, have access to food for most of the time, and just within the space of 1 year, they have lost access to food. Now they are angry. If you can get these people subsidized food, it's not even about the petrol. People are talking about, and the president should reduce the subsidy or bring it back. No, I don't think that is exactly what will happen. If the government can get the food into the country, they can transport it to the various states and then have people have access to that food. Then the anger will come down. Then within the next 3 months, then put in place a mechanism that which should have been done earlier before the president removed that subsidy, a mechanism to ensure that you are cushioning this effect. You see this 70,000 naira into the accounts of 5 million Nigerians, it will not go around enough to make the impact that you think. And where you are giving one bag to each household, which never gets to the people, or telling people that the government has given your governors food. Why don't you ask your governors? You ask the governors, they say we're giving 20 trailers of rice, 20 trailers of rice for a state like Borno that has 8 million people. What does it do? These are just piecemeal, superficial, looks like superficial things that from the vantage of the common man is what the government is trying to do, just gaslight them and continue this, because you cannot come and talk about this sophisticated, economic, macro and microeconomic things to the average Nigerian who is out there to just try to make ends meet. It will not make sense. And with the history of Nigeria and what has happened before, the kind of promise that has not been kept, people are right, to say that they want to see something that will manifest before they can agree to this. So within that time frame, what the government can do is to create a mechanism that will, in the long run, cushion the effects. Don't leave Nigerians to bear this brunt like this. Not when you have bought yourself a private jet, a yacht, you have let your Senate, spend money like that. You travel with a whole retinue of.
Is that another area that they need to address immediately? The optics, the ostentatious governance, vis-a-vis people. There are clips of people eating grass in Nigeria, and then you are living this life of Arab princes, Yeah.
Yes. There's this saying in Hausa, idan aka bi ta bera to dole ma, idan aka bi ta barawo to abi ta mabi sahu. That even if you say, daddawa, this traditional Hausa, just like a traditional Maggi, a seasoning, it's just a traditional Maggi. They call it daddawa. It has this pungent smell that when you keep it in a room. So it just translates as, if you want
It's
to
like
find
locust beans.
That's the Iru Ogiri.
Yeah. It's like locust beans. Yeah.
Yes, that if you want to accuse the rat of, always trying to get, where that the dawa is, you also have to consider that the dawa has a pungent smell that will attract, that mouse to get to where it is. So these are systems, these there is a loop between what is happening in society and how the political space is responding, and the way the political space responds will also affect what is happening in society. You see, before the hunger, people in the north were not even actually looking at the government or what is happening. But this hunger have made them to look at the government, to look at it critically. And when they look at it, what they see is Akpabio jesting. Let the poor breathe. Or they see Tinubu, who has said he is this political stallion that has done all sorts of abracadabra and turned Lagos into this place and this and that, and yet this is what they are getting, unable to feed their families, unable to make ends meet, and every day things are just getting bad without sufficient, communication with the government to the people to tell them, look, this is where we are, this is where we are going. They feel they are not respected enough. The common man is not respected enough by the people who are ruling him, to even warrant this kind of discussion. So at the end of the day, if this protest does not achieve anything, at least it has, opened the minds of people power, and how real democratic systems ought to work, and what is there to begin when people protest with the good intention of ensuring that things get better, not trying to bring regime change and all these things. Because of course, all those, things that are beginning to take root in the background, are serious issues. But I don't think if the president is who he is, and who most of you that get emotional on this platform about this impending protest and feel as if the Yoruba nation is wronged, or people are trying to do this or do that just because he is a Yoruba man or something like that, if he is the person that you guys claim he is, then he ought to anticipate within this time period and then do something about this. This is not something you let to go.
All right. Before he goes, I need to answer.
Hold on, Baba. Hassan, take a question from Baba, and then after you respond, yes, take a question.
I also have a question for
you say so, Hassan. You see why I'm saying you have to come on as a guest. You have to come on as a guest. You will have to come on tomorrow as a guest. I think I'm going to have to bully you into it because I've been asking nicely. I have to start bullying now. I have to bully you to come on tomorrow. I'll send you a link. I'll send you a link of when Uptown appeared as a guest. Then you know the format. It's not you've seen us handle guests before, so yeah.
Yeah, one man. This is my. It's like a second home to me now. I want to come to this a lot, but the problem is, you guys have to understand, is that the timing is just not like very
it's a hot time for you.
Yeah, it's always in the night. I have to cancel my sleeping, and if I have something that I've got to do, man, I need to sleep. So it may not be tomorrow, but I'll commit to. Yes,
you see, I'm so nice to them. I come, you over there crying about coming to sleep. They don't consider me they don't give a damn about me, but here you're begging this guy to come.
Look, Pansat, you are Janle Coco and Thomas, and when you are landlords now. You are part of the fabric of the something and Celibi. So you are not new to this space. I
have a very important question for him.
Let Baba ask that question. Yes, I think Baba wanted to.
Baba, could you yield to me?
I am standing by to ask question. Can this be orderly, please?
All right, but we have to make it somewhat sharp. Can you hold on, please? Hold on. We have to make it somewhat sharp. So Baba, condense the question. Hassan condensed the answer. Then Akinzo condensed the question. Hassan condensed the answer. Pansat condensed the question so that we can move it around. So Baba first.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Okay, Hassan. It seems you are not paying attention. About a month ago, the presidency talked about 150 days open window. They are going to import a lot of grains, rice, and that stuff. It takes time before you open your pro forma invoice and start shipping, do your purchase and start shipping. And it takes If it's Europe, maybe 12, 14 days before those goods will get here. That is one. Well, when they made that announcement, I think it was people of Taraba State say, "Oh no, Mr. President, we have enough rice. We can feed the whole nation with it." And things like, and on this platform, we're saying, where were this rice when people were crying of hunger? Now you said you people are very vast in protest. I wonder now, a government of 40 months.
No, wait first.
Wait. Let me ask my question. My question is coming. So coming. Wait. You people are you know how to protest now for a government of 14 months. So is it not correct or right or politically pointed for you to go after those warehouses and seize those things? Because if we have them in the South, I bet you the Southerners will go seize those products. What do you think about that?
Okay, what I think about that is that, Baba, you are now speaking like the obedience that you were trying to condemn earlier. Why should we people go and take other people's thing? Isn't that your complaint all over in the first place, that this protest may lead to people go and doing criminal things? Just because somebody is a businessman and he has this thing in his stores, it's capitalism we are doing. He's doing his legitimate business. Why should people go and break it and loot it? You see, Baba, wait,
why do you not blame the government?
Which government? Which
government? That the government is not providing you food.
Are you trying to deny that people are hungry? Is that where you think this is just some sort of, because people hate Tinubu, that is why they are doing this in the north?
Part of it.
No.
Part of it.
No. Well, I think if you think that, then maybe you have limited information, or there is some sort of deliberate laziness in trying to analyze this thing to the logical conclusion, or maybe you've had such a good life and you do not understand what it feels like to be hungry, to be deprived, to be hopeless.
I thank you. At least you're not calling me an idiot. So carry on.
No. I'm just trying to understand this human to human, me and you, because you seem to want to latch on.
No, you know why? You know why I'm stiffly against the Northerners protesting, because their own kid and king ruled that country for 8 years, and I didn't hear a whimper from that territory.
Well, I should say that they should have protested. They should have protested, but I will be biased in any way to if I insist that, because you will never agree with me. The thing that I've been trying to say is, if it were in Buhari's regime that people were this hungry, this will happen. It did not happen in Buhari's regime. It happened in Tinubu's regime.
Oh, we're living in plenty that period, right?
No, you see, that's why I'm saying you are too privileged to understand that there is no way I can get to you from this point.
I give up on you until you come as a guest.
We just, so that I will not say something that I may regret later. So let's just leave it.
All right, no. Let Aki come in.
Just to, before you move on, sorry, I'm so sorry. Azan, what is with the look in the north? Do you think the protest will be that? Are they really putting their mind to it? Or is just people are just not certain whether they are going to protest or not yet?
A lot of people are not certain, and there are a lot who are certain. Now, the good thing about the protest in the north is that those who are certain that they are going out to protest, those are the most reliable people that you can think about. In fact, they have made plans to police themselves, so that if anybody within the crowd is trying to instigate or start to steal something or does something, out of line, these people are ready to, get those people and hand them over
and tackle it
to the authorities and tackle it. So I don't think it's the same mindset with the ones who are talking of regime change, who are talking of people dying or violence or things like that. It's not the same. That's the fundamental difference. So you see, this is a developing situation. All of us are just assuming things right now, but I believe that if this country is in the hands of Tinubu and he's in full control, and he is the person that we have been made to believe he is, then it will not get out of hand. Of course, as the president of this country, there are a lot of things that he can do to ensure that people do not continue to go hungry. Aren't you guys looking at the indices? One man, please check it, and the amount of malnutrition in children under 5 and the amount of death that is happening right now. There are a lot of things that are happening. Check World Health Organization's database. A lot is happening, but these things are not up there in the fore enough for people to be able to empathize. And just because you are from the same party or the same ethnic group with the president does not mean you should not be able to look at things at least rationally, critically, and fairly.
All right. Take a question from Akinzo. I really wanted you to speak on Connect Okonkwo as well, but I'm also conscious of other people waiting as well. So I can make it just a short question. Make the answer brief. Yeah.
Thank you so much, woman. Yayadei Malam Hassan. Yeah, okay. Thanks for all the contribution you've given so far. However, I have a problem with you guys, okay? I have lived in the North, and I understand how things work in the North, okay? And I don't know why this double standard. And, you know, Baba asked you a question today, and of course, I asked you a question, was it 2 days ago, with regards to Buhari was there for 8 years, right? And Tinubu is just there for a year. And yet, you couldn't make at least a solid difference between this administration, that's Tinubu's administration, with Buhari's administration. So what I'm going to ask you right now, let me rephrase the question for him, okay? What is the difference between Buhari's regime, 8 years, and what's the difference between Buhari's regime, 8 years, and this just, what, over a year? Yeah.
Okay.
Let's start with that.
Okay, nice question. Do you know a man that?
No, you're not starting with that. It's a one-off question. Yes. It's not going to be a long conversation. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know?
Man, I'd like to ask a short question too. Very short question.
All right. You have not turned into a guest, so there it is. Carry on. Yeah.
One man, turn him into a guest. Let's fire on.
Do you know a gentleman that lived in the Enlightenment age? He's an economist. He's quite popular. His name is Abraham Maslow. He has this popular triangle of needs, and it's just a reflection of the human condition. And I believe all of us here.
Let him just carry on.
One man, I am not.
Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Is that one man?
Is that one man?
Yes.
Listen to me.
Woman, sorry.
I'm not asking questions.
You guys should allow him to
answer. Why would you ask questions if you won't let me to answer? Why?
Hold on. I'm not talking to you, Azan. I want to speak to one man. Please, give me 1 sec. One man, I will kick myself out. I think Madam Sita wants to come in.
Don't go too far. Don't go too far because
no, I'm here. One man. I am here. I'm with you. I will kick myself out. I'm with you. Don't worry. I will kick myself out.
Don't worry. We've upgraded the something, so Zita can come in, but I'll just shuffle you. We can have 4 people in the background. Yeah.
Oh yeah, good. You shuffle me. I think Madam Sita want to come in the comment section.
Yeah, I've sent the link. But carry on, Hassan. I think people want to speak to you. So carry on.
Okay. So in his hierarchy,
you are talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Yes.
Yes. If you look at that pyramid, you see that at the bottom of it, there is food. The first thing is food. Then shelter. Then when you begin to when your basic needs are met, that is when you begin to think of any other thing. At that point where people, are hungry, they are primal. It's like you are facing a wild animal. So the person you are meeting that is hungry is not actually the same person you meet that is not. And why is it difficult for these people to understand that people are hungry because of a hyperinflation that was caused by a president that removed it without a cushioning mechanism? And somehow that translates to the northern people did not do that. They were not this hungry in the time of Buhari. Yes, there were security issues. Yes, there were issues with corruption. Yes, but since I was born, I have never seen people this hungry, this damn hungry and hopeless. And just because during Buhari's 8 years, you were not in the same position now.
So what do you think that is responsible for that?
Hold on, Ajale Koko.
Karim, what do you think is responsible for that hunger?
Is Tinubu's economic policies now?
Not the policies themselves, and the inability to anticipate that this will lead to this situation, and without putting effective cushioning mechanisms by the government. It's a problem of government policy and implementation.
Hassan, let me share an anecdote with you. I went to pick up my mom from the airport earlier today. That's why I was late to start the session. My sister was meant to do it, but she palmed it off for me. So when I was dropping her off at my sister's, so we were talking, of course, and she was, of course, I was asking her what was going on, and she was saying to me that things are so dire that when you are at the shops, a well-dressed person, and she's saying not just one instance, but numerously, a well-dressed person, suited and booted, will pick up items and quietly come up to you and ask if you can pay for it for him. So is that bad in Lagos, where even semi-yuppie people are now doing, they said begging is now it's now a blood sport now. People are clambering. It's a blood sport now. Begging.
One man, you remember the lady that we helped early this year, who had a mama put place in Maiduguri. And if you noticed in that video, you see that her shed is just outside. There is a place where people eat, but then out there you can eat. So in places like that now in Maiduguri, where you can eat in mama puts that the chairs are just arranged outside. You cannot eat in the full glare of people right now. It will look as if you are. Children will come and start looking at you if you are not in some kind of neighborhood or in a place where you don't find commoners, maybe in GRA or some secluded place. If it's in, like, say, close to the market or to the motor park or any place where you find common people, you cannot eat that food. Maybe you can eat it, but you are not going to eat it with a rest of mind, because the eyes that will be looking at you while eating. Do you understand that kind of scenario? I don't know whether you guys will get it. Maybe you guys are all for maybe
you should start sending in clips, Hassan.
Please, 5 minutes.
Just because it's my turn, you're not going to let the guy rest. Let me ask my question so I could get out of here, please.
No, let Baba talk now.
Hold on. Baba, hold on. It was meant to be Pansat's son. I said Baba Akinzo then Pansat. So I think it's within rights.
Yeah. And, but one man, Hassan didn't answer my question. I mean,
he answered it in the manner that
give the guy a break. He's trying. Give me a break. Sanu, Hassan, assalamu alaikum.
Pansat.
Kake.
Go straight to the point. What is assalamu alaikum? This issue, man.
Shikur San Wani Abugami da Manufofin Kashashen Waje.
Yeah, that's a Google Translate. Google Translate, it never gets it right.
I want to know if he knows anything about foreign policy. That's it's not Google. I'm trying. Do you know here? I'm assuming you know something about foreign policy, right?
All right, just get me the question. If I don't know it, I would say I did.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah, it's not a quiz. What I'm saying is that I want you to let your thoughts now go to the height of your imagination. With the thing that's going on, for example, in the Francophone countries, right? Like Mauritania, Senegal, what used to be called French Sudan, now called Mali, French Guinea, now called Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Dahomey. There is a fight that's going on geopolitics where France has already hugged Russia. So Russia has been going out there messing with French interests, right? So for the first time, we have a president that's got his face with the French, because he has a godfather over there called Chagori that lives in France. So what I'm asking you a question: do you see a scenario where the problem we have is far worse than what some of these Tinubu's kinsmen on this platform are thinking about? Or it's just show it, or it's just Obi, or it's just some Nigerians who are messing with their kinsmen, right? Do you see a situation where there's something more sinister, where you have this French colonies abandon France and go with dictators?
Okay. I get the question. Let me put the question in a more digestible. What Pansat is asking you is that France has lost Francophone to the Russians. Are they then through this protest trying to somewhat seize Nigeria? Is that essentially what it is?
No.
Was that your question, Pansat?
Yeah, is that conspiracy?
Yeah, that was good. That would do.
Yeah. You see, as much as we like to, push and apportion blame to the Westerners, and yes, they may be active in all this, but I don't think it is at this level. If at all we are facing anything from them, then it should be at the level of the IMF and the World Bank, and with their policies that they are having Tinubu implement, that somehow has cascaded, to the people. Not that the French are the ones asking Tinubu, micromanaging him to ensure that people are hungry so that they can come. No, I cannot imagine that to be the case. However, I will repeat again that what I feel is actually happening is a misstep of Tinubu, and this attitude of the ruling elites towards the common Nigerian, thinking that he will never amount to a level where they can come down to his level, understand what he's dealing with, digest it, and then solve it in good faith, and looking at him as an equal human being with the same right. Because you see the way we live, well, it's almost everywhere, but the elitism of our elites is highly elitist. Let me speak to Renchi today. So that is what is happening. There is so much disdain with the way the ruling elites treat the commoners, and they have been managing it, but they have never been disdained during hunger to this point that they are literally telling their imams that if you keep on with this, telling people not to protest, you will be next. And people are just saying all sorts of things, to the point that the imams now don't want to tell people not to protest. They are telling people to protest, but to protest amicably, to protest under the rule of law, to look out for each other, to ensure that there is no, collateral damages and things like that. That is what is happening now. On the other hand,
did change.
No, no, hold on, Baba, because Zita has also come in specifically to ask Hassan a question. Kulata also to ask him a question. So answer. Sorry, Baba.
Don't forget me.
Bye.
Don't worry, man. I understand.
Sorry, Hassan.
Yeah, well, so on the other hand, one man, there are people who are born with silver spoons. I'm seriously beginning to suspect that Baba has been born with a silver spoon.
No, Baba is an elite now.
Yes, and his mouth is just so full. You keep coming from. You are giving that by Baba, and I've been a sociologist before. and I've practiced it a bit, I should be able to know with my interaction with people where they are leaning.
Baba, Hassan, it's about to get really exciting. Q, mute and unmute because your connection is not connecting properly. So Q is a long time member of this platform. Click on mute and unmute so I can bring you on the screen. So he speaks in your voice as well, Q. I'm not sure if you've heard him speak before, but Q, mute and unmute. You're not connecting properly. So I'll wait for you to do that. But carry on, Hassan, and then yes, carry on, Hassan. I'm really excited that Q is here.
Okay, so essentially, I cannot see that there is a foreign hand to this problem, because we all know how the problem started and we know where we are. It started on the 29th of May when our president was, after he just took his oath of office, and then just pushed away the fuel subsidy to add fuel to fire. He also removed the arbitrary dollar rates that we had. Even though they anticipated that there is going to be a lot of suffering that is going for it, but the mechanism in place was not good enough to cushion the effects of that, and that is the consequences of what we are looking at now.
All right, brilliant. Q, if I've sent the link into the comment section again, if you want to comment, I'd really like to hear from you. So if Q comes in, Hassan, he will share those questions with you, because he is a similar and upper middle class voice from the north. Now click on mute and unmute, Q. Click on mute and then unmute. Your device is not connecting. So that's to you, Q. Q. All right, click on mute and unmute so I can bring you on. Ogwene, you had a question for Hassan, and then we go to Zeta or Kulata.
Yeah, I will quickly make a comment, then I will ask my question. Mr. Hassan.
Ogwene, how you doing now?
Yes, I know Baba, I do. Yani?
Hello.
So the first comment I want to make is this. It is not just under this government that children hang around restaurants and everywhere in the north. The Almajiri is waiting for one to eat, and then they eat the crumbles. It's been there for a very long time. You will agree with me. And by the way, let me give you a little about myself. I married somebody from Sokoto. I married Fulani woman, so you should know. I'm not talking only from the perspective. So, and I've lived so much in the north. I lived all those Mobi, Michika, Uba, Gombe, Hongbiu, Songnuma, Potiskum, all those areas. I practiced there for a very long time. Yes, before I migrated to Abuja. So to just give you a little that I know about that space. So the question I want to ask you is this. Don't you think that the major problem we are facing, particularly in the northern part of Nigeria, that is causing, as far as I'm concerned, it's not food scarcity. Food are there, but it's the hike in price of food. So now, the commoners can no longer purchase. The purchasing power is so much reduced that they can't purchase as much as they could to feed their family any longer. So my question is that don't you think that going by what happened early in this government, and I'll give you two examples, in Kano and in Niger. In Kano, when the new governor first got there, he declared and ordered the Kano State Government Public Complaint and Anti-Corruption Commission, if you know them, I remember them, PCACC. He ordered them to go for what he called anti-food hoarding exercise. And that exercise worked well early in this government, whereby they seized people who were hoarding food, about 10 warehouses in Kano Eno. In Niger, they seized almost 20-something trailers of people buying food for the purpose of hoarding. In Sokoto too, they seized some trailers. There were taking food out of the country are en masse. And we have seen that dropped since January this year. And that has spiked this food thing. So where I'm going is this. Don't you think that apart from insecurity, food hoarding by the capitalists in the north, and when I say capitalists, the Olam of this world, Top Feed of this world, Farmgate, Jubilee Agrotech, Livestock, all these guys, top echelon in the agric industry in the north, highly industrialized commercial farming in the north. Don't you think that the government, particularly at the state level, should start taking action like those that Kano, Niger, and Sokoto take back then, even while we are planning this protest? What's your take on that?
Well, you see, I believe whatever happens, happens with a sense of degree. You cannot equate 3 degrees Celsius with 30 degrees Celsius. At some point, the water will just be warm. At some point, the water will start boiling. Now, this comparison of saying Buhari's 8 years is, completely refusing to look at what degree is in the way the world works. People were not this hungry for the obtained time. I'll repeat it, at the time of Buhari. Now, that's settled. Regarding what was the government trying to go after people who were hoarding, do you know what actually happened behind the scenes during that time? I know Kano actually seized food from some warehouses. They actually seized and locked those warehouses. But then at the end of the day, those people came back with their lawyers, found a way out, and they actually got everything back. So your assertion that there is food, yes, there is food. And yes, it is, the direct consequence of having a hyperinflated economy where people's income have not increased, yet the amount of the money they pay for food has quadrupled. That is what is indirectly causing the hunger. Now, that is the case. Now, regarding actually saying, okay, people in the north should have held their governors accountable. This is a unitary system of government, and the most consequent of the policy that has brought us to this did not emanate from government houses. It emanated on that podium on the 29th day of May 2023. So it's better for all of us to look at this thing as it is, not as we wished it to be, but as it is. The more we look at it as approximate to the original reality, the more likely we are to find solutions that will also work in reality. But coming from sentiment actually will not, help us discuss these things as we ought to. We'll just keep saying, but you, but that, but, well, it's interesting, it's drama, but, at the end of the day, it's like we just don't want to talk about the real issues, and we're just talking about your religion, your tribe, and it's kind of repetitive.
All right, Hassan, I want to bring Q into the conversation because he may well have perspective similar to yours. Q, I'm not sure how much of the conversation you've been listening to in the background, but if you want to come in and give some perspective, but before you come in to give that perspective, Hassan, I do want to give a shout out somewhat to your platform. I was looking for the link to share it in the comment section, but how is it? What's the name? Is it the Wazobia Dark Room, Mr.?
Yes, it's Wazobia Dark Room. And, the work that I do is actually, it's in education. And the reason why I've not been posting is that I follow, you see, Fulani children who are, they are nomadic children. So I'm running a program that requires me to get nomadic children back to school, even though their parents are traversing all over the bushes. So I am also always in the bushes doing my reports and things like that. So when I get to places like Maiduguri, you see, and the last time I talked to you guys and my network was clear was because I was in Maiduguri, and today too, and that is why. But when I'm in those, places, the network is not just so good, and that's why I've not been able to communicate. Now my channel too is Wazobia Dark Room, and anybody that wants to follow can follow, but as of now I'm still engaged with a lot of programs, but I will be back on that channel as soon as possible, inshallah. So thank you.
All right, Brilliant. Pop the link in the private chat. If you put it in the comment section, it won't let you, but if I do it, it will. So pop it in the private chat so I can put it on there. But Q, if you're ready, you can unmute. Apologies to everyone, but you will know why if you hear Q, then because the last time he was here, it was quite illuminating. So Q, it's been a moment. Can you unmute Q? After all that build up, look at Q.
Is he in Nigeria?
I'm not sure. It's it travels around a lot, so I'm not quite sure where he is. It may well be where you are in Maiduguri. All right, Q. When you are ready on mute, then speak to us. But as we await you, let's go to Zita.
Ask a follow-up question.
Okay, you can, but it has to be brief so we can get to it.
We they wait now.
I'm just. Oh, there's somebody waiting. No problem.
All right. So Zita, you were asking us to hold Hassan till you come in. So he's still here. Zita, let's hear from you.
Hey, hello. One man.
Adele.
Hassan, how are you?
Fine, ma. Welcome, Madam Zita.
Thank you. It's good to hear from you, and I'm excited listening to all you said. In fact, actually, it was your voice that woke me up. One man, the kind of engagement I wanted with Hassan, I don't know how much time you have, because I don't want to be all over the place. You see, we've been discussing this, they call it protest or demonstration, for a long time, in and out of this your platform. And then I noticed that we all the discussions I'll be having with some people on this issue, they've been all over the place. I would love to engage Hassan on this topic without being all over the place. I want to ask him some certain questions, and I want him to answer me sincerely, so that we will not be all over the place, like talking generally, what happened here, what happened there. I don't know how much time you have, but I would have.
You've broken somewhat. So Hassan, you can see that I'm right that you have to come on as a guest. It's just the demand is there. You can hear it. Zita, we've lost you. Are you back, Zita?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, right. You dip for a moment. Carry on.
As to speak, so that I speak with him before he leaves, because I don't want to be all over the place. I notice that this discussion in and out of your platform, anybody who engage on this issue of this so-called protest,
you can engage with him.
I don't know
Zita.
how much time you have.
Yeah, but it has to be, because I think other people also want to put questions. Yes. Okay, you come after Kulata then. Kulata, you're up next. And Q, when you're ready on mute.
Hassan.
Yeah, Kulata.
I don't know.
Fine, my brother. How you doing?
I did. Quick question. For the elite that lost the FX, the dollars that they used to get from round tripping, how are they reacting to this government? What mechanism are they using to react to this government?
You now you now sound like a lawyer who is doing cross-examination. You want a rope for my neck, drag me, go where you want, drop me.
But you do acknowledge some people are no longer making cheap money anymore, and I'm sure they're not happy with it, and I'm sure they're going to be reacting.
Of course, as with all other previous governments, whenever there is a change of guard, of course, there is a change of influence. There is a change, in people who have privilege, financial positions that help them amass wealth. It was no different from that of Buhari. So, and I do not know these people to say whether they are.
Well, what Kolata is asking you is corruption fighting back? Is this corruption fighting back? Is that not?
It may be, but what I'm seeing on ground.
All this rioting in the north is corruption fighting back.
Yes, it may be. Of course, there is a possibility of that, but I have not. What my intuition is that even if there are people like that, yes, they may be, but there is something organic about what is happening. That is just what I need people with silver spoons to be able to understand, that yes, there is some place in the whole wide possibilities and probabilities of this universe that yes, people can be hungry because of a government policy, and that they can react in the manner that they are reacting now, and it is justifiable and it is justified. That's just what I'm saying.
All right. So Q, we're still waiting to hear from you. When you're ready, unmute yourself and document your presence.
Can I do that follow-up question now?
Yeah, go on.
So I've been wondering. I've been trying to connect because I always have this conversation with my wife all the time, trying to understand what exactly is the connection between, because when I was in the north, I had a farm, right? But and I still have one presently in Nasarawa. They call the place Gate after Kefi. And we do rice production and all sorts of things. So the question I want Asan to help me to unravel is this: the connection between removal of subsidy, which yes, removal of subsidy led to increase in fuel price. I'm trying to, if there's any, I know there is no research report on that yet, but can you help us to probably unravel what exactly is the connection between the fuel hike and why you are trying to answer that? Don't forget that the impact on agriculture should be more on diesel, not petrol. And why I'm saying this is this: heavy truck, 911, moving things around, tractor, and all those things, they use diesel, they don't use petrol. So now, what's the connection really between the hiking price of petrol and the problem with increase in price of food, if not for hoarding and some saboteur just causing this, particularly in the northern part, which is the food basket of the nation?
I think they are all, interconnected, right? And because you have to factor in a shoot in the cost of transportation. Yes, while there is transporting the food from the farm to the market, and those distances are done by typically with not as big lorries as the one that uses diesel. There are smaller ones that use PMS. You get it, right? So when these farmers take this food to the market and sell it, of course, they are not living in a vacuum. They are living in a country whose economic situation is very poor. Therefore, if there is a hyperinflation and they go and sell this food at X amount, then after a few days, when they also get that money that they get, and then they go to the same market to buy other things that they need, all those things, have shut up. So because those things have, the prices have gone up, they will also want to look after their own interest. That is the only thing they have to sell out there for them to be able to make a living. Now, if everything that they are buying is expensive, obviously they are going to sell more expensive. There is a ripple effect with this runaway inflation thing, and there are a lot of economists who maybe I'm not explaining this as good as somebody like Kolata will, but I believe the people here will understand me, and the people that are listening where I'm coming from. So there is that, okay, because they also have to increase their own price to be able to live, to just survive themselves. That's one. Two, if you are a businessman and you are you buy something, say for 5 naira, and you bring it to your shop and then keep it, and then you want to sell it at, say, 7 naira. Now, within the space of, say, a week before that consignment, is actually sold, then you get information that that same thing you bought for 5 naira is now 8 naira 50 kobo, at wholesale price. That means if you continue to sell it for 7 naira, you will not have enough capital to go back and get it from where you got it the first time for 5 naira, even if you sell it for 7 naira the whole time. Now it's now 8 naira 50 kobo. So you are now going to definitely take it to maybe 10 naira so that your capital is safe, and then you are following some sort of profit. There is a ripple bound effect with an economy that is, suffering from hyperinflation. Now, all this is directly correlational, is related with the federal government's policy and not cushioning something for people, like that to be able to survive.
All right, brilliant. Zita, you're up next. And Q, we're still waiting to hear from you, by the way. On mute, I'm not quite sure what's going on. When you're ready, on mute, Q. Zita.
Okay. Hassan.
Yes, ma'am.
You see, I overheard you talking about hunger, a lot of things about our country. And I want us to go straight to the point. Can you tell me why the protest? Briefly, I don't want you to tell me a lot of story. Just tell me why. Because the way you spoke, it means you are in. So I want you to tell me why the protest.
Hunger.
That's all.
Yeah, at the bottom of it is hunger.
Okay. And you said it is a protest.
Yeah.
Okay. So a protest in the sense that it is organized.
Mm-hmm.
And who organized it?
Well, for the ones in the north, there is this group, and they have a leader. They call him Sharfaddin Bature, and he has his. They have their demands, and there are a lot of other groups too, that have been seen who have said that they are going to go out on that day to protest, if not for anything.
Okay. You mentioned one group, and you said that group, they have their demand. Okay.
Yes.
It is a group.
Yes.
Is it a legally registered group recognized by Nigerians and Nigerian government?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
They're usually NGOs.
Okay. And they have their own demand.
Yes.
And from the way you spoke now, there is another group that have their own demand. Maybe probably not the same with the first group you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now, different groups in our country, Nigeria, have their own demands in their hands. And they are NGOs, according to you. They want to go to
some of them.
Some of them are NGOs. They want to go to the street to protest. That's the word you use. Now, can I ask you another question?
Yes.
For how long have they put out their demand before this protest?
Yeah, let me take you through the logic of the average northerner regarding, for how long, and because I've had these questions asked.
Before you answer the question, remember, the protest is to get something from the government, right?
Yes.
And protest is supposed to be violent free, right? In the real sense of it.
Yes.
And they are not supposed to block road.
Yes.
I'm trying to give you the meaning of protest that is legally recognized as freedom of participation and freedom of speech. Now, you said this group, if you want to answer the question in the sense that they are demanding something from government.
Madam
Okay?
Zita,
Then go from there.
Yes, and also I can hear tiredness in your voice as well. So you may well have had a long day.
Yes, my battery is so low, and it may go off anytime. But just to Madam Zita's question, just before it logs me out, and let me just say that to the common man on the streets in the north, Tinubu was somebody who got to him, who people make the decision to vote for because their imams and their traditional rulers convinced them to vote for Tinubu. Ordinarily, people will not vote for Tinubu. Now, when people were hungry, where did they go? Who did they talk to? They talked to their imams and their traditional rulers and asked them to intercede on people's behalf and let the president know. So as far as the common person knows is that these people have tried to talk to the president several times, whether it's a lie, they did not talk to him, or they did talk to him, but he did not get the time to, and solve these issues. Obviously, a year has gone and people are just getting hungrier and hungrier and there is no solution. So when all, avenues of expressing, people are in a bad situation to the president are all exhausted and this hunger is not stopping anytime soon, the only thing, the only outlet that is remaining for people is to go out there and express that so that at least the president will know. Now that people are saying this protest is going to happen, and people are coming, ministers are talking, everybody is talking, and that is the logic behind doing protests in the first place. Now, when people began to agitate that they wanted to do this protest, and then
actually what you are answering me is not what I asked.
Madam Zita, I have this problem sometimes with understanding your questions. They are
let me repeat my question. I said, you said they have their demands. And I asked, where did they present their demands? And the people that presented their demands, I know how it goes in the north. They must have presented their demands.
They presented the demands to the imams and the traditional rulers for them to take
the man. And the man said they have sent their message to the government on several locations, and the government did not say anything, right?
Yes. Okay. The government did not say anything, or people have not seen anything change.
Okay, let's leave it at the government did not say anything. So now they're going to the street to demonstrate so that the government will see them.
Yes.
Okay, so what you are saying is that they will go to the street on the 1st of August to demonstrate so that the government will see them.
Yes.
And
then of course do something about their hunger.
And if they don't?
If the government doesn't, I don't think the government is like that it will not do anything.
You see, you said your battery is going off, but what I
am where do you want to take him to? Because we're walking that journey, but nowhere.
When you say people are hungry, they've gone to their imam, they lay their anger, they lay their frustration, and the man said they went to the government. And now that the government did not say anything, are you saying the man said, government did not say anything, we should go to the street? And how is my final question actually is, how is the protest going to par out? Is it that on the 1st of August, all people in Nigeria will go out in the street and start demonstrating?
Madam Zita, I don't have, I'm not, what do they call it? I'm not a psychic. I can't tell you what will happen in the next hour, talk less of what will happen in a couple of days.
Okay, invariably, what you are saying is that it is not an organized protest.
Yeah, I just want to draw your attention to one thing so that at the end of the day, this democracy is a process. Now, all these things that you've been asking me, whether they've done this, whether they've done that, there are some constitutionally guaranteed rights, inalienable rights of people that they have to protest.
I got you.
Yeah, so even if there is nothing, at least people have the right to protest.
I am happy you used the word protest.
Yes.
And if you go beyond that protest?
No.
I asked you a question. If you go beyond the protest? Because you and I know the meaning of protest. You know the extent a protest should not go. And I ask you, since it's looking like
I think you're asking Hassan questions beyond this remit. It's just an observer of the going.
No,
he has opinion. He has opinion, and he's on the ground in Nigeria.
What Hassan is actually trying to get across is that, look, the process is to document the people's disquiet at the circumstances that they find themselves under the Tinubu administration, which is a consequence of his administration, because that wasn't what obtained before he came into power.
Because the Fulanis will not allow us to farm in the south.
Forget Fulanis.
I don't want to go tribal, but
forget Fulanis.
Can I just ask one clarifying question?
Yes, I asked, but I think
my question is pretty brief.
I think you're trying to. I think no. Hold on, Zita, but there's too much ambiguity in what you're saying, and I think you're confusing him and us as well. Yes.
One man, I listened to him very well.
Yeah.
That's why I listened to him. He spoke like an insider. That's why I came up with those questions. He spoke very eloquently concerning that protest. Hello, that was why I came to ask him question. Because for all I have been asking people, they speak to me as if the protest is faceless. And nobody will allow a faceless protest in a nation. That's mayhem. That's a kind of uprising. So, but when I listened to him speak, I saw that he spoke eloquently about it like an insider. So the question I'm asking him is not too broad. I thought there was an organization. TUC is saying they know nothing about the protest, that nobody has written to them. So when he spoke, I felt he knew what's going on. That's why I'm asking him that question.
All right, Hassan, did you want to, or do you want me to?
Or if you can come tomorrow with pen and paper, because he said it's
before he leaves, my own clarifying question, please, Hassan, if you're still there. So at the end of the day, what the North needs is food, right?
No, I think Hassan dropped, but we have Q.
But don't see it as something that the North needs now. It's Nigerians. When they say people are hungry, it's not restricting.
No, Patrick.
Everybody, hold on. Sorry, Kulata.
Sorry,
Q. Hold on. Q, do we have you now?
Yes, you do, Mr. Wonman. How are you?
All right. Hold on. Brilliant.
Protest is hunger.
No, hold on. Zita, hold on. So Q, how much of the conversation have you been listening to?
I will say a bit.
All right. If you are keen, I'd like you to pick it up from where Hassan is. People are trying to gauge the temperature in the North and why they are also on board with this protest. So you are one of the lead voices in the North. So if you're happy to engage with people, then I think they might want to engage with you. So I think Kulata might have a question for you if you're willing to take it on, Q.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, my question is a follow-up to Hassan. But if Q knows about the protest and how it's getting planned, planned in the North, is the central demand affordable food? And once they can give them affordable food, then there's no need to protest.
Okay. Well, I can't say for sure. I don't know those who are organizing the protest. I don't know them, but I've heard a lot about it. And it's quite difficult to say how things will pan out, how the protest or demonstrations, how things are going to go. It's quite difficult to say. But clearly, there are so many people who are interested in protesting. That's all I can say for now.
Q, are you in the country at the moment, or I know you travel a lot? So are you home now?
Yes, I am. To be honest, in one of the most remote villages in the country.
Where is that? You are not as remote as Asan. No, Asan is in Maiduguri, and that is you almost need a rocket ship to get to that. Where are you?
Well, I'm not that far from him.
All right. So what's the temperature where you are in terms of this protest? So what are the people saying? What is your thought on it? A lot of people feel that there's a political underbelly to it, while still acknowledging that the circumstances in the country is sufficient enough for the protest. So what's your general feel, both individually and the temperature of where you are?
Okay. It's quite difficult to put it in context, but you know, the temperature in terms of how people feel with the way things are going, it's not quite good. It's really bad. Because clearly people are finding it very, very difficult to survive. And you can't compare it to what happened. As you said earlier, what obtained before Tinubu came on board. Clearly, the policies of the government have contributed tremendously in what is currently happening in their lives. And one cannot say precisely how damaging that is, but it's just terrible to a large extent. What you can say is just terrible. And as I said earlier on, there are so many people who are interested, and you can see clearly that those who are, as people call them, the elite, they are, how am I going to put it? They are concerned, and they're really, really worried because they just don't know how things are going to turn out. It seems there are people who think that the religious leaders have helped by meeting the president and the traditional leaders as well. But there are also people who are condemning them for doing that. So you can see that you cannot say precisely how this thing is going to turn out. But a lot of people are angry. A lot of people are really, really there's just, people are just no longer confident that the government will solve their problems. It's just worse. You know, I was here last year, right? And I had a conversation with Kulata about things, the way things are. And I can recall telling him that the fuel subsidy, you just cannot mess up with that, because economists do appear on your national platforms in the country and they say, you know, you need to take this out. The country is going under, or the country will go under. You need to remove fuel subsidy. If you don't do that, the country will collapse, as they say, or the country will go bankrupt. But a month before Buhari left, you know, you can go back and check. They had so many conversations with those who were part of the economic team of the former president and those who were coming in. And clearly, they showed that to a large extent, the country can still go ahead and borrow. And let's agree, for instance, that we were in difficult times, but removing the subsidy, that was just like something that he was not supposed to touch, ideally at that point in time. We shall see how things will turn out, but I still maintain what I said earlier on. There are a couple of things, and I will still recall what I said. 4 precisely. And I said, you need not do away with security as a government. You must ensure that you are fully in charge of security. You must also ensure that you are in control of the health sector, similarly education. And finally, more importantly, you must ensure that the country in this century, particularly a country at this stage of development like Nigeria, that the government is in full control of energy. You just cannot let that go. if you really want to industrialize and develop as a nation. If you don't do that, then you'll just go under. People can come out and say a lot of things, particularly those you call economists or those who you call knowledgeable. But these things will just not work. That is my argument. And I still maintain that.
All right, I'll ask you one more question, and if nobody else asks a question for you, I'll move the conversation around and then bring it back to you. I have a question for you. Yes, do you think it's somewhat unfair that an administration that is just a year and a bit in is now being vested upon with, yeah.
Sorry to cut you off. An administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu is just, let's even say it's just 1 year old. I had Mr. Baba say, the Fulanis, oh no, why will they not do this? There was no a whimper in his own words when Buhari was in power. Kulata was talking about those who were making money because of the FX, you know, the exchange and all that. Look, the fact of the matter is this, okay? Let me make this very, very clear, please. Particularly Mr. Baba, with all due respect to you, because clearly you're an elderly person, okay? So you see, there's an extent to which people are going to be pushed and they will neither listen nor look at your face, nor respect your age, nor respect your authority, that's if you're in power. And here I'm referring to the traditional rulers within the country and the religious leaders as well. At a point in time, you dare not say a word contrary to what they must have said. But now we can see clearly people are abusing and insulting them. For the meeting they had with the president, they feel it's all politics, you know, and some do say, you know, there's no way you allow this kind of thing to happen because it's a faceless group, those who are organizing the protest. But if you look at the history of this country, for instance, you realize that almost all the time we must have had protests in the past. The leaders of so-called groups that organize the protests, most of the time they become compromised. And people have lost faith. Someone gave example of TUC. You know the leadership. Do you think Mr. Felix Osifo, the current leader of TUC, is someone who is worthy to be called a leader? Do you think, you know, Ajero, I read so much and I heard about him long before now. And I thought Ajero was someone that he could really stand and put his feet down and say, no, we will not agree. But you can see that so much happened with the leadership of the labor unions that immediately after they gave in, so many people were just not happy, but they kept mute, you know. But you can see there's so much aggression. People are just not, look, the situation is just bad. It's just terrible. And I'm going to give you an example here. I came into the country some months ago. I was out of the country and immediately I came in. A guy picked me up at the airport, well-dressed guy. And because I just pop into any kind of taxi that I could find. And that was in Abuja. And immediately he took me in and I jokingly told him that, man, you're just coming from a party. And all he did was just to use his keys, open up his pigeonhole that was opposite me. I was in the passenger seat. And he brought out the Bible. He said, I'm just coming back from the church. So I said, oh, I hope you prayed for the country. He said, yeah, the situation is just not good. And we had a decent conversation all the way to the town. And along the way, I had to ask him about the situation of things because I could just not resist. And I was really, really interested to have the conversation with him. And he told me, well, man, it's just terrible. Because he had to relocate his wife about 2-3 months ago from the date he picked me up. From where? From Abuja to where? To Oshogbo in Osun State. It was the reason because he had a conversation with his landlord about giving him a place just right close to where he was staying for his wife to start a shop. But because of the way things are going, he just cannot continue and he had to stop. You cannot mess up with energy that way. And the only reason why Tinubu did what he did on May the 29th, 2003 was because he could just not stand to these corrupt people, his friends that were part of those who are making so much money from from subsidy. You know, why can't you be fully in control of that sector? You just cannot mess that up. People are saying, oh no, you know, 6 months before Buhari, but he kicked it out. He told the Senate president, go back and tell, I know, you look, I have this because I went through it one after the other. So what I'm saying is that there is so much problem and it has to do with removing subsidy. And if you don't mind me, I will add please here. Kulata asked a question before Hassan left about how there's a connection between, someone asked, I cannot remember. Okay, it was Mr. Obeni.
Yeah, that's a question I want to ask.
Okay, I'm going to answer it to you. You asked the question about the connection because you said you're also a farmer, between diesel that you use for heavy duty machines in farms and all that. Now, I'll tell you this. If you're a farmer and you've been doing farm for long, based on my own research that I conducted to really see what's going on about food production, I've realized that they've made, in fact, even the removal of subsidy is even a terrible decision because, now listen to this, people have engaged massively within the last 3-4 years in irrigation farming. And when you do irrigation farming, you realize from my own conversation with most of the farmers that you end up getting more, like 50% more yield than during rainy season. So these farmers have become so much interested in cultivating during the dry season. That's when they do the irrigation farming, you understand? And what do they use in doing that? To pump water. They use small generators that use PMS, petrol. That's what they do use. You get me? Someone was talking about using solar, but you cannot use solar. And that is not only very, very expensive. It's not mobile. You cannot move solar from one little farm to another one. If you do have 2, 3, most of them, that's what they do. And look, they know they can make so much. Most of our farmers are engaged in subsistence. What is left from what they have to survive on, they sell to send their children to school. The situation, gentlemen, is just terrible. I mean, people can say whatever they want to say. You can say, oh, why was there no protest during Buhari's period? Okay, are we then going to say why Tinubu was one of the protesters during Jonathan's? Okay, because
no, I answer that question though, because the situation was quite dire under Buhari, and what we are suffering now is very much still the consequences of the mismanagement of 8 years of Buhari. But why was there not this sense of urgency, this fervor of rebellion under that space? 8 years of snakes swallowing money and all that.
Yes. Snakes and monkeys and all that. Yeah, I agree. But the fact of the matter is this. At no point, this is again another question I asked someone who is older than me. At no point have people seen people in so much, as you said, dire situation in terms of hunger like this moment. None. And I challenge anyone. To please tell me, or you can ask.
I can tell you.
Okay, well, Mr. Baba, if you don't mind.
Yeah, correct, Q. Thank you for the opportunity. Why is because Buhari was selling forward our oil to the extent of about 250 million barrels has gone down for borrowed monies during that period to defend the Naira and pay for oil subsidy. That is exactly what happened. And when this government came, there was absolutely nothing.
Okay. Thank you. There was nothing they can do. The country will go under.
That's not the question he asked.
He asked, I know, I got his question. If you don't
know, that's not the question you asked. You said if there had been a situation this bad in Nigeria before, and I said yes.
Okay, please, can you tell me?
1974. Thank you.
Okay. Perhaps you guys need to, I don't know where you are, but clearly you're out of the country. But please, if you could, maybe you can just come and spend a weekend or a week or two and traverse the way Mr. Enigmatic did a while ago. You can just see for yourself and ask people questions. Because I did, and that's what I was told. I did. I asked people questions. Someone was telling me, even at a point in time when people were uprooting cassava, it was not this bad before it was ripe. That's what one old man told me in Benue on my way to Calabar, because I was in Calabar 2 months ago. I'm telling you this because I had to ask questions. In fact, when I was in Taraba, because Taraba is one of the countries, it's just like Benue State, you know, they share borders together. I asked someone, because I spent a week there, I asked someone the same question in a local government called Zinc, major producers of yam in the country. What did they tell me? What they told me was that back in 1984, they had a situation similar to this, but it was not this terrible. So what I'm saying is that I asked people these questions, and that's what they told me. Now, indeed,
you know why, Q? Because then there was no banditry, there was no terrorism.
No. Please. Banditry has little to do with the level of food production. Please. I'm coming. I'll let you know this, please. At no point in time have we seen one person, so many of them, but individually, cultivating huge hectares of land, like 3, 4, up till this year, including Tinubu's government. And yes, you have to say there are some things that Tinubu did. I asked someone a question, for instance, and he told me that Tinubu has continued something that they started in Buhari's regime, which was distributing fertilizers, but not much. The same, it was just like during Buhari's tenure. The person I spoke to told me he got free 2 bags of fertilizers and like 6 bottles of pesticides and herbicides. So what I'm saying is that these things, they don't, like, you're not even scratching the surface. It's not that much. And when people say, oh, banditry has contributed and affected food production.
And terrorism, don't forget.
No. Please, not that. No, it's just so little. Because what I'm saying here is that at no point in time, I have seen people, farmers.
Can I say something?
Yeah, please, let me finish up with this.
Hold on. Finish that.
There's a farmer who
That's a big statement you just said.
Exactly.
Hold on, Baba. That banditry has not significantly affected food production, because
Yes.
a lot of people actually put it as the number one factor that is affecting food production.
No.
So
In
back
my
that statement up.
Okay, from my own observation and from what I've told people, it is quite difficult for you now to go and get a piece of land and cultivate, because there are so many people who have gone to get land, be it on lease or acquire land, those who are rich enough, in order for them to cultivate those lands. So there are so many people who are farming right now, and it started 2, 3, 4 years ago. So when people say, oh, there's so much banditry, terrorism is all over the place, people are not cultivating, I don't think that is true. There are so many people now who are, particularly this planting season, so many people are going to farms. So many. So when people say, oh, this banditry is affecting, no, it's not that. Of course there is, but it's not that much. It's not that much from my own observation, because I do this deliberately. I go to different places, from motor parks to restaurants, and I just strike a conversation with people, and you hear these things from them firsthand. They tell you.
Can I say something?
Quick question, Kyo. Sorry. So you can confidently tell us that in Borno State, Maiduguri, people go to farm without being harassed by bandits.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Is there another question, please?
Have you answered? No. Answer that question.
No. You want to take an additional question? Yes, but Maiduguri is a metropolis, so it's not a farming. It's a city now, so no farming.
There's farming activities there. One
man, look at the private chat, please.
Mine is not a question, but I want to come from the perspective of a farmer who has a farm, and I've worked on my farm at least going to 10 years now in the north. So I should be able to speak a bit about, and that is why I keep saying I need somebody, particularly from the north, to try to connect the hike in food price. And by the way, before I land on that, the fact that you have children waiting for you in any restaurant in the north for food did not start just today. Now, I know it has gotten worse and so worse now, but it did not start today. It has always been there. So when he finished, what I just want to do is to try and engage or do my own analysis of what we've experienced in the field, on the farm, okay, during Buhari time, and what we are having now, and where I think the problem is from. When you finish, I'll try to just quickly.
No. Give him that analysis now, so he can sweep it up in. Yes.
So this is my understanding of that space. You see, to say that insecurity is not what is contributing to the issue we're having with food issue in particularly in the north. Let me narrow it on the north now. In the northern part of Nigeria, it's not true. That is incorrect. Where I will put as number one is insecurity, and that's why I keep asking this fuel thing. What exactly is the impact that is making food price to skyrocket to 300-500% increase in price? Okay, in my farm we'll do rice farming, and in our rice farming we have almost 130 hectares, not acres, mind you, hectares, and we have our rice mill. Now, what has been the problem? The first major issue we had was we shut down some of the farms. We shut down our farm in Numan, in Adamawa. We shut down our farm in Michika, in Adamawa. Why? Because of insecurity, purely. No any other. Now we left the one in Nasarawa. Yes, there have been insecurity mongering in Nasarawa, but Nasarawa is manageable. So at Nasarawa's level, what has been our experience, and I've shared it here before, Buhari closed the border and encouraged farmers to go to the farm. And we all went to the farm. Even most of the money we invested were money from diaspora. We were able to convince people in diaspora, come and farm. If you remember back then, there were all this crowdfunding for farming in Nigeria. They call it farm contract. Everybody, you bring money. There were a lot of them available then. They had a lot of websites and everything. Most of them have shut down now. Before the last government left, they started having serious issue. And what was the issue? Don't forget, during Buhari time, NSAS came, then COVID came. And because of those two situations, Buhari opened border as at the time when the produce were affected and were about to go to the market. Why? Because Dangote and some other hooligans in the industry, and some people that came from Thailand, they came, and then some entourage from Benin Republic, from Cotonou, and others, they all came and started weighing on Buhari to open border. And there were artificial scarcity just for Buhari to open border. And eventually, the guy bowed to their pressure and opened border. And unfortunately, every farmers in Nigeria that key into that border closure, go back to farm under Buhari, ran lost. Nobody can tell you that they profited from it. So whoever come out and say, oh, nobody. And I remember back then, Onoche, or what do you call that woman? They came out with their fake rice pyramid and started displaying those things to Nigerians. But the real farmers in the farm understood that there were no produce anywhere. Now, there were produce, but we couldn't compete with the Thailand and others that they've stockpiled already in Benin Republic, awaiting the opening of our border to allow rice to enter. The moment those rice enter our market, almost every local farmers, I'm talking about rice now, couldn't survive today.
All right. It sounds like a multi-pronged position, Q. So Ogwen is contending that the insecurity is a major factor.
It is a major factor.
And Buhari is closing border. So yes. I
will re-emphasize again.
If I may just say, Buhari closing the border was the beginning of multiple double digits food inflation. Let's just say the truth.
See, one man, our rice could not sell. Eventually, we didn't even break even. We did not break even on our rice. And when I say rice, I'm not talking about subsistence farming. I'm talking about high-level industrial commercial farming. Today, we are still having problems. And there's even possibility of our issue with the investors, because presently we are owing almost 2 billion naira. There's a very possibility that our issue will still eventually go to the press and you start seeing my name flying around. Why? Because Buhari policy, and it discouraged many diaspora to re-engage and invest again in farming. Now, what has happened under this government, and I keep saying it, I'm not sure this government is serious about agriculture. It's one of the key sectors I think they should declare state of emergency on. Now, what is the issue? See, subsistence farmers have left the farm. If anybody comes here to tell you from another part of Nigeria and say this, our subsistence farmer are in the farm, they should go back and engage where with the subsistence farmer. They are not the drivers that are driving taxi around. Subsistence farmers are not in the farm. And where am I looking at? Now, I will give you. You see, Benue, see Taraba, you see Plateau, you see Nasarawa, then you put Niger. Now, if the problem in Maiduguri at a point in time escalated into Adamawa and then caused that alone, then the Fulani herdsmen and Mietiala problem with autumn in all those Buhari time, they are still having problem now, but they've been able to at least work on them to an extent now. I sent so many people out of farm. As at 2018, if you're walking along 2018, before 2018, as at 2000 when Jonathan was there, 2013, 14, if you are traveling, you travel through you leave Abuja, Nasarawa, that place, down to Nasarawa, gone to Lafia, you are entering Benue, Maiduguri, Makurdi, all those places. You see farmers along the way selling. As at 2018, most of those places were IDP camps. Those yams that you see along the way in Benue, and by the way, that's the put basket of the nation. That's where you get the highest numbers of volume of yam that you are consuming in the south. You see them, you see different IDP camp, you see Fulani camp where the Fulani that the farmers have dealt with, they have their own camp. You now see the Tifa and Idoma and all those, you have their camp too. Now, what is happening under this government? For me, this government has not declared state of emergency on agriculture. I don't know what the policy is on agriculture. I know they are dealing with insecurity seriously in that axis. What exactly is their plan? Is it after this they want to resettle farmers? Or what exactly do you want to do? How do you want to motivate farmers to go back to this and then get their life, get security and ensure that you encourage them to go back? I don't see this government still doing that. But don't forget that things spiraled from the past government down to this government. And lastly, let me talk on this, because I've been expecting, I don't know if Kulata could do maybe a research on this and try to probably present it for us one of these days. The connection between the fuel thing and then the food, the price food in Nigeria. I still don't understand it. Let me tell you why. If you are farming rice, for instance, what do you need? You're farming rice, you need your tractor, okay, to break the earth and do all your farrowing, your harrowing, your everything, to do the planting and everything. All those machineries are on diesel. None. Any heavy duty machinery, you won't find anyone on petrol. Now, when it comes
sorry, just to bring it together so that you can address it. But what is actually said was that that's just a soupçon of a wider something. So the diesel driving the tractors is one element.
That's what
the petroleum.
Let me go to the
hold on. The petroleum driving the generators is a big component, and then the petroleum driving the logistics is another component as well. So you are just looking at one microscopic component element of a wider dependency on petroleum. That is what Q is saying.
So let me go to it. First and foremost, we both agreed that all those heavy duty machineries that do tractors that work to the stage of planting and everything work on diesel. Then we all agree on that. Now, when it comes to your notion,
which has also spiked up in price,
it's dropping. You won't
It
compare
has
it to
dropped
petrol.
tremendously.
It's dropping seriously.
It's still double what it was under Buhari.
No.
Yeah, I know. But so the point now is that
Sorry, the problem is compounded by the devaluation.
okay. So, but let me do this analysis. This my analysis. I'm not coming up with a particular finding or an outcome. So I don't want people to be skeptical, listening to it. I'm just trying to agitate people's minds to start thinking, okay, what exactly is the issue? Because let me tell you one man. You see the irrigation our friend talked about. You're talking of immigration of a subsistence farmers. There are not too many of them in farm. You see those ones that are controlling, and that's why I said the big wigs. When Hassan was still here, I mentioned those big wigs. The Hollam of this world, the Top Feed, the Farm Gate, the Jubilee Agrotech, the Livestock Feed PLC. We know them. You know them. When you are going along Kaduna, you will be seeing them. Those are the ones that owns these things. They don't run their irrigation on petrol. They don't run it on Tiger, my neighbor passed me. No. They run their irrigation on Lister, 3 Faces Gen, massive one that runs on diesel. You want to do farming of about 500 hectares. You're running it on diesel, petrol. Who does that? So, and that is another thing. Now, when you talk about logistics, what does that do you mean by logistics? So when you finish your harvesting,
bring it together, Gwenny, so that
okay,
we can move on.
Okay. So I'm just analyzing the stages. Okay, for instance, your rice, when you finish, you deal with your harvesting and everything. I am going to milling. How those machines run on diesel too again? The stoning, all those machines, they run on diesel, and eventually you bag it, right? And you're taking it to the market. All those 911, 16 tires and others still run on diesel. So the problem I have now is this. I can't really still understand the difference between I can't really understand is it that people, I expect price of food to skyrocket more in the south than in the north, because in the north is closer to the farm, okay, than in the south. In the south, you travel down. In those days, as at 2022, we were taking cattle down south, and we started feeling the impact on fuel, okay, and we started reducing our journey down to Ibadan from Sokoto. So my issue is I still don't really able to wrap my head around that as is to see, is it that people now take their food produce out of the country? Because it happens a lot, particularly along all those Cameroon border, Adamawa, Sokoto, Nigeria.
Landing.
So that's where I'm landing it. So if I can get people to wrap head around this so that we engage on that issue, I don't really understand what exactly is causing that of the north, because the northern space is closer to the farm and the farmers than the south.
All right. Q, did you get the gist of that? And do you want to give a bit of a response, Q?
Yes, but if you don't mind me asking Q, Mr. Ogbeni, I'll just ask you a simple question.
Yeah.
In relation to what you just said, after so many minutes, I can't recall Akin's question, in fact. But to go to you first before.
No, I didn't ask question. I just try to analyze why.
Yeah, but I'm going to ask you a rhetorical question if you don't mind, and that is, do you think, but don't you think the vast majority of Nigerians are poor?
Of course.
Do you agree? Okay, good.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, that's one question. Now, do you think that the vast majority of Nigerians rely on the agricultural production from farms like Olam farms in order to survive?
I believe so.
No, that is not true. Sorry. Majority of Nigerians rely on those who are particularly in rural areas rely on what they must have produced in terms of subsistence in order to survive.
That's what you mean is for their feeding, to feed them.
Absolutely.
Yes, I agree with you. But when you say survivor, that's what confused me.
Yeah, no, well, when I say survival, I'm talking about what they need to feed themselves.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. So they don't rely on large farms like Olam farms in Kaduna and the rest.
For their basic feeding, I agree.
They don't need that. Okay. And when you spoke about irrigation farming with tractors and all that, you said rice. Yeah, I have to ask you a question again. Have you been to a farm by yourself to cultivate rice? You by yourself to cultivate rice? Have you?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Now, you come to the realization that most of the time when people cultivate rice, for instance, they don't need heavy machines like tractors. What they need, okay. So diesel does not even come here. What they need is a full generator. I'm telling you this.
What do you say?
Please, kindly understand what I'm saying.
What do you say they need?
When you cultivate rice, you cultivate rice in marshy lands, okay?
Yeah.
That retain water.
Yeah.
In other words,
not in all cases.
Hold on. Let's Q just let him make that submission, and then I want to move it around.
He's not making submission. He's asking me questions.
All right, but we're in that space for a while now. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'll let it.
But what I'm saying here is this, please. Most of the time, all the time, in fact, when you do irrigation farming, what you need is just a small generator, pump water to your farm. And what you need is just PMS. That is it pretty much. And you spoke about how expensive food is. The reason why food is expensive, from my own observation, I will say two things here, and those who are with the government can please maybe connect and talk to them about it, because that will drastically bring down the price of food. From those who are listening in the audience and those who are on the panel, if the government can do first, ensure that people between the north and the south, those who are standing on the road, the army, the police, the immigration officers, the civil defense officers, and so many people in different communities blocking roads and charging humongous amount, they add so much to the cost of food. I'm telling you, particularly when you go into the south, because I saw that with my own eyes, and I asked questions about that. Believe you me, at some checkpoints they give out between 5,000 to 10,000 naira just for them to move across. And what are they carrying? They're only carrying bags of rice and bags of corn. Nothing. And you have to do that, or else they'd stop you there for hours. And these people don't want to waste time. That's one. And then two, the cost of diesel. If the government can work on these two things, believe you me, you can ask, for instance, the cost of cattle when they're going to the south. Do you know that these guys have to put by the side between 300 to 500, sometimes 800,000 in their, just close to the driving seat. So what I'm saying is, there are so many things attached to this. When people talk, why are they doing this? They sell it cheaper to themselves, while in the south is very, very cheap. It's very, very expensive. These are some of the added costs that you have. Do you get me? Apart from the fact that diesel is very, very expensive. Yes, it's coming down, but not that much. As of today, diesel is 1,180.
You agreed that diesel actually contributed more than PMS.
In terms of that, is in logistics. Now we're talking about moving food. We're talking about moving the food from.
If you are a farmer and you are in the feed, you will know that's the fact. It's not debatable now.
Okay, but that's on one side. But the other one is this cost that you have. Why will a military man or a police officer or a civil defense officer?
Don't repeat yourself. We don't have time.
No. Hold on, Simba. Q, let me take you to. I want to take you to a completely. Yes, I think we've labeled that narrative enough. Let me take you to a couple of different spaces.
Nice one, bro.
Yes, I'll ask you two questions. I'm not sure if Shola has a question for you. Shola, did you have a question for Q? All right. I'll ask you two questions. Just give us just a condensed response to them. Because we've not seen you for a while, I just want to see where you are within the politics. And then we move on to another contributor. We've still got Akinzo. We've got quite a few people still to speak. But the narrative around the Dangote space, what's your take on what's going on there, the Dangote space?
Well, the oil sector, one man. I heard the head of Nigerian midstream downstream petroleum regulatory agency, Engineer Farouk, say that it's at a pre-commissioning stage, right? And they cannot issue him license until the refinery is fully completed. as difficult as it sounds for Dangote and his people, that is just part of the policy of NMDPRA. You cannot be issued a license until you're ready, and they subject your refinery to tests. They do series of tests, in fact, and both from the production aspect of it and the quality checks before they issue you a license. And I don't think we can blame him for that. Dangote has been going around, saying so many things about the government. I cannot blame the government for that.
And saying Dangote is producing dirty oil, should they have said that as well?
Why wouldn't he say it? So should we just give him a cover because he is one of the refineries coming up? He should work on his refinery. I don't think we can blame the head of NMDPRA. Some people saw that as a huge blow to Dangote. Personally, I don't think so. I think he has gotten into an industry where it's really now he's going to face the competition he's been talking about for long. He's really going to face the competition. It's going to be tough for him, but from not necessarily from the regulators, but from those who he met right there. It's going to be difficult for him because if you put together the likes of Owando, Total, and other major marketers like Rano, Shema, and the rest of them in the north, it's going to be extremely tough for him. And his competitor in terms of domestic commodities like Bua as well, Abdul Samad, who is coming up with his own refinery in Akwa Ibom, it's going to be extremely tough. But what I'm saying here is this: he clearly needs some kind of cover. From my conversation with someone who works in that industry, he needs some cover for him to just get through and start producing even before he's issued a license fully that it is good to go. While the fact of the matter is that it's not at 100% completion stage, and they haven't subjected the refinery to NMDPRA test as well. And you can ask anyone who is in the oil industry, they don't issue you license until you're 100%, until you're done 100%. And that has been part of the policy long before it became NMDPRA. I mean, when they were in fact DPR as well, they don't issue licenses to people who are in the oil sector until you're 100% done. They subject the facility to test and all that. So what I'm saying is that he cannot just come and say, "Oh, this some people have a refinery somewhere."
Point of correction.
Someone was telling me
he has a what's this license called now? Provisional license.
Can you see that? So okay. Please, I want you to ask Mr. Baba, if you could kindly ask people who are in that sector, has there anyone have they ever given anybody provisional license?
They gave most of the Modo refinery provisional licenses to commence operation.
Okay, I'm coming. Sorry, they were given provisional licenses for what?
Yes, to commence operation.
Okay, at that kind of stage, when you are less than 50%?
That's Farouk's calculation. But if my knowledge of that industry serves me, you understand? Yeah. If it's 47%, there is no way he will produce a product for overseas and produce Jet A1 fuel for aviation, and the foreign airlines are coming to buy.
Okay, perhaps
that is where I question that.
All right, Q, wrap up that space. I want to ask you one more question, and then because other people want to speak as well, so wrap up that Dangote, then I'll take you to one more question.
You can ask the question, please.
Yes, I want to take you to Kenneth Okonkwo, who now, just as early as today, throws Peter Obi under the bus, a spineless individual with no leadership quality. So do you resonate with those words? Do you identify Peter Obi in the manner as described by his erstwhile Man Friday?
Okay. The politics of this country is quite interesting, But I was not surprised, honestly, with what, for instance, someone like Daniel Bwala did, shifting camps and all that. I was not surprised. If you've listened to him over the years, you realize he's someone who is capable of doing that. But for Kenneth, because I don't know much about him, and I don't know him, so, and clearly from the way he's been saying things about Obi, it was surprising to me the way he was able to put his words together against Obi. That's quite surprising and shocking to me. Now, if we're talking about the politics and Peter Obi as a person, and looking at what's coming up for 2027, I think it's going to be really, really interesting. Yet the opposition, they are yet to put themselves together as a group. They are in disarray. But if they can do that, it's going to be a tough one when 2027 comes. It's going to be a really, 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 really tough one.
What ticket do you think will threaten the Tinubu presidency?
It's a ticket.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah. What's your question? You said what?
Yeah. What ticket do you think will threaten? I want you to give us a top bottom. So the candidates and then the deputy. So what ticket would you think it would threaten the Tinubu?
Honestly, I don't want this to happen, because I think if that happens, then it's going to be, although still Tinubu will be able to pull off something if he works towards it, based on my own calculation. I have so much interest in politics, but what I'm saying is that if you have a ticket, Atiku Obi, 2027 is going to be a really, really tough one for Tinubu. But if Tinubu can work on his, particularly the team he has now, currently, with, say, someone like, what's his name again, Wike, playing in his midfield, and Jojakume as well, holding that way, Ganduje will not have that much impact. He will, for instance, because of the sympathy over the months. He has now garnered so much sympathy with what happened in Kano. Kano, when you follow the politics of Kano for years, you realize that those who come into power and they antagonize those before them, there's this sympathy that they accord to those people. So when you have that, and you have his joker by the side in the Northwest, it's going to be tough. Because personally, as for me, I'm not being biased about it, but I don't think someone like Atiku deserves a place to lead this. No, he doesn't. I don't think it will be good for this country. It will be the worst thing that can ever happen to this country if someone like him should lead this country. And that is why, I'm so sad with the way things are going on that Tinubu. No one expected this, because honestly, if Atiku should get that opportunity, man, it's going to be worse than what we are going through now. That is my own estimation.
Do you think Kwakwanso is coming in-house? Because it's still somewhat on the fence sort of political positioning with Kwakwanso. So sometimes it blows hot and then sometimes it blows cold. But where do you think it will land in the 2027 mix?
No, I don't think Kwankwaso will be on Tinubu's team. I don't think so. I don't think he will give in to that. No, I don't think. With the way things are going right now and the recent interview he granted, I don't think so. Except if something massive happened between the two people. But it's going to be surprising to me, based on the interview he granted recently, if he's going to have anything to do.
But he's always been a Tinubu man, though. They go long and they go deep. They are 30 years together.
Well, the same thing with Atiku. But the thing is that what happened recently with the Emirate tussle in Kano and all that, and then with Ganduje being the chairman of the party, now clearly he's wielding so much influence. If you look at what happened between the two emirs, the governor and Kwankwaso there with Sanusi, while Ganduje, the chairman of APC, is with the emir in quotes, deposed. So I think it's going to be an interesting one, particularly for Kano. But if Tinubu, ideally, if I'm to advise him, I will tell him he shouldn't even bother that much about Kano, because they will have a split in that state with what happened. So many people, the elite in Kano, are not happy with the current government because of the destruction wreaked on most of their properties, and they have so much sympathy. A lot of people in this state are not happy with what happened. So I think he should just take it a bit. He shouldn't be bothered that much. And then he has a joker there in the Northwest. So I think that will work for him.
What's that joker?
Buhari.
Do you think Buhari is a Tinubu man?
For now, I cannot say, but I think he will never ever go for a party like PDP.
If it was a choice between Atiku and Tinubu, where do you think Buhari would weigh?
I will tell you for a fact. I will tell you again. It depends on the party. No, not even the party, but I doubt if he will leave him and go for another person. I doubt if he will leave Tinubu. I'm telling you this. So many people are saying, oh no, he did not work for Tinubu. You know, he was against him and all that. When I hear that, actually, I laugh because there are some things that I heard from those who are very, very close to Buhari's cousin, Mamman Daura. And I know for sure that someone like Mamman Daura, who is Buhari's cousin, really, really worked for Tinubu. He worked for, and that is why it is unfair when you hear people, particularly of Tinubu's cycle, insulting, abusing, and saying so many things about his inability to support Tinubu for the 2023 presidency. I think it is if you know so many things that must, because for instance, I'll give you an example here for sure. You can ask those who are close to Osibanjo, for instance. Like a month before the primaries, the APC, Obasanjo paid a visit to Mamman Daura, and Mamman Daura made it clear to him. He made it clear to him that we have given our word to Tinubu and we are not going to retract. We are going to work 100% for Tinubu. Now, anyone who is in Osibanjo's cycle, I want you to ask them if that really happened or not, and they will tell you for sure it happened. If they will be honest, it really, really happened. I'm telling you this for a fact. I'm telling you this for free, that Mamman Daura and his people, who are very close to Buhari, 100% worked for him. So when people say, you know, he was against him at the primaries, he was that, you know, I mean, even the governors, some of the governors came out and said that. But
Buhari, then Q, what gave Oshibajo and the Rivers guy, what gave them the
Amechi.
Yeah, Amechi, what gave them the hope to go into that primary, knowing full well they don't have the support of Buhari? What do you think?
Okay. Let me say this. There are so many people who are close to Buhari who really, really wanted someone like Amechi to become the president. And then those who were very close to Osibanjo wanted Buhari to endorse Osibanjo. Do you get what I'm saying, Baba?
Yeah, go ahead.
That was what happened. There were those who were in the cycle, his aides and so many of them, who really were working so hard to ensure that Amechi, you know, becomes the candidate. But similarly, Osibanjo had people who were within the cycle as well, who wanted Buhari to endorse him. That was just what they were looking for, an endorsement. And Buhari said no, he was not going to endorse anybody. And he did not endorse anyone. He did not. He kept quiet. And that was what was so confusing to a lot of people. It was confusing because he refused to endorse anybody. But his cousin made it clear, I'm telling you this for free and for fact, that we have given our word to Tinubu and we cannot retract. We are not going back on our word. We are going to work for Tinubu. This really happened. Those who are close to Osibanjo, if they will be honest and if they can take an oath, please let them tell you what really happened. Because Osibanjo really worked for that ticket, but he lost. And he was 100% out for it. So if anyone should say, oh, but the reason why I said Buhari will be his joker is because he still has massive support in the north. And that will really, really hit if someone like Atiku appears again to contest against him.
All right. One more real quick though. But Q, Buhari's body language didn't suggest he actually
people do say that.
Did you say that?
No, I got you. I got what you're saying. People do say his body language, or his, or maybe he was completely against him, you know. But what I will tell you right now, what I will say is this: if anyone can tell you Buhari endorsed anybody, if anyone can tell you Buhari worked for any candidate, If anyone can tell you that, okay, Buhari said the governor should go and work for this particular candidate. In fact, when the governors of All Progressive Congress, APC, converged at the Villa, he told them, he said any of the 5 candidates from the South is good to go. He told them that, and he made it clear. He told Garba Shehu to go out, issue a statement, inform the public that I did not in any way endorse Ahmed Lawan. I did not do that. He told Garba Shehu to do that because the governors met him, and he said he didn't even know about that. And that was when Garba Shehu issued a statement. Because he was quiet and because he refused to endorse Osibanjo, so it became confusing to all the contestants. Okay, Mr. Akin.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant.
Can I ask a question before Q's go up? And it takes me back to the protesting.
I'm happy for you to ask that question, but Akin has really not spoken. So I wanted to go on from Q, go to Akinzo, have a 5-minute monologue with him. Kulata Ekene, everybody else. Q, what happened that it took you so long to come and join us again?
Not really. Sometimes I listen to you guys, and here I must say that if you don't mind me, I would like to commend a few people here who do make fantastic submissions. The likes of Patoski and what is his name again? Larry?
Yes, Larry.
Yeah. They are outstanding, actually. Their submissions are really, really good. Because it seems to me, while they're out of the country, they have a sense. They really do have a sense. They do feel what is really going on. It's like people are telling them clearly, or maybe you think sometimes they are part of it. Look, when I say these things, because look, for instance, I was in one of these tricycles, Kekena papers, we call them in the country. And we were in it because I always take it and I go around to see what's going on. And at a point in time, someone who I know from childhood, I could not recognize him. We had to take a turn and come back. Look, the situation is just devastating. Now, I'm not saying that you have to blame Tinubu for all this. And I said this before, particularly I told people, at that point in time when Tinubu came in, the rich people, those in the oil industry especially, these flimsy, filthy liars called bankers and economists, they were all on the next president to remove subsidy. And that was not the right thing to do. I've said this so many times and I will maintain it. Removing subsidy is wrong. People can say so many things. The country will go under, the country will go bankrupt. We are not producing, we are a poor country. They've said so many things, but what I'm saying is that there is no country at the level of development of Nigeria that will do such a thing. A country that heavily relies on that. You don't rely on electricity to do your business in Nigeria, that you're going to connect to a national grid. No, you don't do that. You rely on your alternative source of power. And most of the time, people use PMS. Irrigation farming is, again, PMS. The woman who cooks, who has a little restaurant to blow up her fan, is PMS. The same thing, the man who uses a taxi to convey me from the airport, he relies on PMS. What I'm saying is that when they say, okay, subsidize production, in the case of petroleum, you just cannot do that. Fortunately for us, we have it abundantly. But yes, I agree, the system is messed up. The institution is so corrupt. But what he was supposed to do, if people do call him as courageous and bold as he is to confront those people within that industry and to ensure that you have this, manage it for a while, and then you see what you can do with that industry. Allowing it with, in quotes, what you call so-called market forces to determine, that is absolute bunkum and nonsense. That will never ever give you what you want. Between last year and this year, so many people that in the oil industry, they've made unimaginable amount of billions out of the pain and suffering of people. What I'm saying is that this is just pure lies. They come out and they tell you this. These things don't work. These economic theories they give you don't work. Here, I will tell you, I'll give you an example, for instance. I conducted few research. Back in 1983, when Margaret Thatcher was, when she was in charge, and she was coming up with a neoliberal policies as an economic model in the UK, 391 economics converged at the University of Cambridge. The finest economists in the world from the United Kingdom converged at Cambridge, University of Cambridge. And they issued a statement. They were completely against those policies because they said it will not work. Now we know better. England has over 3 million destitute at this moment. Then that's a country that, as at 1979,
and you are tracing it back to Thatcher. Thatcher was even before.
No. Excuse me. The reason why it was not clear at that moment, it was because as at 1979, the level of inequality was the lowest the world has ever seen in the UK. The level of inequality as at 1979 was so minute, you can hardly even figure it out. There was so much development, and no one need to tell you because you reside there, one man, the level of industrialization in the UK. But here we're talking about a country that, apart from the city of Lagos and the city of Abuja, you are virtually, the whole country is like a rural area. Look, there is no way this will work. It will not. The likes of Bismarck Rewani appearing on television, giving you models, and these things will, like, what I'm saying is, I have said this on and on and on. I hope Tinubu disappoints.
You sound like a posh version of a Kene. You know, that's what you sound like.
We don't have enough time, actually. I wish you come again, because this fuel subsidy thing is an issue we can really talk about.
I want to ask a question.
I wanted to move on from
before you.
That's why I can
just
join issues with it.
Let me say this. Q, are you happy to come on as a guest? I think people want to interact with you.
Honestly, I can't say for now. I get so busy, and I'll be traveling very soon. So it depends, but I will try and hop on once in a while.
Please do, because we just don't want southwest, eastern voices alone. We want to hear also from the north. That's why we're encouraging you and us and the Ribadu Tukin. Is always welcome here.
All right. Let me do this because so many voices still not spoken yet.
Let me ask that question. It's just it's not just one question. It's not going to take time. He has spoken very well and brilliantly, and I enjoy the way he engages without throwing banters and all those things. Although he has this kind of mindset of, the reason why we are saying this is because we support it. But anyway, everybody with their own biases. Question
it's a socialist like Ajan Leko. It's a multi-millionaire socialist. If they thought it was.
It's good to see someone with Aminu Kano's lane in there. That's fine. Now, the question I just want to ask is: in this protest,
it's not a Talakawa.
He says a socialist. That's Talakawa now. That's pro Talakawa now.
A posh one.
Okay, the posh one. in this protest now, which state in the north do you think we should be looking at? Thanks.
Thank you. I hope there's no state that you will look at that will turn out violent. That's just what I hope. And I hope it's not gonna. I think the Tinubu machinery, that's the Tinubu team, they've worked so hard to ensure that this thing does not happen, or if it does, it does not get out of control. I think they've done that very well by inviting the religious, the clerics, and also traditional leaders, and most of them have said what they want to say. So it's left for us to see what's going to happen, in a few days. But I hope it doesn't turn violent. That is just the reason why we don't want things to get to this level. It's just so bad and terrible. You don't allow the situation to get out of hand. No amount of food will solve this problem. 20 trucks, each truck takes 600 bags. 600 bags, when you multiply that, how many? That will not be. So all these things, coming up with ways in order to solve the problem of subsidy, to ameliorate the problem, will not solve the problem. It will not solve the problem. It will not. So I hope it's not going to turn violent. I hope people will just come out and demonstrate and say their minds and go back. But it's just not good, And make no mistake about this. And make no mistake about it. I've had people say, we don't want these things to happen in Lagos. We don't want it to happen in this. I don't think that is necessary. There will never be another NSAS again. That I know for sure. But make no mistake about it.
Are you sure?
About it. No, I'm coming. Just wait and hear this, please. You will never ever have another NSAS. but you will have worse than NSAS if things go ahead. If things go ahead the way they did in 2020, that I am sure. You will never have another NSAS, but make no mistake, if things get so bad the way they did, you will have, because now people have it at the back of their mind. This is how we were handled. This is what happened. So that is why people are right to say to an extent that, look, we have to be careful. We don't want this to happen, because you cannot have that again. You're just going to get something worse than that. And so the government must work round the clock to ensure that people, or at least the vast majority of Nigerians, their welfare, that the government is working on their welfare.
Okay, thank you, Q. I've been listening to you. You see, you are just re-echoing or re-emphasizing what I said earlier, that the government must, Tinubu must be proactive by doing something very quick. Yes. That will show to Nigerian people that, yes, they are trying to solve the problem that we are facing as a country, particularly the oil subsidy that he removed. He must bring oil subsidy back, petroleum subsidy must come back. Because
so many people are saying that now.
Petroleum subsidy is the driver of economic activity in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
Since they remove it, the economy has been collapsing.
Yes.
People been losing money. Businesses been closing down. Billionaires in the country have been losing money. Corporate organizations been losing money. We can continue like this. If it doesn't bring back that petroleum subsidy, the economy will collapse on him, because the economy will collapse and the hardship will continue to be more harsher than what we have today. So they have to, like I said earlier, they have to bury their ego. They have to bury it. They are paying the subsidy behind the door.
I agree.
So why not come out openly that, look, we have tried it, it's not working. Now we're starting to we want to start petroleum subsidy again, but in a more accountable way, in a more dignified way, that there won't be corruption around it.
Yes.
It's simple. That is what is responsible for the high cost.
I'm just trying to move. I'm just trying.
I
want to. Let Ajando Koko land, and then after Ajando Koko, I want to go on to Akinzo and then other voices. Yeah.
The high cost of petrol is what is responsible for the high cost in transportation, in energy, what do you call it? In everything. It is the cost of that petrol that is so high now that is responsible for it. So he must bring in that for us to have life again in Nigeria.
I agree with you 100%.
All right, Akinzo, you're up next. I know you've been there for a good while. I suspect. Are you still there? I wonder, Akinzo.
Oh man, I'm here. I'm almost sleeping anyway. But
yes. So sorry about that. I try to prevent it all the time, but I still struggle with it somewhat. Just give us your take on the conversation, and then we'll move it around. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let me just ask. Well, Q.
No more question and answers with Q. Just give us your take on the politics, and then we'll go on.
Yeah, but this is there's no way I'm not going to ask him any question anyway. But I just want to look around a little bit. So thank you, woman, for this opportunity, and of course we all agree that there's hunger in Nigeria at the moment, and of course this is not just 2024 thing. It has been there, for many years, and of course, there has always been hunger in the northern part of Nigeria. So Q here can agree with me on that. So my my problem is, or my trouble with some people in the north, okay, and of course southeast, is what is different now with the situation on ground, with what we experienced 8 years ago, all right, and of course prior. So what is so different that okay, we want to, you know, take our protest to the streets? So that is a big concern for me. Okay, so I mean, are there ways to resolve this? Are there ways to make the government listen to you other than, you know, taking your grievance to the streets? Yeah, there are many ways, but you know, you just have to like engage them. We saw what the NLC did with regards to the proposal they made to government, which was, of course, ridiculous, right? And what happened at the end? The government actually proposed 65,000 to them, and I thought, well, maybe that was okay, but I was saying that the same NLC, okay, who proposed about 500,000 or 600,000, what happened? Where were they? Were they sleeping when the government slaps them on the face and say, hey, we cannot do 500,000, we can only do 62,000 or 65,000? What happened? Did they bend over for the government? What happened? You know, so I mean, this is a burning question that, you know, I keep asking each day. But that aside, let's go to Kenneth Okonkwo, right? Which is, of course, it's so ridiculous that with the way he goes around, okay, to most of these television stations to brag and to say all sort of nonsense about the present administration, that you know, that this government is just, you know, some kind of shithole government, right? I mean, I least expected that he would ever leave. I thought, you know, they were like, you know, conjoined, you know, twin. He could never leave the Labour Party or Peter Obi. But I'm so surprised that he's calling Obi the name he called him, just like you posted in the on the screen, one man. So this is just what these guys do, especially guys from the obedient camp, Kenneth Okonkwo. And of course, this is just Kenneth Okonkwo we're just saying now. We'll definitely see more of this happening in the next couple of weeks. It's just a shame that they failed to put or to get their acts together. Okay, we know that Peter Obi, as a person, he doesn't have the balls, right? If we were in government right now, I'm sure what we're experiencing right now would have been experiencing times 20 of it. That's a fact. But does it have that rigidity or the brevity of Tinubu? Let me just put let me just put a little disclaimer to this. I'm not a Tinubu person, so that you know, someone doesn't come for me here. I'm not a Tinubu person at all. I don't support what it does or what it's doing at the moment. Okay, I totally support the protests. Let me just put that out there. I support the protests. What I don't support is the transparency. Okay, that is not in this protest. They have failed to tell us the reason or the faceless, I would say, gangs. I can call it gang for free. The faceless gangs who have failed to actually reveal why they actually want to protest, go for this protest. They should be bold to say, okay, they don't want Tinubu, period. We want to get this guy out of office. It's not about, they shouldn't come under the guise of, you know, we are hungry, you know, we are, you know, his policies are bad. Of course, everybody is on the same page with we're hungry, and of course, some of his policies are bad. Yes, some of his policies are bad. You still have to actually give him time. He's just in office for what? For a year. Okay, that's why I always ask. I asked Hassan when he came in earlier on. I asked a question. I said, what is the difference between this government and the 8 year of Buhari? And he narrowly, dodged that question. Okay, and one man, I don't know why you didn't allow me to, push back at him with regards to that. He didn't answer my question. Okay, I was expecting him to say, hey, look, it's allowed to have that bias. Yes, I'm a Southwestern person. I'm Yoruba. I'm definitely going to support my own when it deems fit. Okay, but not blindly though, but when it deems fit. But when you see what is right, you need to call it out. When you see what is wrong, you still need to call it out. So that was what I expected of Hassan to have done while he was here earlier on, to have called out the shenanigans that was on during Buhari's administration with regards to what is going on right now. I'm not speaking with two mouths. Okay, so it's just a shame that we are divided in terms of many things in Nigeria. We need to come up with different coloration to what is going on right now. Okay, well, it could be tribal, it could be religious, it could be whatever you choose to call it. But the point is that there is no sincerity to whatever protest or protesters, okay, are targeting towards this administration. They should actually come up with ideas. That's what I expect of the gang, the so-called gangs. Okay, that's what I expect. They should come up with better ideas. Okay, that would allow these governments to actually see what they actually are doing wrong. Okay, if they chose to not do that and they think, well, let's do the Kenyan thing, well, it's just a shame. They're going to fail. So that is just it. So what is next now with regards to Tinubu's administration, with regards to the protests? Well, that is left to the protesters. If they choose to want to go to the streets, well, I mean, it's they might not find it funny. Okay, so the point is they should call their gangs, the faceless gangs, and come up with better ideas that probably would help reduce or ameliorate the hunger in the land, and we'll have a brilliant administration moving forward. So that is what I have to say, woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Well, sorry about the long wait. Who's up next? Ekene, you're up next. Ekene, let's hear from you, Ekene. All right. Oga Kwata Kwata, eh? How about it now? Eh?
I just do.
You just did. So it be like say Kenneth Okonkwo na the latest one to jump ship. Oh, now when you go come, we are still waiting for you to come out publicly and denounce Peter Obi, but Kenneth Okonkwo has been your John the Baptist, your forerunner.
Okay, I cannot jump ship because of Kenneth Okonkwo jump ship. Well, I know my leader and I know who I'm following. So, and right now, the situation we have at hand, we're not talking about P2B or anything about politics or whatever, but Kenneth Okonkwo decide what is good for him. He's a grown-up man. He knows whatever decision he wants to make at any point in time that will favor him or favor his career, maybe political ambition or whatsoever. So if he thinks that that decision will favor him and his political journey, then that's good for him. How can I tell a man above my age more than how many times to what to do and what not to do? So he was a member of a political party before he joined the Labour Party. But even at that, I know that Labour Party contributed to most of the issue we are having today, especially the leadership of that party and Abure and the co. So, but what do you have to do? Even I heard that the convention they had last time, the court has given judgment on that the convention is well accepted because INEC monitored it. So I think many of them think that there is nothing they can do again. So because it's all about their interest or whatsoever. So they have to leave. So for me, my interest might not be their own interest. So the only reason why I joined political parties to, at least when we are talking about changing Nigeria, then you are getting involved in your own local government to do the things you have to do to be able to get the leadership we really need for this country. So that's it. I wish him good luck.
All right. What else are you looking at in the politics today?
Not really much. I just came in when Hassan was talking, so I wanted to say some things, but you know, a lot of voices that I cannot interrogate them, so I decided to keep calm. Yeah, but
did you agree or disagree with what Hassan had to say?
Well, nobody that lives in Nigeria, stay in Nigeria, work in Nigeria, that will not agree with what Hassan has said, unless you want to deceive yourself. As far as you live in Nigeria and you work in Nigeria, you earn in Nigeria, that you will not agree with him. You know, most of the things he said are almost what I say here every day. You know, you even mentioned your own experience of someone when you are buying something either at the mall or people, somebody will be. It happens to me several times. So it's not what if you say it, I just laugh, or if you say that somebody told you, I just laugh. You understand? You see a grown-up man. In fact, you know, it has been long. I went to the market to buy some food stuff, but this Saturday I decided to go to the market also. I bought one onions for 200 naira. Just onions, one. I was like, wow. Just a piece of onion, 200 naira. The size that I used to like, not these tiny ones, normal size of onions. I bought one for 200. I was, guy, what is it? Onions. A piece of onions, 200 naira. What is happening? I beg. The guy
how much was it previously?
At least, normally, at least when we say that things are costly, we used to get it like maybe 2 or 3 of it, 200 or 4. But before onions of 200 naira, you can use it for as in for many times you want, if you as in I know when you buy onions of 200 naira, because onions it was like nothing before. It was like nothing. You just go, you ask them of onions, they just pack it, 200 naira on, they just pack it for you. You understand?
Well, a bag of onion here is about £6, which is well over 10,000 naira.
Well, for me, I don't know. you know, I don't live abroad with you people, because what happened in this the situation we have now is that people, a lot of I had that Babiodun trying to tell students that the graduating students that they should not worry, they should not protest. The problem we have in Nigeria today, we also have it in abroad. We have it in US. We have it. Well, that is a politics. That's what they say. I'm not saying there is no inflation in any other places. So, but for me, I don't see the reason why Nigeria should be facing this kind of hardship. Honestly speaking, yeah, because I see mostly. I don't think that things are too scarce like that. But I think that the purchasing power of the people is brought down to nothing, because a lot of people are still making money that they used to make during either Buhari or Good Luck time. I know a lot of people can still make 5,000 naira a day, 10,000 naira a day. I know. But honestly, that money cannot do anything. That is the problem. Talk less of savings. That's a real fact. What do you want to buy with 10,000 naira in the market? You just mentioned the price of tubo of yam. You said it at the cost of the starting of this section. You understand? So it's not as if people are not making what they used to make before. So, and for people to graduate from that level of earning to another level, it's becoming too difficult, because there is no job to be able to do that. So you have to still stay in that level that you used to be before. At least if someone can make up to 20,000 naira, then I think that should be enough maybe to survive with the situation of Nigeria today. But how many people is earning that? Apart from big men, even big men, they complain. You understand? People should be somebody. If you're able to make 10,000 naira, it's a very big money. With savings, either 1,000 or 1,500 out of it a day can sustain you. We're not talking about the increase in the rent, in everything.
Sorry, Kenny. Woman, I can go out for Prince Daddy to come in. Hello, woman.
So
yes, yeah. All right. Yes, I'll probably go out as well to bring in Thomas. But I think I may have something for Ekene just on my way. Ekene, this one is for you. This your whatever it is that you do all the time. This one is for you.
What is that?
Wait, this one is for you. This is only for you. Have you got your dancing shoes? This one is for you.
No matter how them try, Nigeria goes survive. Our roots them strong for ground, ancestors no go gree, Nigeria goes survive.
So that one is for you. Whether you like it or not, Nigeria will survive. Whether you like it or not, Nigeria will survive. Look at this guy.
Ekene.
Yeah.
Have you asked yourself the reason why that onion is expensive in Lagos? It is because why the northern guys are feeding you, and we and our people are doing exporting and doing things and run out from farm. Now they are having problem. The effect is what you are seeing in our place.
No, so honestly speaking, I don't think that is the main reason.
Those onions, our people don't plant it. They are all from the north.
All right. Sorry, Ogweni. Apologies, everyone. Let me bail out. I've had quite a long day. I didn't even think I was going to be here that longer, but I think it was Hassan and Q. I couldn't just miss not interacting with them. So Team Majek, Ayo, of course, are traditionally and always Ayo. So that's Ayo still. He holds usually an AK-47 to it. That's still Ayo. That's Team Majek in conversation still. Ayo still. That's Audi, known as Paddy on the screens. That's Team Majek still. And then that's Team Majek with the last installment, with the latest installment, I should say. So thank you to all those. The super chat still always open to the to the after hours as well. So let me bail out a hand over to Thomas. Quite a few people in the backdrop. King Emeka is there. I think Remy is there as well. So plenty of conversations still to be had. I'm not quite sure if we have Kulata here. We have him in body, maybe not in spirit, but thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
So, where is Thomas? So, Kulata, are you there?
Ogbeni, hold on, please. Ogbeni, have that conversation, then they will move on. Yeah.
Wow, it's Ekene that is talking now. It's not Ogbeni that is talking.
He was asking Ekene some question before, so I think he dropped. Yeah, Ekene, continue.
So, okay, so that's not the onions is not only the price that shocked me. Even carrots, you now see good carrot for 1,000 naira, maybe like 4 or 5 pieces.
But Ekene,
all this is-
I don't know where you are getting your own onions from. I'm very sorry to say, because I just bought onion yesterday, and I can even send you the picture of the onion that I bought for 5,000 in Ilorin.
Simba, Lagos is different from Ilorin now. Come on now.
Is Ilorin not Nigeria? We're talking about Nigeria. We're not talking about.
I'm telling you, the price in Lagos is different from Ilorin. Don't you know that?
Okay.
Do you buy tuber?
But
in Ilorin or Ileshu in Ilorin?
My wife bought. In fact, because presently I don't know whether they are still having it in Lagos. There is the new yarn has come out now, and then she bought.
Naturally, Lagos price is always different from everywhere else. Trust me.
But Simba, are you? Is that?
Excuse me.
Simba, when did you leave Ilorin? When last have you gone outside of Ilorin?
I'm talking about. I'm in Ilorin as I'm talking now. I'm talking as I'm talking to you now. I'm in Ilorin. I'm not talking about what the. So what are you talking about? I don't know what you say.
When last did you leave Ilorin? That's what I'm saying.
Leave us out.
When last have you gone outside of Ilorin to go somewhere else, like maybe a trip or something?
I was in Lagos last week.
Saudi Arabia now.
I was in Lagos. I was in Lagos between Monday and Friday last week. I left Lagos very early. In fact, even that morning, I even show. I deliberately even show my video. When I was in the airport, when I was about leaving Lagos very early in the morning on Friday.
Well,
so I'm not talking.
What airport did you now arrive at?
We have the airport in Ilorin now. You don't know that we have the airport in Ilorin.
I don't know there is airport in Ilorin.
It's an international airport, not even a local airport. If you don't know. Yes.
Where was that?
International.
I swear to God, I didn't know. You know.
It was actually built for like how will I say it, like a place where if there's any problem in Lagos, where planes can actually landed. Alternative airport for Lagos.
How can Ilorin be alternative when there is Ibadan airport?
Ibadan cannot even. Ibadan does not even have it can't compare Ibadan airport.
I'm just whining. You don't mind. Carry on.
Okay. It's Ekene that is talking now. So.
Well, Simba, I don't know, but
it's like Ekene has rounded up or something.
I'm telling you what I saw last Saturday. That's different. Not apart from other things I've added money in the market, but the price of these two things, carrot and onion, just surprised me. So, and I'm thinking that things is going to be getting better, but it seems that every day by day, the narrative is changing. So, and I was expecting the government, all this meeting and organizing and trying to organize anti-protesters and all this stuff. That energy would have been channeled in meeting the demand of the people. Starting from now, I think they start now to meet the demand of the people. All these protests.
Let me tell you, the fear, let me tell you, and you too should also be afraid of what is going to happen. You are a businessman. You have all your products in Lagos State. You understand? That fear is, nobody is against the protest. But we're in Nigeria. You understand what I'm saying? And we know what usually happens when there is protest in Nigeria. Because this morning, in fact, I'm very sad with what I heard on this platform this morning. For somebody like Q and somebody like Kazan to come and paint Buhari regime to us like a very good regime. For them to come here and be telling us that banditry and insecurity is not a problem in Nigeria. For them to come and tell us that there is hunger in the north, and they are painting all those things, then somebody like Ajale Koko will also come and say, thank you, Q. Ajale Koko, who is a major, one of the major persons that normally talk about insecurity as one of the major problem of food insecurity in Nigeria, to come and be thanking Q, that you can see the bias that we have. The way we take things, the way we talk in this country, it shows that this country doesn't have a future. I'm very sorry to say this, because it shows that we are not being sincere to ourselves. It's only when people are talking to your sentiment, whatever they say, whatever rubbish they vomited, once they are saying anything and it's actually in line with your sentiment, you go with them, you commend them. I'm so sad. I'm very sorry to say that. I'm so sad that people can come here and some people will be thanking them. They say they are making sense. The Buhari regime, even you, Ekene, that you always come here to condemn Buhari. And now that
I cannot say Buhari.
So, and then the way we look at the economy, the way we look at the economy of the country, it's like you want to look at it like a kick and start thing. That okay, once where somebody store, that's where you don't know that somebody can be in regime and cause an havoc that even another regime cannot be corrected in the next 4-8 years. And that was what Buhari has done. And then we will now see somebody that just came in the last 1 year. Tell me, somebody, we are talking about subsidy.
Simba, as a matter of fact, all the problem we have now has been created by PDP.
I don't know how we take in Nigeria. It's to me, in fact, I'm so sad, and I've given up completely.
That narrative that let me say this, sister. That narrative that every administration, we think that the next one, after Tinubu now, should we be expecting that the next administration will continue? Maybe we say, hi, we're going to miss Tinubu. We're going to, if things continue to go like that, man, that's what I'm angry at. Because during Goodluck Jonathan, there was a lot of complaint, this and that. Then Buhari now complain. Now Tinubu again, where it's like people are already saying that Buhari is the thing.
Sorry,
that narrative is becoming a norm in our political system.
But are you guys not being unfair? Are you not being unfair on Tinubu, being that it's just 1 year? He's raised minimum wage recently. Don't we
by 133%? 133%.
Even Buhari raised minimum wage. Buhari raised minimum wage, but still people complain because that money cannot get them anything. This minimum wage you are talking about is less than 43.
It's better than what they were earning before. That is what
no, let me tell you, this minimum wage you are talking about is less than $45. Even 19,000 naira minimum wage.
We don't spend dollars in Nigeria, though.
No, you calculate it. You understand?
I think maybe
You take it. That's you
Madam
use dollar
Zita,
to increase most of the thing we do. Most of our economic
don't
activities is
engage
tied to the dollar.
Ekene on this issue. I
PDP
think maybe we should.
19,000 naira is $119.
Okay, we have heard you. We have heard you.
You understand?
Madam Zita want to
Because
talk.
for
Madam
me, in
Zita
my
want to
honest
talk.
opinion,
DOG,
I
please.
don't even. Yeah, okay, sorry.
Madam
In my
Zita.
honest opinion, I don't even see why that is going to be a protest. I think that could have been a better way to dialogue, because at the end of the day, this protest won't lead us to nowhere. Some people will just gather, make noise with microphone. There will be DJ playing music. Some people will be chasing women. Some people will be drinking. While some hoodlums will be looking to loot shops.
If they limit it to that, no, DOG, if they limit to that, I'll be very happy. But somebody, all the people, all the business owners, even including this Ekene, you are working in Alaba.
When those guys start to do their
Well, by the time they start looting, is the individuals individual like you and me that is going to suffer for it.
Jeeps were dropping hoodlums. So even politicians can send hoodlums to sabotage and start looting just to create havoc. So people saw what happened in NSAS. There were jeeps, Land Cruiser jeeps, dropping touts and thugs, dropping them off on the street, and they started creating havoc and issue up and down there. So there is no way things like this will happen in Nigeria, that you won't see some criminality like shop looting. One guy was talking to me today. The guy is telling me from Nigeria that his sister has never recovered from that 2020 looting they did in ShopRite, that she has never recovered till today. This is 4 years after.
There are a lot of business that has folded up since that time.
Even thank God at least she's alive. That's what the guy said last. Say, thank God at least she's alive.
Zita, Madam Zita, you can say
Simba, when I came earlier here, I had a nice conversation with Hassan. I asked him very few questions, which they attacked me. Even one man said my questions were too broad.
One man sees all these northerners. Always, actually, he loves them. He wanted he will give them all the time.
The reason for the protest, he said hunger. I said hunger is too broad. Who are organizing this protest? He said some NGOs here, they have their own list. Some NGOs here have their own list. I said, how are they getting their demand of the list of their demand to the government? He said they pass through a man. Listen to me very carefully. They said they pass through their man or whatever, and then they said, what is the response? They said it's like the government is not interested. Maybe that is the feedback. That's why they want to go to the street. And I said, how are they going to do the protest? Is it that people will jump out of the street and start demonstrating, which is an uprising? That's not a protest. Because if you want to do a protest, you organize it and you have convening points.
Madam Zita, there was a little one that happened in Lagos yesterday, and I saw one of the inscription, Tinubu must go.
Wait,
is that a protest?
According to that, wait. So I said you have where you convene. And when you say we convene here, maybe security operative will stay there. Number one, protect you, your life, and the property around. He said that he doesn't know. I said I engaged him because he spoke eloquently concerning the protest as if he's an insider. But because there are people who think the protest is all there is, and and if you say, please, that's not the way to go, they think you are in support of the government. Now, let me say this, and I will say it. One thing Nigerians will understand, and their cohorts that are overseas is shouting at them to go to the street, is that, mind you, chaotic protest is your last card. You see this protest they're going to do now? Look at the Kenya own. How many weeks did it last? What happened? The people are backing his cabinet again. And then what? You are playing your last card. They've done the highest they can do. They have work they want to do, burning people's car, looting people's store. Some of them died. Some police officers died. And there is it. So what next?
Yeah, it never gets us nowhere, to be honest. Protest never gets us nowhere.
He said, and then what? If you finish it, and then what? Maybe one or two things will be done. In the United States, I keep giving example of that because the whole world supported them. In 2020, they did riot, they burned everywhere, destroy all their beautiful statues. At the end of the day, what happened? It's only the family of the boy that got some money. And then what? People lose their life. About 25 people died in that protest.
Madam Zita.
People
Madam
lost their businesses. Wait, let me finish. So what am I saying? It is that people, this is not a protest anyway, this is a kind of an uprising. It might not end up in revolution anyway, because I will come here on the weekend of the 1st to have a good laugh. Maybe, probably on the 31st, Tinubu will make a national broadcast and then wait for them. Because you cannot tell me that you have a genuine reason why you want to protest and you don't want to show your face. This is how dumb people think humans are these days. You just say something without people asking you questions. You have a very genuine reason. People are hungry. People are suffering. Things are so bad. That's a genuine reason. On normal circumstances in those days, people like Atiku, Obi, Pankwanzo, all of them will be in forefront of the demonstration. They will lead the masses being in support of them to show the whole world that we do not, and the government is not going to attack them because the presence of them will make the protest coordinated, easy. But if some people want to hide behind whatever that is going on to cause mayhem, let's see how it goes. I rest my case.
You know, Madam Zita, let me tell you this. Because I'm not part of the people, I'm not a social commentator. I'm on ground, I know what is happening. In the late 80s, the early 90s, my auntie used to sell engine oil. So I used to sell engine oil to places like Bida, Kotangora, Mina. There was a day, precisely I think 1991, I went to a restaurant in the garage
December,
in Bida.
Hold on,
yes.
not to come in. Nobody is stopping them from protesting.
No, well, I want to even say this thing that Azan was talking about hunger, and he was saying that if you leave,
let me make this comment, please. For those saying leave them, let them protest, how dare you tell them not to protest? Let me make this clear. Nobody, absolutely nobody can stop a protest. If you think anybody can stop a protest, you are dumb. Let me say this. You go come out, you go protest, waiting you see, you take. Because the military is not going to block your doorstep. They're not going to lock your door. I can assure you that Tinubu on the 1st of August is not going to declare a curfew in Nigeria. That's not going to happen. So this question of let them protest, allow them to, I don't even know where the question is coming from because nobody is going to stop you. They are just telling you, we are just discussing the consequences of your action. What is going to result in. That's all we are discussing. We are not saying you shouldn't. After you don't see me, I don't see you. So you get out in the street, protest. That faceless protest you people want to do, you did it in 2021, January. You called it EndSARS. At the end of the day, some people ran and went and took injunction from court so that they will not be investigated concerning that hazardous protest they did, that so many people lost their businesses. You think you can do it now? I wish you luck. So this question of, I want them to protest. Am I holding you? I'm not holding you. I'm not there. Go out there and protest. Nobody is stopping you, and nobody can stop you. Because the military is not going to tie your leg, neither is the police going to lock your house, and neither will the government declare a curfew because you said you want to protest. So that ridiculous statement of allow them to, how dare you tell them not to protest? Nobody is saying that. We are just discussing consequences of what is going to happen. And I tell you something. Come this weekend, we are coming back here to discuss it in good faith.
Madazita, please, apart from all this, apart from not protesting and because it seems that you are saying that protesting is not the solution that will make the government react to the issues we have at hand. So what should now be apart from protest, what do you think the citizens should do to get the attention of the government to react to the situation we have at hand?
Good. That's a fantastic question. Fantastic question. Now, number one, what is the reason for protest? You said it's hunger. What causes hunger? Poverty. That's one of the major causes of hunger all over the world. How are we going to tackle poverty? We have our House of Representatives. We have our senators. These are people we know in our own locality. We know their houses. Why don't we go there and table our demand to them? As you table your demand, we have how many years more to go for the next election?
3 years.
Good.
No, it's not up to 3 years. 2.5 years.
We have enough
like 3
time.
years, right? She gets the point.
We have enough time to sort out their fuck up. So the way, Ekene, the question you ask now is the best question so far. Because if you burn houses, destroy lives, destroy property, they didn't do anything. What are you going to do? Nothing. But I tell you, if every community should channel their demands to be put in the house by their senators, by their House of Assembly, and in the next 3 years, that thing is not done. Ekene, are you there?
Yes, he's listening.
O nwere ihe ndị Igbo na-akpọ onye nwere mmadụ ka ego. You know that?
I know.
Igwebike. No matter how powerful a senator is, if his senatorial district say he's not going anywhere, no amount of rigging, they won't even let him in the first place. So can we do that?
Honestly, I can trust myself to do that, but I don't know.
No, I'm just saying.
Let me chime in if you guys don't mind.
You asked me a question, and I gave you a suggestion.
Yeah.
A perfect question. That's the very beautiful, smart question you asked this morning, and I gave you an answer. Can we do that?
Okay.
We know their houses in the village. You are senator, definitely you know his house. If you don't know, you go ask, you go know.
Yeah. Let's hear from Prince.
I'm happy that Hassan came here and said that it is NGOs. And the ridiculous thing he said was that they go to Imam. Did they elect an Imam to talk to Tinubu? No. They should go to... You know, I have a problem. Honestly, I keep saying this. We have been lying to our generations. And when we lie to them, they don't ask us questions. They run with our propaganda. They run with our ideology. And the world is collapsing by the day. He came here And people were hailing him. He said they went to the man. Did you elect a man to represent you in front of Tinubu? Because Tinubu is actually the issue. I will have a good laugh on Saturday here. I'm telling you people, Tinubu is the issue. It's not this hunger. I can assure you people.
We know now, that's their target now. They're already putting it there now. Tinubu must go.
Did you elect a man to represent you in the presence of Tinubu? The answer is no. Because Nigerians see government as Tinubu. But let me follow them in their thinking. You didn't elect a man.
Madam Zita, you know what? Madam Zita, he said that the people did not vote for Tinubu, that their imam that instructed them to vote for Tinubu, that the people did not vote for Tinubu. That is the imams that was what Azan said now.
Oh my God. Is that not ridiculous?
Okay, wait. The imam told them to vote for Tinubu, right? And the same imam told them to vote for their senators and their House of Representatives. And what did the man told them when he told them to vote for Tinubu and the senators? He told them that the senators will represent them, right? So when you tell me to vote for somebody, that person will represent me, and I voted the person is not representing me. I go to you, I tell you, look, you told me to vote for this person, it's not representing me. You say, I have talked to him, he's not good. Is it not in the real sense, it's common sense, for me to go to the guy and say, look, actually, I didn't want to vote for you, Mr. Senator. Our imam said to vote for you because he told us you are good. You are not doing your job. Look at what we want. Are you going to do it or not? There is another election coming up. They are not bigger than Nigerians.
All right.
I think Prince Daddy wants to chime in. Yeah, you know, Prince Daddy will not push hard. Yeah, Prince Daddy. Yeah, let's hear you.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. So I was going to say, Madam Zita's solution is it's a good solution, perhaps a long-term solution. But you see, the people need immediate impact to the solution, and I'm not even sure about the definition or actually explained what causes poverty. See, if to me, what's causing poverty is not really lack of food. It's about
no. I said what causes hunger is poverty.
What causes hunger is. What causes hunger is poverty.
Yes.
Okay.
Please, Daddy, with your permission, please. I have 3 people at the background, so I want to know who is active on the screen so that I can put them at the background. Let me know who is not active. Do we Ajali Koko? We can't kick Ajali Koko out. Yeah, Kolata. Do you have Kolata? I don't think so. Kolata. I'll give them benefit of that. Maybe we have Ekene, of course. We have DOG, of course. We have Prince, of course. Babati. Do you have Babati? Babati is here. Good. Yeah, we have Simba, of course. Madam Heya, we have. Do we have Emeka? Emeka? Yeah, let's kick Kokolata out and to replace him with Remy. Yeah. Go on, yeah, Prince.
Yeah, thanks. You said hunger causes poverty. But the point I'm trying to make here is that, look.
I said poverty causes hunger.
Poverty causes hunger.
Right.
Okay, poverty causes hunger. So the point I'm trying to make is that, look, to me, the hunger in the land has to do with bad policies. It's about bad policies and lack of vision, especially in the agriculture or farming sector. That's what it is. Even if people are able to afford food, okay, even the poor would have access to food. They would. So it's and again, the people need a short-term solution. But the protest, I'm not for this protest, but the point here is that the senators, they are recyclable. Okay, they're not going to make any impact, but the governors are like directly there to be challenged, okay, to bring about solution to the problems of the people. Not so much going after Tinubu, and these people are not ready to go after the governors. They rather play politics and go after Tinubu or APC. That shows that seriousness. I think the government, I mean, and Tinubu has a role to play. And if they all work in tandem, they need to. We talk about investment all the time in agriculture, but agriculture or farming should be the least that the government, the governors can do in the country, okay, to alleviate the pain of the people. But they're not doing it. See, I don't want to give the Nigerian government a pass. Okay, no, there has to be a pressure from different perspective on these people. There has to be. Okay, where should the pressure come from that makes the most impact is the key here, and these people that determine that it's the protest against the government would do it. Just like I've said before, I don't think it's going to yield much. Just like Madam Zita said, I don't think it's going to yield much apart from destruction and mayhem everywhere and destroying people's businesses. I don't think it's going to be it's going to make a much impact because the people pulling the levers in the different states, they are not being challenged. They've been given a free pass. Okay, so and that's what a lot of people are saying, that this protest is politically motivated in a lot of ways. Okay, and again,
Prince Daddy, let me. Sorry, I'm sorry for cutting you. Let me give you some data from Australia. My church always give like a giveaway every Wednesday to the less privileged, and where we normally get the food from is from the food bank in Melbourne. Please, Daddy, just guesstimate how many people the food banks in Melbourne feeding every day.
1,000.
Just guess.
1,000.
65,000 people are being fed by food bank in Melbourne every blessed day. People are in poverty, people that cannot even buy food. So I think we always think that our life is so bad that we in the diaspora, we are living in some Eldorado, that there is no poverty in Australia, there's no poverty in America, there's there is poverty. Prince, Google it. 65,000 people are being fed food bank in Melbourne every day.
Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas.
The thing is, I've said this earlier on. I just think Nigerian government, they need to find a way to educate people about governance so they know where to channel their energy. There is a lot of honorables, federal honorables, senators. I know back in the days, as at Yaradua days, I know honorables that the money they give them alone, instead of them to spend the money for their constituency, the allowance they get for their constituency every month, what they do is they will just call party meeting, cook food, serve food. They have envelope that they put 5,000 in one, 10,000 in one. They know who they want to give 5,000 to. Instead of the money, so and those people too, they don't know nothing. They don't know anything. Instead of them to come to say, in this area we don't have water. Can you do borrow for us from the allowance from this week? My MP in the UK, I have my MP's number. If I have the issue, I can call my MP. How many people have access to it? How many people even know they can go to their honorable or go to senator or go to chairman? If in Nigeria today,
DOG, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. If the honorable come with the money and ask them that, do you want this cash, the money in cash, or you want me to dig a ball for projects, you? They will take cash.
Okay, Simba, you said that before.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you this. Sorry, DOG.
Let me explain to you. So every month, back then, they get 7 million naira per month. Not part of their salary. It's not for them. It's for their constituency. Whatever they need to go and do in their constituency, which is why Tinubu is talking about locality. Governors need to start working. Chairmen need to start working. Even as little as chairman. Some chairmen, you can't even see them. An ordinary person that doesn't know them can't go to the local government and say, I would like to see the chairman. They can't. And this is
Let me
the problem.
Okay, let me wrap up.
Prince Daddy,
If people's road is not good in Ibadan,
you asked me a question that have I witnessed it? Is that not the question you asked me?
No, I didn't ask you to witness it. We all see.
No, yes, Pathfinder. I mean, Prince Daddy said he asked me that question.
No, I think I know what you said. I say you said something like that before, that people would choose money over projects.
No, I'm not just saying it because let me tell you something that my brother is an engineer.
No.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
People don't want money over projects. It's because
I will tell you.
The government.
No, let me tell you. I will tell you. I'm telling you this. Let me tell you. I'm telling you this. Oh, DOG, why are you arguing with me?
To these people.
I'm not
one voice.
Oh, okay. That is your own point. Let me say this.
These people.
Let me tell you this.
Money to do projects, they are not showing sign to the people that you can come to us and we can do borrow for you.
Let me tell. I want to tell Prince Daddy this.
Like I will even mention his name. Baba Akinloye. You know Baba Akinloye, Abi, in Oyo State.
I know Baba Akinloye.
His son was an honorable. I don't want to mention his own first name.
I know him. If you don't mention him, we know
might
them.
Know him, but
we are in battle together now.
So
we know them.
Hold on. His son was an honorable back in the days. This guy will come, put money in envelope, cook rice, go to his father's house, do party meeting. That money is money for the constituency. But once he has given all the party members that they have access to each other, 5,000 naira envelope, the one that will take 10,000 and they eat and they shout, PDP power, everybody go home. That is it. People don't realize. That's why I say government needs to start educating people to know that, okay, if I need so for my road, maybe I need to first go to the chairman. If the chairman is not making move, maybe I need to go to the federal honorable or the state honorable. So
what you said, what you just said is you are correct, DOG. You are correct. I absolutely agree with you. But what I'm saying, let me give you another example. I have a brother, my blood brother. You understand? He is an engineer with one of the construction companies in Nigeria. I won't mention the name. They had a project in the Niger Delta, and they are laying pipe through villages in Niger Delta, and it was the one in charge of the community, or the community that this project, pipe will pass through. So we'll go to the community, ask them, okay, well, this is what we want to do. What do you want us to do for you? Since this pipe is passing through your community, could you believe that none of them will ask for school? None of them will have for potable water. None of them will ask for hospital. Is either they are asking for cash or they're asking for community town hall where they will be drinking burukutu.
Baba, those people don't know they can ask these people for water. They don't know. They will beg for water. They will be begging them that.
Okay, let me land before.
Land your point.
Okay, DOG. Okay. All right. So, what was I saying? So yeah, I mean, good point. I mean, I've always said it now. It has to come down to the grassroots, to the people in charge. I'm not. If you give senators, the honorable, bunch of money, what do you expect them to do? I mean, they're not the people on the ground that actually know what the people need. The best that they could do is exactly what they're doing. Actually, I don't even blame them. They can only share the money to retain their own power and strengthen their own, constituents, to vote for them. That's just the bottom line here. The point here is that, and actually, the reason why I actually came to the show is to make a comment about what Simba said last night or yesterday, and the problem to hunger in the country, just like I said earlier, is bad policy and lack of innovation. And Simba, you made a comment yesterday that took me aback. You said when someone was mentioning the advancement of what Niger state is doing, the governor, in terms of the agriculture, and you made a comment that, the farming season was coming to an end. I didn't know what you meant. See, that's a problem. That's part of the problem why we have food challenge in that country. Some countries like Israel, for example, they're planting, vegetables and crops in the desert year round. Because in our case, the rainy season is coming to an end, we stop planting. So that's our problem. The inability to find better way to irrigate our farmlands we throw our hands up that we can't farm anymore.
Before I even made, I made an example before I even made that statement. You understand that we have to do away with rainy season farming that we are doing. You understand? And I made the example that if you look at the two major rivers, if you listen to me quite carefully, the two major rivers that we have, the River Niger and River Benue, and I mentioned that I traverse between the one that at least in Kwara State, between Jeba to Lafiagi to Patigi and all those areas that I passed through that route during the dry season, and I cannot even see one irrigation going on along those rivers.
Well, yeah, well, to the point, and that's see, we have in this today's modern way of farming or of mechanized agriculture, we have a zero excuse, especially in that kind of climate. Okay, not to be able to grow food throughout the year. See, the problem is to the point, is poverty causes hunger. Madazita said, I don't think I totally agree with that. If we have plenty of food, okay, even the poor will have enough to eat without money because we have to dispose of those perishable commodities. It's because we lack innovation, investment, and creativity. That's the reason why we're suffering. That's the only reason why. And from Tinubu to in the past, agriculture should be the first thing attacked in that country. Once people can have food in their belly, I think most problems are resolved. Even shelter they can manage when people have food in their belly. See, it's just lack of innovation is what is killing us in that country. And not that like we don't have smart people. We have smart people, but the wickedness in their heart will not allow them, to think beyond themselves and their immediate family, to help the country. Anyways, thanks.
Can I come in now? Good morning, everyone. It has been a very interesting topic from one angle to other angle. So I listened to when you guys started asking the two Northern guys question, and I also listened to their submission. It clearly shows there's a big division. And it clearly shows that those insecurity, I think, is also politically motivated in the North. If they can come here and tell us that insecurity does not affect their farm, it's not the reason why we have blah, 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 that means they know the people that are doing this thing. It's just a way to also bargain for something from the federal government, one way or the other. So when you look at Nigeria as a whole, you will see that different tribe or different region have their own agenda. And it clearly shows that the protest they want to go about is not protest basically for hunger. Because if you are saying people are hungry, an average person say, if you are hungry, what do you do? I think the best is just to go back and till the land. And when you till the land, what can the government do before we harvest? But if you are not talking about this or that, you want to change the constitution, you want the president to go away, that is already ulterior motive. And when you talk about constituency project, a good example is Gbajabiamila. If you see what this guy have done with the constituency project in Surulere local government, you will be amazed. He turned around a lot of hospitals, a lot of things he has done for them. And when you look at all other senator or rep in various parts of the country, some of them try, but majority of them do nothing. They just pocket the money and gives, and not that they pocket the money, because it's just a constitutional project that they will find somebody to execute in their constituency. So one way or the other, the money still go back to them. But at the end of the day, do they do something? They never do anything. Now, Madam Sita says something, and which I hold in my left hand. After the protest, whether you do it for 6 months or 1 year, what next? What are you going to gain from you? And the moment you start protesting, everybody knows the truth. There is going to be a lot of destabilization. A lot of people have their own motive. And you say people are hungry. So if I'm going for that protest and I am hungry, I don't care whether you are walking the street, I will go to that shop and see that 50 bag of rice. That is what will be in my mind, because I'm hungry and I want food, maybe for me and my family. So that means my motive is not for me to be running around and shouting Tinubu must go. Maybe my motive is just to go and steal something. And I bet you more than 50% of them that will join that protest, that is what is going to be in their mind, because they are hungry. So, and when people are now trying to tell you, don't do it, and if you are doing it, and then there will be fight among each other, and then when there's a crisis, the military and police will come into it. And because you also want
Remy, you know, the little work that is available, that individuals that are running their business, that they engage these young Nigerians that are earning this little money that they are using to survive, they will take all this thing away.
And when I know that some Nigerian youth, they are so gullible to the extent that they want to test the might of the police. And when you want to attack the police, the first thing you do, he does not care how many people is in front of him. He will shoot.
It's not like, forget about that. My fear is is destruction. I don't want destruction.
Destruction.
The little things that we have that is still sustaining that country, I don't want it to be taken away. That's my fear. I'm not against protests, but if there's a way they can make it peaceful, they should make it peaceful. Talking about hunger, just hold on, Remy. These northern guys that came and then they are talking about protests. They are not even talking about, okay, what is the solution? They didn't see banditry, they didn't see Boko Haram, they didn't see security as one of the major causes of the hunger. As far back as 1991, just hold on, Remy. I bought a food in a restaurant in Bida. I put the food was on the table. I just went to decide to go and wash my hand. By the time I look back, that was as far back as 1981. I couldn't find my food again, not even outside, like the way Azar was painting that if you dare eat outside. This was inside a restaurant.
Okay, let me continue. The first time I went to the northern part of Nigeria,
I've never seen.
who is talking on the ground?
So Cayman, I didn't.
Can I continue, please?
What is that?
The first time, okay. When they talk about, when Madam Zita asked me a good question, he said, they asked the Malam, what are their governors doing? Why can't they go ahead to meet the governor and the governor gets in trouble with the presidency? Why the Malam? Is my local Malam in my street? How can he have access to Tinubu? I don't understand. Why not the governor of your state? Why do you elect have a governor? Why do you have a senator? Why do you have a representative if you're not going? So that means there's already ulterior motive in that. So when you look at the totality of everything, there is, we must tell ourselves the truth. There is no way that if that process go on, there's not going to be crisis. There will be a big crisis. They will fight. I'm not saying you should not protest, but even the people that say they are the organizer, a lot of them have started checking out. Even from TikTok, they have started, they are no more interested. And some people still consider that they want to do it. So who are these faceless leaders? Who are the leaders? Where are the leaders? We cannot find them. Some of them have already run away. And they continue, from where they are, they continue to instigate the average Nigerian youth that when you guys are talking, I just laugh. The youth we have in Nigeria today, do you think they have that knowledge or they are ready to study or research by themselves and come out with solutions? Look at all the lists they are banding around. There is nothing like agricultural revolution in it. There is nothing like a reduced recurrence expedition in it. There is nothing like institutionalizing making all the institution work. There's nothing like that. What are they talking about? It's just nonsense. So when you look at the lead, you just laugh. Your generation is different from this generation. Though I gave it to them because this is a new age. But at the same time, we also have youth in other countries. They don't think this way. They don't think about destroying their own country. They will hold their leader accountable. They find a way. Because for me, I always ask myself a very good question. Anything you do in life, whether in war or no war, everything at the end of the day will end up in a round table. You are still going to sit down and negotiate. So if those people that are calling for this process truly love Nigeria and they have this faceless leader, why did they come together? Forget Atiku, forget Showore, forget everybody. Just youth. Bring leaders from all the regions. You sit down and continue to shout that you want to meet the president. I think they will give them audience. You can even from that angle form a political party and try to push your people inside. But
can I come in?
Oh, you can come in. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you people think if Atiku and Obi request to see Tinubu, he wouldn't grant them audience? I'm talking about representatives now, like June, that PDP and Labour Party, they're not satisfied in the way their supporters are suffering in Nigeria due to the leadership of APC. And I ask a simple question. Do you think if they ask for audience with Tinubu, Mr. President, we want to come and discuss with you on the state of the nation, he will say no? Hello?
He will not say no. But of course, Zita, he will not say no. But you know that the way we practice politics in Nigeria is either me or nobody.
Okay.
It's only me that knows that have the answer. So the other person cannot have the answer. If we are not doing it for the good of the country, everybody is just there for their own selfish gain.
I'm coming to that. And then Nigeria will watch them with their entourage, maybe with some people from the north, some people from the east. They watch them go into Aso Rock. And the press will carry it. They held a meeting with Tinubu for 3-4 hours. And they came out. Obviously, when they come out from the meeting, the press will confront them. And they will tell the press at least 1 or 2 things. That is 1. 2. I came in here, I said something. Prince Daddy came and said, what I said is on the long term. I don't know why he said that. But what I said is not on, it's both on the long run and on the short term. If they present their case and it's not sorted out, that's when the long run comes in. They wait for them the next 3 years and vote them out. But what I am saying is going to present your case to the person you voted to represent you in front of Tinubu. That was a brilliant question Ekene asked. Have you gone to them in group and said, look, Mr. Man, you people have to remove this. We are not satisfied with the way you people are buying vehicles. We need money for so and something. You have removed the subsidy. Why don't you subsidize the food? And let it be that they waited for them 1 month, 2 months. The Senate is not saying anything. The House of Rep is not saying anything. They never did that. And now, everybody that supports this protest, I must say, has a compelling argument. I keep repeating this, and I will keep saying it because I'm coming back here this weekend. Your argument is compelling, wonderful. People are so, why hide your face? That's the bit I don't understand. Perfect argument. Everybody is suffering. Everywhere is scattered. You want insecurity. You want economy. You want food. You are hungry. Perfect argument. The whole world will support you. So why hide your face? To send mystics into the street, right? I will be back here on Saturday. I will have a good laugh.
Madam Sira, the supposed genuine one saying they are not destroying anything. So can we give them a benefit of doubt?
Thomas.
Yes.
It's like sometimes maybe the way I present my discussion or
no,
submission,
I understand you, my sister.
People don't
I
understand
understand
me.
you. I do.
I am not against protest. And nobody can stop a protest. They might frighten you from not protesting, but nobody can stop you. The only thing, the highest they can do, roll out armored cars, put police in the street, but they're not going to lock your door. Neither are they going to lock your gates. So actually, the question of let them protest is not is not supposed to be discussed, because if they actually want to protest, they're gonna protest. But what I am saying is, if you have a genuine reason and you want to come out in the street, because this protest you people are talking about, for those who came in this platform this morning to say NGOs, NGO no get name. They get name. They get people.
No, that one is a lie now. It's a lie.
Wait,
She was
they
just
get
looking for
name.
an
They get
excuse.
people where own them. And that particular NGO might be made of, let's say, 50,000 people. And they have their own demand. I asked him. And there is another NGO too. Maybe they have 100,000 people. They have their own demand. What kind of banana republic is this now? Every small group have their own demand. How is the government gonna meet it?
You know, Azan started having problem with Tinubu when Wiki started demolishing their illegal buildings in Abuja. That was the day I knew that.
I don't really care about
Simba,
that.
you again.
I don't really care about that, because even up to Wike's government in Abuja, the picture of Abuja is not stayed there. Abuja is one of the most beautiful cities. And I keep asking question, why would a government pay so much money to design a city that will not come into effect? That's my stand. If Babangida's government will pay so much money to design a city that will never come into effect, these are the things Nigerians should be asking question on. You pay that money, all the green area, all the pipelines, everything, houses are sitting on it. And everybody is comfortable with that. And they don't talk about how much tourism a beautiful city like that can bring to the country and even give them jobs. Nobody is talking about that. But it's
Madam
okay.
have you spoken on...
Look, Thomas, nobody is saying them not to. Nobody is saying they shouldn't protest. Though. I'm just trying to make them understand that protest is not the best answer. Nobody. I have never seen anybody who said, you dare not, if you come out with it. No.
Even police said they have police and soldiers said they have the right. Even the law enforcement. They said they have the right.
Protest. Yeah. But when the protest is no longer protest, where security agencies have to come in. And I don't even want anybody to come here this weekend and be shouting, they kill 400 youths, they kill 300 youths, because we're going to watch it on camera. Computer doesn't lie. Somebody somewhere is going to video that violence. So they should go out in the street and demonstrate. The only problem I have, you have a genuine reason to go to the street. Why hide your face? That's where I have problem. If you have a genuine reason, so fantabulous, so good, why are you hiding your face? Come out with your bold shares. Say people are hungry. You want to have solidarity with them. Everybody go to the street. We no go agree, we no go agree. We go, the government will say, now, wow. Even Atiku is there, even Obi is there, even this, no, I got to do something. So why are you hiding your face?
So, Madam Zita, what about those in the diaspora or one of the leaders? Why are they not coming down at home to lead it? I don't know. Like that guy who is in his USA now with comfort in his house.
But the question is, can I chime in?
It's a good thing they want to do, according to them. Perfect thing. They have the right to protest, according to them. They have a genuine reason why they want to protest. We all agree on that. So why hide your face?
I
don't understand. Why are you hiding your face?
Can I come in?
Yeah. Let's hear from Patrick. Yeah, Patrick. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I don't think they are hiding their faces. They are not. We have been mentioning some names behind this protest. You understand? People like Shure, even though it's in diaspora, Shure's group, they have names. Wait now, why are you laughing? Wait now. No, except we are deceiving ourselves here. Let's speak. This guy has been protesting the country. So why are you laughing? when the military was there and you were hiding, Showore was on the street writing the stuff.
Patrick, let me give you updated
No,
information.
Remy, let him land. No, Remy, please. Let him land.
I'm just coming and I'm holding a different opinion from you.
Let him land. Let him land, please.
So I feel that they are not hiding their faces, you understand? And their demands are very clear. They are protesting government policies, the consequence of government policies. The normal way is what this protest meant to do is to put pressure on government to re-examine their policies. You understand? It's not meant to chase Tinubu out or to destroy things. I know some people will want to hijack it, and that's a genuine concern.
Are you having your own demand, or you are speaking to the demands that they have? Because I cannot see you are saying policy now. I can't see any of demand that say, okay, they should bring back fuel subsidy. They should start now paying arbitrary on devaluation of naira on dollar exchange.
Wait, now I'm saying this protest is in response.
Let him finish. I will tell you why they're faceless.
I said this protest is a response to the consequence of government policy. For example, government removed subsidy. Fine, they cannot sustain it because of the problem it was causing. But the consequence came and the government couldn't manage it. Floating of naira. Normally, floating of naira and devaluation of your currency is meant to attract export. It's meant to incentivize you to export.
Why are we trying to give these individuals, these rogue criminals, a reason to go to the streets? Have we forgotten? Wait, let me highlight something. Before you land that point, because you woke me up. Let me highlight something. Have we forgotten that these rogue individuals wanted to protest after they lost the election? Have we forgotten?
They protested, not they wanted to.
They were calling for a protest to cancel the election when they lost the election. So why are we trying to give these rogue elements legality?
People like Patrick, they can't see beyond. It's just they have been commending him now, so they just cling to the gallery.
Rogue elements, legality. Yes, you see, when someone it's just like it's just like when you have a problem with your neighbor. Your neighbor is waiting and looking for excuses so that they can attack you. For you to make slight mistakes so that they can attack you. But your neighbor does not like you. You know that already. These individuals are rogue elements looking for excuses. Look at their demands. Go and look at their demands. They always wanted to protest. So they've been waiting for a moment to come out to the streets. And like what Madam Zita, Madam Zita, welcome back. It's been a long time. I've not heard from you. They've been waiting patiently for a reason to hit the streets and cause disorderliness. Somebody mentioned Showore. Showore is being funded by the Fund Foundation. I want you to take your phone now and Google what the Fund Foundation is. They were the same individuals who funded the Kenya protests. They funded the Kenya protests. The Ford Foundation is one of the devilish foundation NGOs in the world, going around creating chaos in the name of they are trying to create social change. Google them. Let me continue my sleep.
Okay, thank you. So let me.
Our word woke you up, Emeka.
Let me just
Patrick,
round.
Can
Let
I
me
tell
round
you
up
why
because
they
I've
are
frozen.
faceless?
Okay.
Why they are faceless is that we don't actually know who is protesting. There are so many names there and so many different demands from people we do not know, we don't recognize. The government, as a government of Nigeria, don't recognize them. They don't know who they are. Whatever body they form that body for this protest. So that's why I said they are faceless. Anyway, since Tinubu became the president, these people, TUC have demonstrated, NLC has demonstrated. They have tried to use these recognized bodies to push this mayhem, but those people were reasonable enough because they have to come with a list of demand because they are a recognized institution. So they cannot just wake up and say, we are going for a demonstration. So they were doing it and they have been having negotiations for over 1 year now. And one or two of their demands somehow is being sorted out. Now, these people are tired of TUC and NLC because the people have to do a what they call due process. So they now want to come out as faceless. You cannot form an organization just because you want to do protests. That's not how it works. So that's why I said they are faceless. And the second reason why I say faceless, I'm going to watch it live on the 1st of August. I want to see the faces of the people demonstrating. And if it's just on about people, I don't see celebrities, I don't see the people who have been shouting they support them, or probably some Nigerians overseas demonstrating overseas in solidarity to them, then my facelessness will be concluded. We need to see their faces. Come 1st of August. Thank you.
Thank you. So
thank you. Yeah, I think Patrick wants to say something.
Yeah, it's just very close by. My opinion is that they are not faceless.
Today is 29, so 3 days more.
Exactly. They are
For
not
2 days,
faceless.
even 2 days. Yeah.
They are not faceless, and their demands are clearly articulated. Why is it difficult for us to understand that there are people actually hungry in Nigeria, that there's food inflation and it's biting hard? Why is it difficult for us to understand? Everybody has come.
Nobody, don't use that one. That is an emotional sentiment that you are putting to it. Nobody is saying there is no hunger. Don't use that one to buy. That is a cheap political blackmail. It's a blackmail. That's what you are doing. Stop that. Nobody is saying there's no time. You have to be sincere with yourself. There's no time. There is no hunger in Nigeria. We can say, okay, it's worse. And it has been getting worse over the time, So what we are saying, we are not even saying people should not protest. Don't go into that one. What we are saying is that we are not comfortable with the way things are going. And the little thing that is left in that country, we are concerned that nobody should destroy it. We don't have chaos, we don't have mayhem in our country. That's why we are saying what we are saying. So don't come with this your people are against people. You are not being sensitive to people. People are dying of hunger. No, don't say that. Don't bring that one here. There's nobody that is saying that.
Patrick, I want to bring it to your. Patrick, I want to bring it to your attention that the Adeyanju you call for has already opted out of the protest, and most of you warrior guys on TikTok and wherever they are opting out. Because they said that
because they knew where the thing is coming from. Now they are beginning to see the hand of the voice of Jacob and the hand of Esau. Yeah. That's what these people like Patrick refuse to see.
Yeah, they are now saying that the protests have been hijacked, and they are talking. You can listen to their everything. Some of them are coming out. They are opting out of the protest because they believe that. So I just want to ask that information. You can go ahead.
Let me say this before I go. Please, I don't like people misrepresenting me or misquoting me. I never said that everything is good in Nigeria. Their argument is perfect. They have every right to protest. Number two. Number three, nobody, no government can stop a protest. But the consequences of you coming out, that is what they can do. But they can't lock your door. You can still come out and protest. And again, the fourth one is that, please, Patrick, understand that it is a free world. It's their right. Let them come out and protest. But remember, you said protest. Anything outside of protest will be met with consequences. You said protest. So let them come out and protest. Chikina, una bye bye you.
Patrick, you have the floor. You can continue.
Continue, I'm gone.
Okay, thank you very much. So I agree with you. I'm not saying that people should, that the fear that this protest might lead to violence is a genuine concern. That's what I'm also having that concern. And that means we're in a very difficult situation in that country, because we have a situation when innocent people want to express themselves, you have the political class hijacking it and using it for political gain. And then we also have a situation where the political class in power is insensitive to the masses. You can see at the end of the day, the masses are in the middle, and it's a very, very sad situation for them. We have a good president today that is, we believe that a number of us on this platform believe he's trying his best. By the time we have a terrible one tomorrow, the poor masses want to express themselves. The other political class want to hijack the process. You can see that the innocent man is in the middle, and the innocent man is the one that is really biting hard. Like somebody told me, one of these activists that was saying he wants to protest, the car he was standing on for protest, the car is worth over 50 million. And he's saying people are hungry. He's standing up on his own car and waving flags. I say, okay, the activist is not hungry, but the point is that he's using that to his own gain. Whereas in the real sense, the political class, the ruling class, are not really doing their best to improve the lots of the people. So the masses are afraid to protest, because if there's riot and there's problem and the police come in, they are going to be arrested anyway, and it becomes difficult to get them out. And if they don't, there's hunger and it's biting them. So it's a very, very bad situation that
So,
we
Patrick,
found ourselves in
I
Nigeria.
have a quick question for you. One will be on economic and one will be on this protest. Like, for example, Lagos State is over 10 million people. And the total police force we have in Lagos State, I don't think they are up to
why are you seeing this, Remy? 10 million, over 10 million. Lagos is about 25 million.
Okay, whatever million.
25 million.
And the total police force in all over the Federation of Nigeria is not up to 1 million. How many people are they going to fix if like 1 million people is on the street in Lagos protesting, and we have 10,000 policemen to give them security? How is that going to work? That is number one question. Number two question is that some of your people from the northern part of some Nigerians, like those Nigerians that came in from the north, so they said that subsidy must be restored. As an economist, do you agree with that or not? That is the two questions. Thank you.
Nigeria does not have the subsidy is good if it's well managed, but Nigeria currently does not have the capacity to return subsidy to the plate, because the poor masses are not even enjoying the benefit from subsidy. It's the rich that is also enjoying the benefit. That's just the truth. So I don't see that. But what
no, because you said bad policies, you have been repeating this for days now. Bad policy. We have two major. No, just wait now. We have two major policies. Is the subsidies and then the floating of naira. So can you speak to the two, and then you give us, at least you are an economist, you give us a better way of managing this kind of thing.
If you remember what I said poor management of consequences of policies. I didn't say that the policies are bad. If you
So
remember,
the consequences, how do
the
you
consequences are the,
manage the
you see,
consequences?
let me start with flotation of naira. You see, the flotation of naira is meant to achieve certain things. One, when your currency is devalued, your production becomes cheap. That's what is happening in China now. The Chinese currency is currently devalued, so it is cheaper to buy from China than most countries in the world, and because of that, your export becomes as a producer in China or in Nigeria, for example, you are incentivized to export your product. But you do that when you have excess capacity. Now, when you are meeting local demand and you have excess capacity that is lying afloat, then you want to export. That's what happens. In Nigeria's case, for example, in the area of food, we don't have capacity yet because we are not even meeting local demands. Now, with the value of our currency, it becomes attractive to export our products, and that's what some people are doing. What they are doing is,
But sorry, I understand but all these things are just a layman. It's not a rocket science economics that you are discussing. Everybody knows that. Because I want you to give practical examples
I'm telling you now, you never let me land now.
Okay, continue.
You see, what happens is that because it becomes very attractive to export, farmers, middlemen, some big names, big boys, they are mopping up local production and exporting to maybe Cotonou and all this stuff. Now, your currency is not as powerful as what you have in Cotonou now. So people would rather go take to those countries, look for a way to export, collect hard currency, and change it for big naira. So that's what is happening.
No, you disappointed me. You really disappointed me. It's not. No, how can that one? Let me tell you. You buy something. Let's say you buy let's say a tuber of yam for 1,000 naira.
You are going to the farm. You are mopping directly from the farm.
Whatever. You at least when you get to the farm, you buy at a price. So let's say you buy from so you buy at a price of 1,000 naira. You go to Benin Republic, maybe you sell it at maybe 10 sefa. In what way did that say?
I can't put numbers.
I'm just giving just an arbitrary. Then because what you just said that because you go and sell in that currency, then you come back and change.
I'm just giving an example.
The value, let me tell you, the value of a commodity doesn't change by currency. That's what I don't know what your argument is. I'm not Remy, I'm Simba.
Simba, sorry. You see, I'm just giving an example of Cotonou. I'm not saying they are selling to Cotonou.
Anywhere, even if you go and sell it in US, try and explain how you go and sell in $1 and then you say that by the time you are, because you want to sell in that currency, then it become big money.
Wait, now how much is a tuber of yam in Nigeria? You are a farmer. How much do you think if I buy yam?
That is, how can you be asking me that? What is a tuber of yam comes in different sizes? You can't put a price on a tuber.
Wait now. We are trying to say hypothetically, an average tuber of yam maybe 1,000. Now, if I move that tuber of yam, if I bring it to Canada here, I'm going to sell that tuber of yam $15. I'm going to sell that tuber of yam $15. Maybe I spend some money to bring it down, everything. Maybe I spend another 1,500 to bring it down. That makes it 2,500. If I sell that tuber of yam $15, that tuber of yam, if I convert $15 to Nigeria, I'm looking at 17,000 naira. So it becomes very attractive. I know a number of people here who are currently doing that. A number of people here in Canada who are currently doing that. Mopping food from Ghana.
Is it that expensive like that in Canada?
Yes, now.
One tuber of yam $15.
Yeah, I can.
Because I just bought one recently. I bought an average size for nearly, it's not up to €3.
Yeah, that's Europe now.
No, if you convert it to your dollar, it cannot be more than $4, a Canadian dollar.
That I'm telling you, you can't see it. But
$15. Oh my God, that is
Even in Saudi Arabia, we don't even buy in tubers. We buy in kilo. They will weigh it.
$15 for God's sake.
And we buy in kilos, not even in tubers. They buy in kilos.
If I will check if I can see an online store here, I'll send to the link. You understand? You can.
I think one
We're not doubting. Just the rational buying at $1 in Nigeria and selling for $15. Even if you factor the custom duty and.
Do you know? For example, I'll give you a good example. Do you know that bottle of Fanta? That bottle of Fanta.
Yeah, I think Patuski, he added flavor to it. Don't mind Patuski. He added flavor.
No, Simba. Once I'm trying to see if I can get an online store. You know those online store, they put the price tag on this thing. I'll send it to the link. For example, you know a bottle of Fanta, normal Fanta, Nigerian Fanta. You sell in Nigeria. I don't know how much they sell it now. Maybe 500 naira. I don't know. But it's about $5 here, $3, $4. So if it comes here and they sell it for $4, that's close to 5K, 5,000 naira.
Out Canada is expensive. Even in UK, that's why you're talking about
Nigeria. It's because you are converting it to naira.
No, I'm not converting. I'm giving an example of the Western nations.
No. In Europe, African foods are cheaper than in America. Because of the African population in Europe, and it is easier. The shipping route, and all the stuff is easier.
It's closer, right?
It's closer, yeah. But in North America, when I was in the US, it was almost like that. But it's even cheaper in the US than in Canada. You understand? If
but they're beside one another now, Canada and America.
I don't know why it's like that. They are not, it's fun. The land area, yeah, the people who are running African stores, they are making big margins.
Yes.
Big margins. Yeah. There was a time my wife was selling this pala, that normal pala that they bend and no, kinche poroko. You know that pala, that tiny one that they sell, that they will smoke.
Yes. That Nigerian one, I know now.
Exactly. The money we spent on that thing was just about 30,000. After shipping everything, maybe 60. Yeah, we made over, even before this devaluation, we made over 300,000 on it now.
Wow.
Because just small one, people will buy $25, $30, $25. By the time you start adding, you understand? So it's like that. So that's the incentive. So I would rather, for example, I know a store here that has a processing, packaging, this in Abeokuta. The woman will go to her father and buy rice. That will buffet in Shun, when you're going to Lagos or Abeokuta. The woman will buy bag of rice of father, blow it, repackage it into bag.
Abusing you already.
Repackage it into bag and bring them to Canada. People are eating Ofada seriously here now. And that of Bafe is what they call Ofada village. That of Obafe is Ofada. There's a town there called Ofada. That's where they produce a large amount of Ofada rice in Nigeria. And that woman is a big buyer in that place. You can imagine the implication. You understand? On the Ofada supply to the market.
Because I mentioned it the other day that even the food, a lot of food has been shipped from Africa to the diaspora. This can also affect the price of.
It's affecting it because I would rather ship if I have a farm. Sure, there was a time I was telling my friend, that father, maybe we should just go there and set up our farm. If I eventually have a farm and produce rice there, I won't sell it in Nigeria now. I'll come and sell it here. That's my intention. I'll sell to Ontario. I'll sell to, and we are beginning to have very large population of Nigerians in Ontario now, in Calgary, in Alberta. So you are looking at Nigerian population increasing to millions very soon, maybe by God's grace, and that will be a big market. And in Australia, Nigerians are going heavily into Australia. So all those things. If Thomas is
but Patrick, don't let us. Okay, if people can afford it because they have higher purchasing power. In those ways, that's why they can afford to buy at that price. So what is your point now? Is that one against the economy of the country, or
The
is
point
for
is that
is good for us?
it's meant to be good if we have the capacity. If, for example, we have so much production such that Nigerians can be fed and we have excess. Countries like China, they have capacity. That's why they can start producing and start sending out without them suffering. So
you said something now, Patrick. You said even if you are a farmer, you will not sell to Nigerians. And I've been saying this even on this platform for days, even for weeks, that the whole world is a global village now. You cannot be treating any country in isolation. So the problem,
continue.
the problem that we have in Nigeria, you also attested to it now from your statement now, that it's not as if the price of food in Nigeria is actually higher than any other country. But it's because our people did not have the purchasing power. That's the problem.
No, but
and that is what you're supposed to be speaking to.
No.
Timber, you don't understand what Patrick is saying.
Okay.
He's saying that when you have excess, okay, it's all about demand and supply. When you have supply, enough supply, that and demand and supply is what they call the invisible hand of the market in terms of pricing. So now, what Patrick is saying is that before the devaluation of the Naira, we have enough supply of food, enough to not really impact on the price of food. But after the devaluation, it is more attractive to export our product outside because the farmers or the middlemen earns more money doing that. So as the consequence of that now is that you have lower local supply, which result in the higher prices of food, combined with the low purchasing power of Nigerians.
The problem is, I can tell you, because you that are talking now, maybe probably you are not in Nigeria. I don't think there's any problem with supply in Nigeria. And I gave you a practical example, even yesterday when I was talking. Presently, even in Nigeria now, egg, which is the cheapest protein, as we are talking now, egg is the cheapest protein you can get in Nigeria now. There is a glut.
At what price?
If you can get a crate of egg 30 for like 4,200.
What was the price before the devaluation?
Forget. I'm not talking about what you are talking. We are talking about supply. I'm not talking about devaluation. What I'm saying.
No, Simba, you saying
no. Let me finish.
There's enough food in
there. There is more than enough food. There's no way where you go.
Why are people not?
It's because they cannot afford it.
So why are the suppliers, why are the sellers not forced to sell at lower price?
Exactly.
They cannot be forced. That is why I started by saying that you cannot treat any country in isolation now. Even me now, if I see where, let me tell you, if it is very easy for me.
Let's try and make you see.
Yeah, explain what you mean by you cannot treat any country in isolation, because that's exactly what.
It's because let me tell you, it's because if I can't get market and I cannot, every farmers are not there. It's a charity organization. Being a farmer, you are not doing charity. Here is the business. You understand what I'm saying? So if I produce a yam and I discover that I can sell it better in Cameroon and get more profit, I would rather take it to Cameroon than to sell it in Nigeria.
Which is what I was trying to say.
And the reason why the Cameroon, because if Cameroon can afford it, that means they have a better purchasing power than Nigerians. It's not lack of supply that is causing it. And that's why I say you cannot treat any, unless you want to close, you want to dig a hole around Nigeria. No, just wait. Or you want to fence the whole Nigeria and say, okay, whatever we produce should not go out.
So explain to us what is causing the increase in prices.
It does not increase in prices. I'm telling you, it is a relative increase. There is a relative increase because of devaluation. It's a relative increase. The price, if you, let me tell you, a price. Let me do. Wait, dude. What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying, get it right. You cannot. The price of maize in Nigeria cannot be different from the price of maize in Ghana or in every other country. There should be an average price, and go and Google it. Go and check it now. What you see online is not different from even in developed world. It is not different from what we are talking about. Is that the Nigerians cannot afford it, and if I produce maize, because most of the inputs that we use to produce that maize is imported. So because all these things that people used to say, okay, maize is not produced locally, yam is not produced. Most of the input, the insecticide, the herbicide, and everything that you need, the fertilizer, they are imported. You buy it at a foreign with foreign exchange. So there's no way you can produce and say, okay, you produce and sell less than the international price.
No, but
there's no way you can do that. The only way government can do that and that can favor the citizen is by what we just mentioned yesterday. They will have to buy from the farmer and probably subsidize before they sell it to the people. If not, there's no way a farmer can produce and sell at a lower price, unless you want to ask the farmer to pack up.
Then we have improved, we have introduced subsidy again. What we are saying is this: government should look at the supply side.
Let me tell you, Patrick, there is no way anybody can produce any food in Nigeria and the price will be lower than the international price because.
Wait, no.
Let me call, don't give me another name.
Simba, wait. There's what called supply side constraint. Supply side constraints are constraints that are limiting the supply of a commodity outside the price. You understand? The price is meant to affect supply. If for example the price for a particular product is high, it is expected that a lot of producers want to start producing that thing because they feel that they will get good price for it. That's the supply relative to price. But there's other element of supply side, like maybe insecurity, all these stuff. The exchange rates is also a supply side constraint. If people are going to get good price for their product outside, they will ship it outside. So that's another constraint in the local market that has nothing to do with the price.
Patrick, what you people are painting that you are making it to look like as if the farmers, you understand, they are not making huge profit.
No, what
I can tell you, let me tell you, I'm a practitioner. Wait. I'm a practitioner. You understand what I'm saying? I'm a practitioner now. Doing farming in Nigeria now, I'm telling you, it's not actually profitable at all. Because even this price that you people are talking about that is still being high, is not actually profitable to the farmers. And I gave you an example. A kilo of chicken now in Nigeria is 2,500. That is not even the cost that of producing that 1 kilo of because there is no market, they are selling just to reduce their loss. The same thing in poultry. And those are the areas. Even fish. Now we are not even getting markets to even sell our fish. So what are we talking about?
So actually, you're saying in Nigeria right now, the problem is oversupply, not undersupply.
It's not. Let me tell you, I've been saying it. You cannot get to the market and say no because you now say that there is no. You look for tomato, you couldn't get. You look for yam, you couldn't get, or you look for onion, you couldn't get. No. The problem is that the Nigerians cannot afford the price because by the time the farmer put everything that the cost of their input and then they want to sell, they can't sell at a price that Nigerians can afford it.
Yeah, that's true. So, Patrick, what is your argument? Because now I don't understand why why you guys differ now in your opinion. Patrick, is Patrick still there?
Yeah, I'm here. My argument is that if the supply side is secured, maybe there is supply in the market, and Simba is saying that, oh, we are not getting good buy, we are not getting demand for it. That's what you are saying. We are not
Yes.
getting demand. We are not getting the demand for it because people cannot afford the price. The normal response is for the supplier to bring down the price.
Okay, that is why. Let me tell you, I'm telling you that a lot of farmers. It's not. That's why I'm saying that it's not even encouraging. Because if you say they should bring down the price, then they will run at loss, Abi. Then next time you want them to go back to farm to go and do that same thing.
Some of those products will be lost if they don't bring down the price now.
That's what I'm telling you. I told you one now that even chicken, I gave you an example of chicken, that they are selling at 2,500 because there is no market, and they are selling at loss. So now people gradually, some people will now be leaving the industry because it's not profitable.
That's what we are now saying. We are saying that government should enhance the supply side. Government should enhance the supply side. That's what I'm trying to say.
How?
Fine. I'll give you a good example. Tinubu, when he wanted to come into power, he said that 1/3 of our lands, arable lands, are not being utilized. That his focus is to make sure that 1/3 of the arable land in Nigeria are being utilized. And last year, towards the planting season, I said, look, these people are not preparing for this season. They are not preparing for this season like they promised. If they had done that, by now we should be getting something. And now
getting what? I'm not. What? The same thing. You are just repeating yourself. The problem is not lack of food. You understand? I think what you should be talking about is how
if the government enhance overcapacity. If there's overcapacity, by government coming,
what do you mean how?
Incentivize farmers. Incentivize farmers. Now, what are the things that? What are the factors affecting the cost of agricultural production? Try to bring down those costs. Try to look at areas that.
Okay, so you are talking that they should subsidize the farm input.
Yeah, farm input should be subsidized.
Hey, you are talking. So those are let me tell you, that is a problem. That's what I want us to be talking about. It's not this being power.
Yeah. So you guys are finally converged. So, like Simba said, the problem is the cost of production.
It's the cost of production. Is that
not the problem of supply? Because the farmers still produce enough. It's just that now, due to devaluation, imports are very expensive, which also affected the cost of production. And the government has not in any way improved the purchasing power of Nigerians.
In Senate climb, what the government used to do is that you mop up all those excesses. You buy from the farmer. As what you need to do for a farmer should know by the time that if I produce 1 ton of maize, this is the cost and this is the profit that I'm going to make, because you know the price. You know that government is going to buy at this price for you even before your production. But in Nigeria, there's so much uncertainty that even by the time you produce, you don't even know how much you can sell it, because even the middlemen that will come between you and the final consumer, they will rip you off.
Yep, that's so true. I think that would have been a good. So why is the government not doing that?
I don't know. I don't. You know, I think that there is a lot of things that need to be done. You understand? Because everything in Nigeria is like Nigeria cannot work without subsidy in everything, in education, in health, in electricity, in everything has to be subsidized for Nigeria to be able to afford it. I don't understand that. Then where is the money going to come from? Somebody was talking now. We knew what was the situation of country even before Buhari handed over to Tinubu, where they were even borrowing money to pay salary, borrowing money to pay subsidy. And then wanted us to continue in that route when we know that it was no longer visible.
This thing is a vicious cycle, because if the government has provided an enabling environment for businesses to to succeed, there will be job creation, good jobs, good paying jobs. And once there is good paying jobs, Nigerians will purchasing power will also improve. Then they can also buy stuffs without needing subsidies all the time. Don't you think so?
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. You know, I don't know your name. So what I want to say is that, let me tell you, the problem that we, Abdul, okay, you know, Abdul, if all of us, we know the problem of that country, but what I observe is that Nigerians don't care about the problem. We are too sentimental. You understand what I'm saying?
I agree with you. We face issues based on with emotions. Nobody
emotions. Yeah, exactly. There's not that patriotism that all of us, we don't have a common goal. So people can let air loose in that country because things are not in their favor. Or maybe it doesn't favor their people or whatever. Nobody is looking at a common benefit.
Common good.
Exactly.
Yep. And that's why it's difficult to hold the leaders accountable.
Exactly.
My concern is even that. What really pains me is the way we are so tribalized in our approach to seeing things.
No, Patrick,
just
you are on this platform. Look at the way the two Northerners that came today.
Yeah.
Look at the way they are talking and making Buhari to look like a saint, like somebody who has done very well for this country.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? And somebody will tell me insecurity is not an issue.
Yep. And this speaks to what you just said right now. It speaks to what you said right now, that they use emotions to treat issues, because what we're experiencing today is a consequence of some of Buhari's actions and inactions.
Exactly. If Buhari has done well, by now we should still be enjoying it, because it's just 1 year.
Let me tell you exactly. If Buhari has done well, Tinubu, it will be very difficult for somebody to come and scatter what somebody has built for 8 years within 1 year. Exactly. It's just a continuation of what is, to me. We look at the government as if whenever somebody leaves the government, whatever brought or whatever offenses he has committed will stop with his government. We don't know that there is a consequence that can go on for years. He has borrowed money. He has mortgaged most of the oil production, whereby we are just getting little or nothing from the oil, because he has used that. He has mortgaged the oil to take loan, and then we expect that one to stop.
That is why when people start blaming IMF, blaming all this, I really don't blame them that much, because you don't expect these people to give you their hard-earned money, then they allow you to just use the money anyhow. You know, all these things they're telling you to do, remove this subsidy, is very important, because look at Buhari. When Tinubu came in, there's virtually nothing left for him to work with. Nothing. So you expect Tinubu now to go and borrow money, then still use the same money and start subsidizing all these stuff.
No, that was what is the name? The other guy, say Q or what they call him. He said it should have continued borrow money to pay subsidy.
No, that's
it. So that's pushing the can down the road now. That means you're not doing anything. You're just postponing the evil day.
Question, Abdul, the question I want to ask people now. Okay, we talk about subsidy. Remember, the subsidy is the one that caused the problem. I want to ask, okay, as it is now, what can be the acceptable price of petrol in Nigeria, knowing fully well that even in the neighboring country, it goes up to like 2,000 naira. And more than that. Yes. As it is now, even the record that NNPC released, they said the landing cost is about 1,117,
Yeah.
and we are buying 600, 700.
It's still being subsidized as it is.
It's still being subsidized. So when people are still talking about subsidy, that subsidy is still there. If it's not subsidized, we won't be talking about this present price that we are buying. So to me, I didn't see it as an issue any longer. Subsidy has come back and we are enjoying it now. So you want us to be selling at 200 naira? Could that one be affordable to government?
See, Sinbad, as much as people do not understand governance, they, unlike you, that you're on the ground and you are a practitioner, just like you said, not everybody has that understanding of how these things work. Many don't, including the so-called smart ones. They don't. We don't know what it goes into apart from fertilizer, what else goes into being able to farm and be profitable. We don't know that, and of course we need a lot of education to bring us to par. But the way that appears, though, that the entire Nigerian system is inefficient in every aspect. I mean, what don't we subsidize that we can freely just let the market determine the price of the commodity so we can move on? Is it because of the low wages? Is that a big problem for us? I mean,
Prince Daddy, what I can see in Nigeria now, I don't think that nothing can be affordable to Nigerians without being subsidized. I'm very sorry to say. Nothing is affordable to Nigerians without being subsidized.
Because of the low wages, or what is it? What I mean,
electricity has to be subsidized, education has to be subsidized, food has to be subsidized now, because if not, we will still continue to shout of hunger. But there's no way you can bring the price of food down, because as it is now, it's not higher than what is expected. I'm to be frank, it's not higher. So if we have to subsidize everything, I think what we should be looking at is how can we
subsidize?
What do you say?
Even as it is now, we are still subsidizing a lot of things.
Exactly, that's what we're saying. Even education is being subsidized, health is being subsidized.
Our education is over subsidized, health.
You feel over subsidized?
Yeah, our education is almost over subsidized. Do you know how much it takes to study engineering in Canada and in Europe?
Don't even say.
Patrick, you remember what I discussed with you? Yes, now I know how much I paid.
Me, I'm paying as a domestic student for engineering. I'm paying just school fees alone. I'm paying about $6,000, and that is cheap because education is cheaper in Canada than in the US.
But you know how much I pay? I'm paying. You know how much I'm paying? I'm paying $23,000 for just one section.
Where in the US?
In Canada.
Wow.
It's crazy.
If you have anybody attending any public institution, like Federal University in Nigeria, ask them for their school fees. You will laugh. It's not up to what I used to pay for my child that is in nursery school for a term.
They don't pay school fees now.
Wow.
University in Nigeria, federal universities don't pay school fees.
That's for a session, though. I pay more for somebody who's in nursery and primary school. What they pay is more than what university students pay for a session.
Nigeria, we are very unappreciative. We are very unappreciative.
But I have a comment to make.
Remember, let me tell you, the funny thing, I was almost going to tell my daughter that she should go and that she should come and study in Nigeria. I'm telling you. Yeah, because the day I said she wants to study medicine, I said that I was trying to make Nigeria look attractive.
But Patrick, what you're thinking is not out of the ordinary, because here in the States, what most people do is they send their kids to places like the Philippines to go and study. They go, it's cheaper, way cheaper. They go, they come back and just get the license, and that saves you from the student loan burden, you know.
Yeah, I'm beginning to talk to her to make it look attractive. Say, don't worry, even if I'm sending $2,000 to her every month, she'll be living like a queen there, and she'll do her program and finish and come back.
That'd be too much now. That'd be too much now. $2,000 for somebody in Nigeria.
That would be private. It will be private, Simba. That would be private.
Let's pump the brakes here. Enough. So you are calling us. You are calling me Mumu that studied here. Actually, I've just.
You have just gone to
So that's what you want to go and study. But if everything is subsidized and yet we are not productive, so what does that say about us then? Think about it. Think about it. The whole point of subsidy for people is to to be more productive because you have things at a cheaper price. But where is the evidence of the government investment in the people?
So that is it. This DT is counterintuitive. You see, when you get things free, you don't value it. You don't value it. If you imagine you study engineering in Nigeria and you spend 30 million or 40 million naira to do that, you will not. You even in the program, you're already thinking of how you can leverage on the cost, how much you spend so far on it. Even you have to start thinking of the product you come up with. Even your employer will exactly.
Your salary. Before you your salary, they will think twice.
So those are the unintended consequences of all these subsidy things. On the surface it looks good, but
Abdul, yesterday, because what I noticed when I got to Nigeria, I noticed that electricity has improved a lot. Really? And it was after it has asked people. In Lagos, can you imagine that a place like Agege, Alakuko, and all those areas, they are having like 16 hours, 18 hours of light every day?
Wow, that's
it's something that I experienced. It's not as if they told me. I was there for a week.
Let me speak. The people say it's because their weather is in them. That's the reason why they're getting power now.
And even in Ilorin, yesterday I called my barber to come and barb my hair in my house, and I was asking myself, why is electricity in your area? And I said that the thing has improved. So and I asked him, he said the electricity has improved. I said, okay. Now I said, sorry, how much do you pay for electricity? The guy said he has a prepaid meter, but he used to bypass it, that in a year it doesn't pay more than 6,000 naira. Believe me, that was what he said. He said it doesn't pay more than 6,000 naira, that I will always buy 2,000, probably three times in a year.
$6.
And I asked him, I said, sorry, okay, those times that they will not bring the light, how much can you estimate in a year that you spend on buying petrol? He said, that would be more than 1 million naira.
Can you imagine?
I said, so you can see the way you are cheating the government, and everybody will be talking about corruption. He said, no, corruption in Nigeria is who can do it most. That they are complaining because they think that they are doing it more than them. Everybody cheat in Nigeria. I'm very sorry to say. You can see somebody that spent almost 1 million naira or more than that on fuel. Then he pays only 6,000 naira for electricity because they are bypassing the perimeters.
Surely, Simba, let me
And
tell you.
oh God.
You know, this corruption, I was thinking yesterday, and I remember that in Ilorin, my friend had a neighbor who was an INEC chairman or something, state chairman of INEC. This man, the guy is a billionaire just because he was state chairman of INEC. You understand? Babati, one day I was at Southwest. You know that Southwest Resource Center in opposite to Kemoson. Babati.
Yeah, the government.
Southwest Resource Center that is opposite to Kemoson. I was there. I don't know whether those who were careless. So I saw them offloading laptops with INEC logo on it. That's not INEC office. Oh. That's state government facility. Oh. I look at it. I say, this man is not even worried that me, I'm a third party. I'm just hanging. But he didn't expect to have someone like me there. But I just rented an office in that building. And I was going to get them to renovate my office. And they were offloading laptop. It was a week before Osun election that got Aregbesola re-elected to office. That's how.
Okay, that was. I think that was 2014. Now.
Yeah. They were offloading the laptop. I said, this is supposed to be INEC PC now. Like almost 100 and something. Election doesn't count in Nigeria. There's corruption everywhere. It's just that we should just pray that God should put a merciful corrupt leader. We know they are corrupt, but give us the one that will have mercy on the people.
Like a benevolent
benevolence, exactly.
Right.
Because look at Tinubu
now. But Viti, sorry, Patrick, I wanted to say, I know corruption contributes to our problem, but I don't think corruption is our major problem. I ask people that look at America now, their politicians, what they earn and what they are worth. There's a big gap there. There's also corruption there. I just feel our problem in Africa, not just even Nigeria.
So, I mean, you are saying that American politicians are worth more than they earn, right?
Of course. Way
that
more.
Means they are corrupt too.
Most of them are millionaires.
Yeah.
That means they are corrupt.
That is true. That is true. And when it comes to corruption, like, okay, America is not immune from it. But there's corruption in other areas in America. Okay, but the question is, how come the American society works and Nigerian society does not? And to the Abdul's point that corruption is not a problem in Nigeria, it is a problem. See, corruption has permeated every nook and cranny of our society, unlike America.
Actually, America is not even working. That's the objective. It's not working well.
Let me,
Prince,
let's bring it home. I have seen where people are sharing offering. I remember back in the days. So even in the church back in the days, there's corruption there.
There's in Nigeria, I mean, or here?
It's everywhere. In family, church, it's part of public society.
Corruption is human nature. Anytime, only a few percentage of people, when they're not being watched, okay, or being tracked, they would do the right things. They would, okay. But over time, if a man faces a pressure or challenge, they're likely, the probability of compromising is much higher, and they do that. And I can see that in America also. But there's something distinct and unique in the West, okay, that makes the system work.
Yeah,
and what is it?
Because Prince, the watchdog, see, even the corrupt individual, the citizens. This is what they've done. Those offices that are meant or designed to watch over those funds or to regulate those spaces, even the court individual, we ensure that they get the best of the best amongst them. So, like for instance, example now, your judiciary now, they get the best of the best. That to make sure, okay, so those institutions, they ensure that for the most part, they get the best, like the people that you call the 5%ers, where that we do the right thing regardless of who's watching. That those are the people that they will get into those spaces. Like their own FBI or their own CIA or their own police or the court system, the judiciary, financial services, watchdog, all those kind of institutions. They try to get the best people, and so if you notice those kind of institutions, it's not really about the money. So people that become lawyers, it's about legacy. It's about if you know what I'm saying. People that go to those kind of it's not about the money.
I get you, but in America here, the higher your position is, the higher the likelihood of you being corrupt. The people mostly at the top are corrupt. Corruption and compromise is synonymous here in America. That means because sometimes it's not about corruption stealing the money. Is corruption about compromising your values or knowing the right things and turning the blind eye? That's American corruption in a larger sense. But in America here, see, from kindergarten and going through school, many Americans, they teach them certain values that they carry that makes them who they are. And not to mention also, America is a Judeo-Christian origin in its foundation. Okay, and people grow up and they see things in a different way. I think I've said,
Prince, I'm not going to agree because in Nigeria we also went through that same system.
If you interact with people, sometimes I've said it before. A lot of Americans say they don't know what corruption is, and in fact, even at the workplace, many of them will not compromise. They just don't understand it. They don't understand it. So an average American, an average American does not understand corruption. In fact, to do the wrong thing, because the environment or the society is very structured, they follow the example, what they've been taught, and
maybe,
they just
maybe it's scared of going back to the plantation again. Maybe that's why. Okay, that was inappropriate. Sorry. That was just.
Yeah. What? I'm just talking about everybody. So
what Prince Daddy is saying is true. I can testify to that. That's so true.
Exactly, because we interact with these people. Let me tell you. By the way, the larger the percentage of immigrants, not just illegal, the more immigrants we have in this country that I've observed over the years. We talk about the African, the Eastern Europeans, and the Russian. The more corrupt American society is becoming. That's what I've noticed. See, an average American, again, they don't understand corruption. They just don't understand it. Just like I said it, they don't even understand. An average Nigerian is like a nuclear physicist, because it's like they know everything about electricity. If you ask an average American, they don't know what they just turn on the power. They don't know what about. If you talk about generation, distribution, transmission, it's like confusing to them. What are you talking about? Just turn on the power, the switch, and get power. But an average Nigerian knows all about that. Just like an average Nigerian knows a whole lot about corruption. They know that anywhere you go, you have to bribe and cheat. See, if American goes to a place, they don't think about trying to bribe somebody on the line to get ahead. They go there and just line up and do what they have to do. They can't. It's not part of that DNA. But but in Africa or in Nigeria, we think about that. How to always get ahead of somebody else. So an average American is trained to just go there, follow the rules. Okay, I'm supposed to line up here. When it's my turn, I tell them what I need to tell them or do what I need to do and go. But an average American and Nigeria doesn't think that way. It's how am I going to bribe somebody so I can get ahead? Even many times I've realized in Africa, when we're supposed to follow the normal course of action, we rather bribe or try to coerce somebody
and to get ahead, which takes longer and make things more cumbersome. So corruption again, it's everywhere, no doubt about that. But it's a big problem in our society because everything and whatever we do, it's has corruption.
Okay. So let's do this. Okay, Nigerians are corrupt people. So how do you fix the problem? If everybody's corrupt in society, where do you get the people in those? So how do you fix that problem in a very corrupt society? Which you say that it's now become part of the fabric of the society, right? It's part of who we are. We are corrupt people. So how can we?
No.
How can we reverse that?
DT is not part of who we are.
That's what he's saying.
Since that, if you allow me, let me just chime in a little bit on that. Corruption is not part of who we are. It's just a consequence of the environment we build for ourselves. The same Nigerians will come to America and still play by the rules. They follow the laws. They follow everything that is expected of them. But when the same Nigeria goes back to Nigeria, he tries to cut corners. For me, the simple analysis I can do from this is the system. We need to build a country that is based on law, rule of law. And that rule of law must be enforced, which is one of the problems I have with Tinubu administration. I expect him to strengthen the rule of law, strengthen the contract law, improve the police, improve intelligence gathering, all these stuffs. If Tinubu can replicate what he did with last man in Lagos, Nigeria will be like Nigerians will start behaving like Americans. This is my own point of view on that question. Prince Daddy, you can.
You want to address that? Yeah. How can we fix the problem?
See, one thing I realize is that if you see from kindergarten, that's when they begin to teach these children certain values, what you need to do. They teach them all these things, these very simple things, all the way till high school and whatever, till they graduate. It's part of the curriculum in a lot of ways. They teach certain values. And it's a very practical society that they don't only teach them, they show them also what they need to do. So over time, this kind of values has been like embedded in these children's mind. Okay, of course, some do go wayward eventually, but it's a higher percentage of these children that respond to doing the right things. Okay?
Prince Adi, let me tell you, if people don't even know the level, you don't know the level of rot that we have in Nigeria. Just this last weekend, they had an occasion, and you can see now, even parents now, they are giving 1,000 naira bill, which is 100,000 naira, giving it to their children to spray in a party. Children less than 10 years.
Well, I don't know. That's part of my culture tradition. I mean, this spread of money thing. I think it just, to me, I have no problem with it. I don't think it just, to me, I see it as a cultural or traditional thing that we do. But
Prince Daddy, you're speaking against your very point. If your tradition encourages corruption, then you have to drop it.
That's why I said it's a part of our culture. It's in our that corrupt way of it's almost a cultural.
In some ways, like in this point now, what Simba just alluded to, in America, you kids from the age of I think 15, they start working. They already know the value of money. The parents make them save money to get whatever they want for themselves.
Yeah, but to that point, I mean, I think my wife and someone was making a point the other day. It's a Nigerian culture to pamper their children all the way to get to university level. Okay, it's not
True.
again. It's not part of the culture to put children to start working at 15 or 16. And also gotta keep in mind, I don't think we have that many opportunity for children to go to work and try to compete against adults and need the jobs. Okay, we just don't have it. So let's not try to try and do like a replacement theory and just put Nigeria into America or America into Nigeria and try to solve the problem. We just don't have those structure in place. We don't. And to the point earlier about when Nigerians go overseas or come here, they do the right things. They don't see they do the right things because of fear, and that's why when they go back to Nigeria, they can easily return back to their old ways, so to speak. Last about a couple of years ago, when I went to Nigeria, I went to an event, and and I was all lined up, a lot of people actually, and I was there trying to follow the normal course of action to get into the arena. But I saw some people just trying to cut the line and do all kind of stuff. But I tried to obey the law, so to speak. But they told everybody to line up. See, you
Yeah,
can
but
be
Prince Daddy,
you can be in a place for a very long time and not assimilate, and that's why actually I like assimilation. Even though there's a conversation about being assimilated to an environment, to a different culture, is a bad thing. See, there's nothing wrong in assimilating if you assimilate it for the right reason. And America is perhaps the only place in the world that gives the opportunity to express itself in your religious way and your cultural way and your tradition. But at the same time, there are many things that is great about America that people can cultivate. Okay, but we tend to reject those things. Okay, it's not because
yeah,
America is a ready.
yeah, there's something echoing. Yeah, yeah, but Prince Daddy, there's no one size fit all solution to this. Um, for people like the kids, you see, the government can have a multi directional approach to it. For the kids, like you rightly said, just the values right from school. Therefore, the adult whose brain and all will be difficult to the brain is no longer plastic. Those ones you need to keep them in line. You know, the different category with the different solution. That's how I look at it.
You know, Abdul, let me tell you this. As far back as, let's say, 2001, 2002, when I took one of my cousins for a common entrance, primary school common entrance. And when we got there, they said the exam has been cancelled because the question leaked. And I asked myself, I said, children that are still less than, some of them are 10-year-old, 9-year-old, 11-year-old, are they the one that actually search for the questions? It's their parents. The parents are actually corrupted our next generation. The present parents, they are corrupted the next generation. Now, the trend in Nigeria now, we don't even train them, as you said, Abdul, to even appreciate the value of money. Because we spoon feed them, we do everything, virtually everything for them. Yep. Even when we are growing up, there are certain things that we do for our parents. They make us to do little things at home. We fetch water, we do certain home choir. These children, they do nothing. And then they will finish, we will train them after first degree. The parents will even sponsor them to go for second degree. They even marry for them, sponsor their wedding, even to the extent that they will even be feeding their children and them together.
If you want to see unproductive children, come to the north, Simba.
Abdul, I was saying that the subsidies, anywhere it comes, the subsidy is supposed to also have some kind of works program attached. I mean, if I give you free cash or reduced fee for something, at least there's some kind of work program or something that encourages productivity from you to justify the subsidies. You see my point? So if I send you to like the university for $10 for the whole 4 years and become a doctor, you should give me your time for 2 or 3 years. You know, just don't go to school for cheap.
Okay, you mean like a bond that after
like,
finishing it, you have to work for a certain number of years before you can exit.
That's a good idea. A very good idea.
Entitled. When you feel entitled with all this free stuff, you will still be complaining. But if you have to walk your way through
BT, one of my classmates, let me tell you, one of my classmates presently working in Australia, he's a consultant there. He said that the people that even met there that are like 5 years, 10 years is senior, they are actually still owing student loan up to now that they are paying, and he has nothing to pay because he trained in Nigeria almost free to become a doctor. How much did we pay in the medical school? When I enter medical school, I am BT, we are paying 33 naira, 33. Hostel accommodation, 19 naira. There is this same Nigeria that we say, the country is so useless, we benefited nothing from the country. We are not saying our leaders are doing well, we don't have a good government, but that does not also mean that we should make it to look as if the country is so useless that we are benefiting nothing from the country.
Yes, somebody you keep saying that.
Graduate from any Nigerian university that will not say that can say he has not benefited anything from the government.
See, people can only appreciate what they know. If they don't know, they have no value for it. So we talk about every aspect of our society being subsidized, and trust me, again, a lot of people don't know that. All they know is the cost of a commodity or an item, and if they can afford it or not. So if you're saying that all these things we don't know the true price of all these things, and people are having a hard time affording it, to them a subsidy it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. So I asked the question earlier, how come Nigeria, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not against subsidy, okay, because even during the West, see, there's something, I don't know how you're going to categorize it, but there's social subsidy. We know the American government, they spend billions of dollars a year to subsidize a lot of things. They absolutely do, be in agriculture or even in R&D or some technology. American does subsidize a lot of things, but a lot of people have a decent, I guess, purchasing power with the money they make. Okay, even though it's become a struggle every year for the past 4 years since Biden took power, but nonetheless, in Nigeria, what will be
Biden? Please, Daddy, you want to blame everything on Biden, eh?
Well, it is true. Aduale knows that.
Prince, can you stay on point? Leave Biden alone.
So, what can be? See, what would be an ideal wage in Nigeria that people can earn that would make them be, I guess, just comfortable enough to afford their own things? And I'm not even sure if this can actually work out, because Nigeria's population or percentage of workers are in the non-governmental areas. We said the other day, was it 6 million Nigerians are civil servants? So the rest of Nigerians, what do? Obviously, they run their own businesses. Okay. So how much, something has to improve in that country. And just like I said earlier, that food and agriculture, investment in agriculture will be the number one thing that will be a panacea almost for all our problems.
Please, that if you ask me one thing that has to improve in Nigeria, let me answer you.
Yeah.
I think it's our revenue. That revenue that we have currently, the money that we have in this country currently, cannot change anything in our country as it is now. That money is too meager, is too small to move us an inch.
200 million people, their budget is like, it's not even up to the one that they spend in New York City alone for 200 million people. It's too
20
small.
billion, less than $20 billion for 200 million population.
Because I said it before, Nigerians do not depend on the government. I said it before. It's not possible. Most Nigerians are independent. They live their own lives. The government cannot afford, to be in the lives of every Nigerian. They don't have that money. It's impossible. They can't do it. They cannot do it. So increasing our revenue, okay, I guess I see the point there, but here's the thing. That how quickly would that impact the life of people? Again, we can increase the revenue. Are we going to spend that money on agriculture, on food subsidy, or what are we going to do with the money? We have to find something that can get close to the people.
If we increase the revenue, because all sectors of our economy need money to improve. All this one that we are shouting corruption, how much is even the money that we are stealing among ourselves? Even Kenya, that they went on outreach recently, Kenya budget for 54 million population was $35 billion. Nigeria with over 200 million population, we are talking about less than $20 billion. It's not even up to what Saudi Arabia spent on their health alone. The Saudi Arabian health budget is about $50 billion.
Yes, you said the other day, 50 just on health. I mean, so see,
let me tell you, I think we in Nigeria, especially those of us in this diaspora, our expectation is too high. We are not looking at the reality. Okay, we say government should do this, government should do that, should do this. But this thing is not something that you can just do by mere proclamation. They have to do with money. How can Nigeria borrow $1 billion here? Please, Daddy.
Many of us
$1
talk,
billion
but we don't understand
here,
how
$2
things
billion
work.
there, $1 billion here, $2 billion here. What is that one going to do for us, for God's sake?
So Simba, they want 24-hour light, but they want government to continue to subsidize electricity. They want it for cheap, but they want it 24 hours. That is ridiculous. If you want something, you have to pay for. This is what it boils down to, President. If we want things done, and if you want those services, you have to pay for it. You have to pay for it.
But I'd say no. Of course, they have to pay for it. But here's the thing. See, at this point in time, the reason why they keep subsidizing all these things, it's also corruption is embedded in it. If we have enough generation, transmission, and distribution of power, and we've reached our critical mass at this point in time, I think an average Nigerian will be able to afford electricity without being subsidized. So that's the problem also. If you have enough food in the country, just like I said earlier, it's our bad policy and lack of innovation and creativity is what's giving us, bringing about hunger in that country. Even a poor person will be able to get food without money.
Please, let's do this so you know where I'm coming from. Like you said, at the back end of it, there will be subsidy, there will be discount rates. It will probably come down, but I'm talking about that initial phase, the first 5 to 6 years. Case in point will be when we had GSM first in Nigeria. If you remember, the first 5 to 6 years, maybe we're not in Nigeria, but the first 5 to 6 years, Simba, it was expensive to own it. People were buying it, but it was expensive, right? You bought the Samsung.
Very expensive. It was expensive. As at that time, we are buying with the value of Naira then in 2020, 2021, We are buying 35,000 naira, 30,000 naira for a SIM.
And the Samsung phone for almost the same price, almost 60K.
The same price. Now, when I bought my own, I spent 65,000 naira to get a package of a SIM and a Samsung Blueface. If you remember that Blueface Samsung.
Right. But I'm saying that for the first 5 to 6 years of that industry emerging,
it was expensive because even that time we were paying per minute, 50 naira per minute. That was what we are paying, 50. But even now, it's not even up to 20 naira per minute now, as it is now. Now, like 24 years after, even with the devaluation, it's not up to 20 naira, depending on the package that you're using.
That's my point. Nigerians don't want to go through that initial, like the necessity is going to be expensive. Nobody's saying the down back end is not going to be cheaper and you get your discount, whatever. But they don't want to go through that is the point. They don't want to pay that premium for the first 5 to 6 years. No, but they don't want to go through that.
Let me tell you, another thing I noticed, BT, these days is that by the time you start singing a song to the ears of Nigeria, this hunger thing that they have already started singing, hunger, now the thing has stuck in our brain and everybody started singing that song. And that is the way, whether the thing is real or not, nobody is disputing that Nigerians are not suffering. But the way we are taking it, I can't just understand.
Like they have a kwashoko or something on the street. Like that's the way they talk about hunger.
I mentioned it earlier. When I was in training, those are the norms that we used to see those days. But they are no longer there. I don't know what happened. We don't see kwashoko and marasmus any longer. And does that mean that we don't have children again in Nigeria? The answer is no.
So, how do we expand the economy of Nigeria? Like Tinubu was talking about a $1 trillion economy, all this stuff. How do we expand it?
I think Abdul, we focus too much on this oil of a thing.
So
diversification, and the successive government that we had right from the military days, they have been paying lip service to this thing, and it seems as if it's impossible to diversify. There are so many other things that people make more money, even more than what they get from oil. Even ordinary cassava, as BT used to say, people generate a lot of money from cassava, from rice, and we have a lot of land for agriculture. I think the agriculture is our best option as far as I'm concerned in Nigeria. But that's where we have an advantage.
What advantage do we have? I don't see any advantage. To me, I see like we're in a serious disadvantage when in agriculture.
Hey, what?
Well, we have advantage.
We have the land. We have the water.
But it's just I don't know about the water. We have the natural advantage. Okay, it's not
exactly. Okay, yes, I agree with you.
But we don't have, we have water, but we don't have the means to get the waters to the farm. We have land that we can cultivate the land properly for better yield. So I mean, see, this is our problem. Lack of creativity and innovation is our problem. See,
exactly.
But that used to be the job of the LG councils. They were the ones that were helping the farmers with those.
But see, LG councils that don't have money, that don't know anything. Come on, they don't do skills with anything.
No. Back in the days, in the 80s, they were the ones that will help you with the cultivation, irrigation. They will supply you with seedlings. They will supply you with fertilizers. They will even get you access to credit loans. That was the job of the LGs in the 80s. Simba remembers what I'm talking about. They were the ones helping the farmers back in the days. So that was the idea. They were helping them. But now,
let me tell you, recently, a local government in Kwara State got about this last month's allocation or even this month, was it this month? I think they got almost 400 million in local government. So
Also,
what we are waiting for is to see how this local government.
They're paying them now.
Yes. And so I'm hoping that this local government, they will start doing the needful. But the issue is still this money is too small. It's too small to make a significant impact. What we are expecting, this money is too small. A local government should be generating more than £1 billion in Nigeria. For them to say, okay, they want to do a project that will be meaningful to the people, that will change the life of people.
No. Listen to what you just said. You said generate, not allocation. So the money that they need, they have to generate their own funds. It's not going to come through allocation. That's not going to happen. So they have to be creative enough to find. They have to find a way to create enough avenues to generate funds to implement programs that will benefit the people. So allocation is not the way to go. I mean, I don't think I'm too far off that. But
that was it. Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, there was a day I was talking, and then when I was talking about the budget of Nigeria, Kulata was saying, no, that is for the federal. And I look at, okay, let us even look at how much did they share every month. Let's assume that even with the current devaluation and let's assume that Nigerian, the 3 tiers of government, they are sharing 2 trillion naira every month. For 12 months, how much is that? 24 trillion. 24 trillion naira today is not up to $20 billion. Oh, what? We are joking. The Nigerian budget should be in. Can you imagine Egypt with a population of 100 million? They are even as terrible as Egypt is. The budget of Egypt for this year is over $100 billion. $100 billion. To me, I don't know. Nigeria is very poor, very poor. But the only thing is that all these songs that we used to sing, okay, is a thief. Hey, this one thief, this one, this one thief, this one. How much is even the whole money? Hello, is there anybody there?
No.
Simba, there's a lot of money in the system. This notion about Nigeria is poor may be true, but there's a lot of money in the system. You can by just looking.
Why I can partially agree with you based on that. Maybe before that money comes, they've already stole. Maybe a lot of racketeering going on in our whole sector. Even our solid minerals, they are stealing what's supposed to be going to the government. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
But
yes.
With the revenue, present revenue, that's what I'm speaking about. The present revenue, government cannot block all those holes, and then the money the money should come directly to the government. With this useless budget that we are making, it's not going to change anything. We even go and bring the angels. They cannot change this country.
See, as I said before, is the inefficiencies that's built into the Nigerian system that allows the people that are connected, or the wealthy people, to take advantage of the country. There's a lot of money. I can tell you right now, without anything backing my submission, whatever the Nigerian revenue is, you can multiply by 3 or 4 times. And if everything being equal, we can triple or quadruple our revenue without doing much, by just blocking all the wastages and just revamping the system. You can tell me $20 million. That's what we're making. That's a joke.
I agree with you. I think that is where we should focus. I think that's where we should focus more now, because we need that money to make impact, to change the life of our people. Believe me. Believe me, if nothing is done about that, every other thing that we are talking about it will be a mirage. It can't, because we are talking about, okay, do this in agriculture, do this in education, do this in health. It requires money.
Well,
So I don't know what you guys think. Is it a coincidence that I know innovation and technology contributes enormously to US, or not just US, the Western economy? Is it a coincidence that the whole of the African continent or the black race were backward in terms of innovation and technology? And why is that so? Why is it that we're not seeing the value in that?
You are going into a very dangerous territory, because now you're talking about the capacity of the black brain, like to innovate or to change. You know how we've had Ford, we've had Tesla, we've had Einstein. Sometimes I know we've had great black inventors as well, but not to that level. So one starts to, don't let me go there. Like, is it that we're incapable of? Is the black brain incapable of? Don't let me go the collateral.
No. I don't think it's a
Let's go there now.
problem.
Why are you scared? Go there.
No, BT. For me, I see it as a problem of opportunity. It's a problem of is an issue of opportunity, because if you look at the Western countries, both the blacks, the white, they have great black scientists there. Look at even gender, they have females that have won Nobel Prize in science and stuff. But I don't think there's a single black man in Africa that has won Nobel Prize in science. I don't think there's a single one, and it's just a problem of opportunity, because on the surface you're gonna think, women. How can we have women having Nobel Prize in science in Western country? Why the millions of men we have in Africa, there's no single one with a Nobel Prize in science?
Well, see, we Negroes,
let's not do the Negro. Right? Come on, let's not do the Negro. Just say black.
we subscribe to things that has to do a lot with emotions and or being expressive. That's what I can say. And anytime you give a credit to a black person, keep in mind that person is usually not on the soil of Africa. It's somewhere else. But we black people in Africa, somehow, some way, I don't know what to say. We just don't have it in us. And to the reason why we don't have it, I can't really put my finger on it. Some people have postulated that, oh well, because the way Africa is, we don't need to I guess strive a lot. We have food that naturally grow. We have this and that, and for that reason, we didn't need to pursue a lot of things that the Western countries or Western people had to. And to me, it's kind of BS. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. We just lack that creativity, and I don't know why. I don't know why.
For me, I have a theory, should I say, an hypothesis. I think one of our problem is not admitting when we don't know something. I think the West, the Europeans, are one of the first people to embrace ignorance. I notice one thing with Africans: we don't want to agree or embrace ignorance. We see it as a negative thing. And that is the root of the problem, because if you don't accept you don't know, then you just kill the curiosity. That's how I see it. assume a lot of stuff. Like you said, we use emotion on everything. But we cannot just be humble enough to say, oh, this stuff, we don't know it. Okay, let's sit down and investigate this. Even the whole of scientific process is built upon embracing ignorance. That's the whole essence of the null hypothesis.
See, I tell you, one thing I would say is that in Africa we are deep into spirituality. There's no doubt about that. That we deep into spirituality, and a lot of knowledge can be gained in the spiritual realm. But
There goes the problem.
but again, but we don't have we don't have a way to convert those spiritual knowledge into material or physical knowledge for use.
Prince, were you surprised when I said on this platform that there's quantum physics in IFA? There's advanced science in IFA. But
I wasn't surprised. I was actually going to ask you to expatiate on it, but
it took Brown University to start breaking these things down and actually putting this on paper and putting the numbers together for us. So whatever they discover with those calculations, those ODUFAs, those formations for advanced science, they will benefit from it. So why do we have to wait for them to do it? Why couldn't we do it ourselves? If you we have all these things, but we don't know how to use it. So that's even worse.
See, because that's the problem. That's the gap there. The translation of knowledge. See, let me tell you. The white people too, they are spiritual in a lot of ways, and they were able to, I can guarantee they also get some ideas spiritually, but in their society they were able to, they've been able to translate knowledge on paper or tablets, okay, to be reproduced or replicated in their society and for others to learn. In our society, is like most things that we do. I don't know if we can call it selfishness, but we've been incapable of translating our esoteric knowledge into physical or material information for others to consume. That's a big problem. You got to keep in mind. That's why the Western world actually blossomed. The ability to correlate their knowledge and put it put it in a format that others can learn from. That's what they've done very well, and that's why they beat us by a million miles. We've not been able to do that. I did ask before, where in our society that we discovered or we had writings. Some people would point us to Egypt. I don't know all about that, but where in our society, in Black Africa, I'm talking about that we have a robust way of capturing information by writing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, Prince. Simba, you remember when you told us about the patent for that twin stick?
I disagree with some of the things Prince Daddy said anyway, but just go ahead. I'll come on.
So, do you remember when Simba was saying about the sickle cell medication from Nigeria that we lost the patent, right? Simba is still there. I was
Nicholson.
Yeah. I remember I brought up a story that there's a leaf in one country in Africa that they've lost it, that is now being controlled by a foreign company. That country is Ethiopia. I had to go ask Kaizo again. So the whole of Ethiopia, they have this seed, that they have all these leaves that I don't know what the medicine, maybe for diabetes or something. That tree now, Simba, stay with you. That the whole tree plant cannot be used by the locals anymore in the whole of Ethiopia. It now belongs to a foreign Dutch company. So if anything comes from that particular tree or plant in Ethiopia now, it has to be done by that country, by that plant. I'm like, what?
So they will be making. So they will be making billions of dollars.
And you can't even use it on your own. Like, you can't even use it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who science those kind of who does that? You know.
Yeah, but BT, if you don't know the value of something, then you sign it away.
But you know what we are talking about, Abdul, is like what we are the problem that we see in African country. We only talk about the symptoms. We are not addressing the disease. That's what BT is trying to bring out now. All these we are suffering from hunger and all those things. Those are the symptoms of our problem. They are not the real problem.
True.
And so we're supposed to be discussing the real issue, not because hunger is an outcome of lack of something.
That's
You
true.
understand? Then we now by the time so instead of us to face the real issue, then we start putting emotional sentiment and tribal sentiment. You see people that are supposed to tell the truth, they will not be able to say the truth because it's not favoring their their sentiment. It's just and that's why that is what we now use the whole of our time to discuss instead of addressing the major problem.
I agree. Prince Daddy, are you still there?
The spiritual man, I think he's still around.
Yeah, I wanna challenge him on some of the things he said.
Sure, go ahead.
So you said there is knowledge in spirituality, and I told you this is one of the problem we face in Africa, that when we don't know something, we don't accept that we don't know. Would you agree with me that as it stands today, based on what we know, that there is no one single evidence that we know? When I say evidence, I'm talking about scientific evidence now, that there's anything outside the natural that we know. There's no evidence that anything spiritual exists. We don't even know what spiritual means. Would you agree with that or not?
Well, Abdul, there we go again. Spirituality. Well, if you say you don't know in your field, then I can agree with you.
No,
But the
not in my
notion that
field. I said today's knowledge as in science. There's no scientific evidence that there's anything like spirit that exists. Would you agree with that or not?
well, you're a scientist, I'm not. So if you say so, then I can agree with you. But again, it's what we're talking about here is about trying to prove something that you don't know about. It's almost incomprehensible. So
I
you
agree.
don't know, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
So how do you know it exists if you don't know?
Well, you know it exists if you use the quote unquote the tools of spirituality to detect or to inquire about. See, if Mike was here, Mike would tell you also about his traditional religion and how they communicate with the spirit world. There are medium to doing that. So in the I think I used the term before. In the tangibility of the realm of the spirit, you can test these things, but you can't use
Good.
scientific
I like
methods
that.
and models to try and test something that's spiritual, that's beyond the level in which you understand.
So
It's just plain and
actually,
simple.
I agree with you. You don't have to use scientific method, but it should be testable. So if you say it is testable, I really want to know about how it is being done, because I'm not aware that there's any method to test the existence of the spiritual. Or let me not say any method. There's not any reliable method. Because if you say you have a method, that method should be reliable, should be reproducible. Would you agree with me on that or not?
I agree with you again in the context of science, but again, how can you use tools and materials to test something that's beyond the realm of your testing capability? You see, we keep going around in a circle. You're trying to tell me that the spiritual world does not really exist because it's not provable, and I'm telling you that it is provable based on the tangibility of the realm of the spirit. So now the question is
Based on what? Come again. Based on what?
on the tangibility. See, when I say tangible, in the physical world, if physical things are tangible, right? Okay. So
Yes.
too in the spiritual world, things are tangible. But for you to be able to detect or experiment on that tangibility, you have to be in the realm of the spirit. You can't do in the physical world. That's why they're two separate worlds.
Okay,
Yeah.
like I said, I want to see the method, whatever method they use to determine the existence of the spiritual world, and we want to see if that method is reproducible and can be tested and can be falsified. If all those three things doesn't apply, that means it's no
Abdul,
difference. It's no difference
again, you
from.
keep applying what we call the scientific model.
No. This is just logic. This is not scientific anything. It's just logic. If you cannot, if a process can give you right or wrong answer, that's an unreliable process. You would agree, right?
In science and logic,
No,
yeah.
not in science. In life generally, if anything that you're gonna do can give you both right and wrong answer, that's an unreliable process. You would agree.
Yes, okay.
So this is what I mean by it's just logic. It's not. It has nothing. It's just logic. It has nothing to do with science. So whatever method you have, it doesn't have to be a scientific method. That method should be reproducible. It should not give you unreliable results, because if it does that, that means it's an unreliable process. So it's
No,
no different from chance.
Abdullah.
But you
See,
just agree with me that if a process can give you right and wrong answer, it's an unreliable process. You just agreed, right?
you said naturally. You said in the natural world, and I agree with you. In the natural world, natural physical world. Yes, I do agree with you.
Not
But
natural world. Logically, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't
but
have to be
logic does
natural.
not. See,
Even if
that's the
it's a
thing.
spiritual world, whatever
Logic
world
does
it
not
is,
apply in the spiritual world, because in
what
the spiritual
applies
world,
then?
in the physical world, it's all about, it's a linear progression of things. Things are done linearly. In the spiritual world, it's the closest thing I can say would be quantum physics. Things are not always constant. Okay, it's in the spiritual world. Past, present, and the future are almost, how do I put it? They are one at the same time. I know it probably kind of warps your mind. Past, present, and future are one at the same time. Of course, if you say that in the physical, it doesn't make any sense, because we have time, and time is chronological. So I can the past, present, and the future be one. Well, in the realm of the spirit, it is.
What you just said make absolutely no sense.
Of course, your response is what I expected too.
Because now are you trying to say spirituality is quantum physics?
Well, spiritual, you can say that. That's what I'm saying. That perhaps quantum physics would be the closest thing to try and explain spirituality.
Can we put it properly? Let's do it this way. This is why we call spirituality. It's just advanced science unexplained. That is spirituality.
So why do you name it spiritual? Why can't you just call it we don't know? That is the problem.
No, we know very well. No, we're not going to fall into that trap. We know very well.
Okay, let me challenge you on that. What is spirit? What is spirit? Okay.
Because you're going against your very nature. You're designed by nature to be very inquisitive, and you know what happens with humans when you're trying to solve a problem. In that meantime, your mind starts to fill in the gap with garbage, regardless of what. Even okay, if I want to solve a problem now, human nature, we're very inquisitive, right? So
Yes.
your quest to solve that problem, your mind will start filling those holes with just random thoughts that you can call garbage until you can get to the problem. The problem with the way people practice spirituality is that they get stuck in the garbage section, that they are stuck with that and they can't advance to what they're really looking for. So the garbage in between, where your mind starts to fill in the gap for you until you get to the solution, is what some people call spirituality, which is really not. Because then you don't want to solve the problem. You just leave everything to the unknown. Like, oh, is some spirit god somewhere filling the problem? Is Sky Daddy doing that? No, it's not. You're supposed to look for that solution. It's advancement. You constantly seeking knowledge. That is the real spirituality. They continue seeking for knowledge, advancement, and knowledge, not just laying back and leaving it to chance or to some Sky Daddy up there. That is not spirituality.
BT, unfortunately, that's the way we see it. Unfortunately,
yeah,
and that's why it's making us backward.
No, people get it wrong. That is not it. It's unknown, right? But you're trying to solve that problem. You want to know what it is. So you're inquisitive. You want to solve that problem.
No, in fact, the way they sorry, Abdul, the way they pitches it in Nigeria is, in fact, they will ask you not to ask questions. That is a sin for you to even ask questions.
So, but I think BT, your definition of spirituality, I think, is different from that of Prince Daddy. That's what I just found out.
Yeah, because it is not human. We were not designed to just lay back and leave things to a spiritual realm or to a sky god to solve the problem. That's not the way humans were designed. You were designed to solve problems. So I said, spirituality itself is advanced science unknown, unexplained. Okay, it's unexplained, right? But human nature, you want to solve it, you want to explain it. It's like, okay, Simba, I remember back in the days, they would say, oh, how we don't know how babies are born. We don't know how water got inside the coconut. It's God that made it that way. Look at it. And guess what? We cannot explain how that thing came about. We can explain coconut water, how it got into the plant. We can explain birth. We can explain sexuality. We can explain many things because of our quest for knowledge. Because exactly. That is spirituality. Advancement of knowledge is spirituality, not just laying back and listening to God to solve them. That's not spirituality to me. That's just wrong.
BT, I think we have plenty of people like Prince Daddy in this world will be very backward.
Especially in Africa. That's, you see, BT.
Prince Daddy, are you there?
BT, your definition of spirituality, I don't have a problem with it. As a matter of fact, if that is how people see spirituality, then I will not have issues with them. But the moment you start seeing spirituality as one entity that is living, a being that is living outside time and space, that you can call upon to help you and do some magical things, then that's that's an extraordinary claim that will require an extraordinary evidence.
Yeah, like just leaving things to no, but because even your brain, even if you believe in the creator, right? Even the way your brain is designed tells you the person you are praying to. If our God, Abdul, if I'm God now, I'll be pissed at, I'll be mad at you. If I'll be pissed at you. You crazy. I gave you a brain. It's right there. Right there. Exactly. Why are you calling me? For what? Exactly. I'll be pissed off. Like, why are you calling me to solve your problems? You see right there.
That's just my problem with Africans, man. Because we think these white people are special. They have a special brain. No, it's the same brain we have. We're just not using our own. We just left it there, expecting Sky Daddy to come and help us. There's nothing these Europeans are doing that if we want to do it, we won't get it right. We can do it. There's nothing. We can build International Space Station. We can build anything they're building. It's just that we refuse to use our brain.
You have pissed the man of God, and you see he left now. You have pissed him off.
Oh, he left. Oh my goodness! I'm sorry, Prince Daddy.
It's very. It doesn't like people questioning it.
BT, this Abdul is a sinner. He's a sinner. He needs it.
Prince Daddy, I'm sorry if you're listening. I'm just curious, you know. So, Simba, it seems you're from Kwara State.
No.
Oh, I thought you're from Kwara State. You say you're in Ilorin or something.
I'm a resident there. So we're not from Kwara.
Oh, okay, that's nice. Wow, so you really opened my eye today in agriculture because I was thinking of venturing into it, but I learned a lot from you.
How
today.
much is that solar thing that was water
No,
thing
no,
that
no.
you were talking about? The solar water borehole thing that you were.
And people are doing different depending on the size of your farm. You understand what I'm saying? So there are different sizes: 3 inches, 4 inches, 6 inches.
Is it
And
solar
so,
irrigation?
no, yes, you can also use it for irrigation. Also, yeah, you can use it for irrigation.
Wow.
And that's why what all these northern guys are saying is that even I have a friend who is a professor that actually even did that thing since almost 4 or 5 years ago for his farm in Kano. You understand? So people have been doing it for long. It's only that the recent fuel increase actually opened people's eyes into it. And people...
Hold on. Abdul, apologize to the man of God. He's back. Apologize
You need to repent, Abdul. You need to repent. Because the way you are going, you are going to a fire.
Okay. No visa.
Forgive me, for I do not know what I was doing.
Apostle.
Holy Father.
Apostle, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, Abdul, you're I think you're an excellent candidate for.
The blasphemy coming out of his mouth.
Oh no! See, there's nothing wrong in trying to be curious, but you know, Abdul, you have to separate, you know, the spiritual world from the physical world. Science cannot prove spirituality, although they can prove a lot of things about nature. But science, you know, it's something you have to experience yourself. It is beyond, you know, the physical and the material things. And when I told you that in the realm of the spirit, that time chronologically does not exist. Past, present, and future are one and the same. And it's like,
hold on. You know,
Okay,
Prince
BT, can I?
He's speaking on behalf of the spirit realm. So maybe it's from the spirit. Maybe it's from the spirit man. You don't know. Abdul. He's speaking to the spirit man.
Exactly, because when I'm just be a prince that I honestly am not trying to be difficult. It's just that, you know, when you say things like this, although you acknowledge that you are not a scientist, so you might not understand the scientific process. Because if you do, you will know that when you say things like this, all you're just doing is making claims. You have to back it up with evidence. You understand? Saying it does not make it true. Saying that the past, the present, and the future is the same does not automatically makes it true. You have to do the hard work of proving it.
Yeah, no.
This is
Abdul,
why.
Abdul, wait. That one, I see. That one on that one, I agree with Prince Daddy, because even scientists on Earth here, the farther you move away from the Earth, look it up. Time starts to, you know, people that go to space for 6 months plus, when they look at their blood cells and when they do their evaluation, DNA samples, whatever, blood tests, they are literally getting younger, leaving Earth.
Yes, but that's not what I'm talking about. I know about that. I know about that. That's Einstein general theory of relativity.
You move away from it. Yeah, so that one we
Yeah.
can prove that now. So Prince is onto something here. What I'm saying is
Yeah.
it's just advanced science, but we can't really call it spirituality. Is what I'm just arguing against. I'm not saying
No,
that.
no. The point I'm what I'm trying to point out. I get what you're saying. Yeah, the general theory of relativity actually did not say uh, the the past, the present, and the future is the same thing.
Oh,
That's not exactly what the theory
okay.
is
I
saying.
didn't.
But it's just saying it's trying to combine time and space, and it's trying to say they are relative to each other. That's
Dr.
all the
Strange.
theory.
Dr.
Yeah,
Strange.
time and
Dr.
space.
Strange.
Yeah.
Dr. Strange. You know
So
who that is, right? You know who that is.
no.
Oh God, okay, sorry. If you know, okay, sorry. Though, if you know who Dr. Strange is, then you know it's a comic kind of character.
Okay. So the point I'm just trying to tell Prince Daddy is that if he says things like there's a spiritual something that is living outside time and space, it doesn't end there. You have to prove it. You have to provide evidence for it. Either you do an experiment, either you prove it mathematically. When you
So,
say stuff
hold
like
on.
that,
See,
you have
Abdul.
to
So,
back it up with an evidence.
no. See, Abdul. So this is the challenge that I guess I'm having. See, you and I are talking about two different states. Two different states. In science, we have what? Is it 3 states? But so you and I are talking about 2 different states. But there you are telling me to prove to you a state that exists above your state that is not natural or physical. I mean, how can I do that and prove that to you scientifically?
Okay, let me ask you a question. When do you accept something? Before it's proven or after it's proven?
Okay, as a Christian, before it's proven.
Because he has faith, Abdul. That's the point of having faith in the Christian world.
So
No.
if you accept something before it's proven, that makes
That's what
you
the whole point is now. They say faith without what? Prince, am I lying? You have
Exactly.
faith.
Yeah, faith.
Yes.
See, let me give. Hold on, Abdul. But here's a classic quote. There's a classic quote here. Hold on. It says in Hebrews 11 chapter Hebrews 11 verse 1, faith is the substance of things not seen, and evidence of things. Faith is the substance of things not seen, is an evidence of things yet to come. Okay,
if you have evidence, then you will not need faith. So actually,
you're absolutely right about that. If you have evidence, that is, if you can prove something, then you don't need faith. You don't need faith.
Can I bring back the old BT from my Christian days? Can I preach to you?
Please do. Yeah.
So
okay, put on your Christian hats.
Let me put my the initial entry to Christianity is through faith. Your growth becomes belief, because as you get close to Christ, as you believe more, as you learn the word and do A, B, C, and D that Prince knows about, you start to see evidence through what? Through
stop.
Christ,
Don't,
right?
no. Don't preach our. Don't preach our religion.
I'm being hold on.
Good. I'm just joking.
You know they say signs and symptoms, right? You will know the word because it manifests through to you, right? Then through vision, through the works of Christ in your life, whatever you believe, you start to see those signs. That is what starts to translate from faith that was unknown to belief, because now you now have evidence. That is the spiritual growth. So somebody says is a Christian, then they're born again now. So they've moved a level up. So the higher you're moving to believing Christ or whatever you believe, that faith turns into belief. That's the transition. So the initial entry is about I just have faith. If that's all right, then it becomes to more for sure. But that is more evidence based now through your personal relationship. So that's what the whole point is. So I hope you get that clear. That's the whole faith to faith.
Yes, that is why I said faith. When
But
you
in Christianity, the entry is not belief, is the unknown. Faith is your time spent with getting to know God for who He is what becomes belief. You don't come in believing already. It doesn't work that way in Christianity. It's different. It's the other way around. I know.
Yeah. So to simplify this thing now is that you exercise faith before you start looking for evidence.
Right. It's your quest. Once again, you're inquisitive. So you start studying, you start, getting close, and it's oppressing your inner man, and Prince has gone through all this. So
that is a recipe. That's actually a recipe for gullibility.
Well,
the moment you believe something, you can believe anything on faith. Would you agree with me?
No. If you believe something, then it's not faith, because faith is unknown. That's the element. There's an element of unknown. So even the word tells you that is what Prince. That remind me. How did they say it? Is unknown. How they describe the unknown? Like
faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not known.
Oh, exactly, that is faith. So belief and faith is quite different. You can't believe what is unknown. If you believe, that means you have you have evidence to prove.
Exactly. So then it's faith.
No. BT, knowledge is a subset of belief. Would you agree?
Right, with evidence-based practice. Yeah, I know.
So if knowledge is a subset of belief, and you believe that, let's say, a spirit exists, so that your belief is based on what you already know. So it's either you believe it based on what you were told, or how you were brought up, or what you read.
No. Faith,
exactly.
Let me
Prince Daddy now,
Let me clarify.
he knows about this by reading the Bible.
Let me clarify. I said, when you have faith, when you come in, you have faith. Is based on what you were told, right? So you don't really have evidence. You just
exactly.
I will use the word believe just for explanation. You have faith, but when you now start doing your own study, when you start growing in that space, you start seeing evidence. Maybe you have a revelation, like the way that revelation, right? Ishikbaya, or something happens, then you get maybe one angel appears to you. Then that is evidence, right? So this is because now you can now see you've had some spiritual realm somewhere. That is belief now, because you have evidence. The initial entry was faith. Somebody told you. Belief is beyond what somebody else told you. It's now personal. You can prove it beyond what they told you. It's just you now. That's the difference.
Okay, but you agree with me that
I came in because of this thing. Prince Daddy, you are very correct. Faith is something. Faith is different from what my brother is trying to make us believe here. Faith is deeper. Faith, what faith gives. Let me tell you one of the first elements that faith gives to a man. It gives you relief. It gives you relief.
Okay, so Prince, that is the end of my sermon. How was my preaching? Was I good? Was my sermon okay?
Yeah, but you still got it, man. You should come back to the right side, man. You should come back to the side.
No.
Abandon Mike, man. Come to the real side.
Actually, BT, you are in the right side. Don't go back. Don't go back.
We'll win him over. We'll win him over.
There you go, Thomas. Yeah. Go ahead, Isaac Black. Finish up.
Okay. You see, there was this. I just want to put it there so that you know exactly this spirituality we are saying, this faith we are saying is real, whether you believe it or not. If you are conversant with the scripture that that builds our faith, that helps us to really understand the things of the spirit. You remember a story. You might say it's just a story or it's been formulated, but I'll just say it because it's very important. You see, when Christ, there was this a military man in the scripture. He heard about Christ, and then he heard about the miracles. He heard about people that had problems, and then Christ spoke the word, and the word healed them. When he came to Christ, he told Christ, he said, Master, you see, I have a daughter at home. She's dying. She's so sick. You know, that I heard that you can do this and you can do that. Please, what can you do for me to get healing for my daughter? And then Christ told him, he said, okay, I'll just do what I'm doing right now. You just wait. Then I'll come over to your house. You know what the man told him? He said, no. You don't need to come. From the way I've heard about you, you don't need to come. Just send your word. Just send that word. Because I heard that your word is powerful. Just send the word. Even Christ himself.
My brother, sorry to interject you.
No,
Okay.
let him land. Let
No,
him
no,
land,
no,
please.
no.
Let
Please,
him land.
I want to point out.
Let him land. If I say let him
Okay,
land,
okay.
let him land.
Let me just land it quickly.
Yeah.
So
Land.
even
You have been speaking
Christ.
all through. Yeah, the guy
Okay.
just came in. Let him
Okay,
land.
let me just land it quickly. Even when the man said, you don't even need to come with me to the house. I already heard about you. You just send that word, that word, that powerful word, and I believe that word will heal my daughter. Even Christ himself was amazed. He was like, what manner of faith is this? And then he told him, okay, go. Your daughter is being made whole, is healed. You see, immediately Christ said that word, the man got relieved. He believed. And actually, when he got home, the daughter ran out of the house to embrace him. So that's spirituality for you. That's a sense of spirituality that really many people do not understand. That is it, my brother. You can come up with.
Okay, I did Black. I have a question for you.
Also, please.
No,
And
no,
he
no.
also asked them, can I speak, please?
I have a
Calm down.
question for him.
Calm down, please. Please. And he also asked his servants, when did this happen? The same hour that Jesus spoke is the same
Correct.
hour the daughter gets ill.
The
at
God
home.
put up.
So that's what I want to put. Now you
Correct,
can ask
yeah.
your question, please. You can ask your
Okay.
question, Abdul.
So this question is for both Isaac and Thomas. Thomas spoke last, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this question is for both of you. Are you aware that those that wrote the Bible never met Jesus?
Of course. Why not?
Those stories were written after the fact. Are you aware of that?
Yes, because Jesus wasn't there at the Old Testament. Jesus came nearly after New Testament. So Jesus can't be everywhere.
Point of correction. So
In the
many of them,
beginning.
a point of correction. So many of them wrote, they wrote Christ wasn't there physically, but when he came physically, the 30-something years he spent on earth, some people who wrote also were with him, somebody like somebody like Peter. Peter saw him face to face. Then after he left, other people still wrote, somebody like Paul, who never saw him face to face.
Isaac, all this thing that you are saying, why are you saying this as if you are there?
Timber, just wait. I want to surprise them. I just noticed there are some things they don't even know about their book. Number one, do you know that all these names on the Bible, all these Matthew, John, those are just arbitrary names? They don't know the author of the Bibles. Are you aware of that?
Arbitrary as how? Please make me understand. You mean somebody
names,
like
John?
You mean somebody? Okay. You mean somebody like Moses?
I mentioned the names. I mentioned the names. John, Matthew, all those names.
Okay, especially the four Gospels: Mark, Matthew, John, and
all those. Yes.
What's the other?
Yes. Yes, they are arbitrary names. They don't know who wrote those things. Are you aware of that?
And they are not even the authors. They are not the authors.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean.
Yeah, because Abdul and Sinbad, you guys are trying to major in the minor or the irrelevancy of the Bible. I don't care if you substitute. Hold on. I don't care if you substitute the name of John and all those people with Abdul and Sinbad. It wouldn't matter. See, you people, you fail to capture the essence of the Bible, and because we're human being, because we're physical, natural human being. God had to find a way to get to us. See, the Bible is codified.
Where did you know that? Where did you read that? What you just said now, where did you read it?
See,
you just made it up.
I didn't make it up because
tell me where you read it. Where did you read that? What you just said?
I'm trying to tell you that if you read the Bible and if you reach a point, you are able to transcend beyond the physical appearance of the Bible.
This is stories. I'm asking you, where did you read it? How did you come to know that? That's the question.
This is the beauty of spirituality that you fail to understand. That it's beyond the physical realm. That's what I'm trying to get to you, Abdul.
Isaac Clark, are you aware?
Let me come in. Let's deal with the one you said before.
You and Thomas. Did you get the question?
Wait, let's deal with it. Sorry, maybe you have to. Maybe if I finish this, maybe you have to actually educate me deeply. Now, this is my own understanding of the scripture. Fine, you might have other theologians, other books you may have read, but I just want to put this plain knowledge. You see, there are names today. For example, somebody that we know very well, who took part in the past election. You see, most times when you go to some social media, they mention that name. They'll say, Peter the Rock. His name means stone. I remember when Christ was preaching, there was a question that he threw to the people around him. They called them the disciples, whom Peter was among them. And then it was Peter who was able to actually got the deep intent of what he was actually describing. And then he now told that man, face to face, he told Peter, he said, it is not flesh and blood that has revealed this to you. That was why he decided to build on that stone, that revelation, that man who was looking at him face to face at that time, that they said, Peter, where you have the Peter, the stone, the rock, he said, that's where I will build my church. Not really on that face he was saying, but the revelation that actually came out of him. He said, I will build my church and the gate of hell shall not prevail against it. So these things are all spiritual, or always spiritual and remain spiritual. It's only those who the people that were there around Christ that day, only one was able to tap into that spiritual issue we are discussing today. Only one. And that was where Christ built his church. Are you telling me that all those things are fake? They are fake names? or some they replace the names. So that's where I actually want you to educate me.
Okay, this might disappoint you, but I'm telling you, most of the story, especially the extraordinary claims in the Bible, are all fake. Most
That's
of
what
the
people say.
stories. Wait. You see, some of
That is
they
what
might
people say.
mention. Yeah. They might, some of the names they mention in the Bible, names of places they mention might be real. Just like the existence of New York does not mean that Spider-Man is real. You understand? But you see, most of those extraordinary claims in the Bible are false. But you did not even answer my question. The question I asked you someone that believes in the Bible is, it's okay to say you don't know. Are you aware that the Bible, those that wrote the Bible as it is today, the Bible you know, none of them ever met Jesus? Are you aware? Then number two,
Okay.
no, please, Daddy, this is for Isaac Black. I know why I'm asking him that question. Then the second question I ask you, Isaac Black, is, are you aware that those names, Matthew, Mark, this thing that Simba mentioned, are you aware that those are not the real names of the people that wrote those passage? Are you aware that they don't even know who wrote those books? Do you know these
Okay.
two things I am asking you? Are you aware?
Okay. I believe what you are saying is not true to start with. And then
That's not my question. I just say, are you aware of it or not? I'm not saying whether it's true. I'm not telling you to believe what I'm telling you. I'm just asking you that, are you aware of what I'm saying right now?
that they didn't see Jesus at all.
Yes.
I already told you the other time that Moses did not see Jesus physically. Moses wrote some
No,
books.
no,
He
no.
wrote,
No, Isaac Black. Sorry for cutting you short. What you just say it shows that you don't actually have a good knowledge of the Bible.
Exactly.
Then Jesus and Moses, they are not in the same era. Moses is far away. When Moses existed, when they claim he existed, it's actually very far away from
but
where
I told you
Jesus
Peter
No, he
saw
actually
him. I
knows.
told you Peter met him.
Listen to Isaac
I
Black.
told
He
you
actually
Peter
knows.
met him. I said Peter
all
met
those
him.
one that he said he was in existence before before the creation. Those are the other things that you want to be talking about in Abi.
No. Listen to me. The scripture is not about Christ coming to spend 30-something years on earth. The scripture is more than that. It's not about Christ coming to spend 32 or 36 years. You can even see, I don't even know his real age, which is insignificant to me. You understand? All this knowledge of, like, for example, now I'm saying, like, he came for like 32 or 36 years. You see, these are insignificant. It's not really about the time period, the time frame that he came to spend on earth. It's eternal. You understand? Spiritual is eternal. It's not anchored on the first day Jesus entered into Mary's womb and then came out of Mary's womb, and then he went on the cross, and then he went to the grave, and then he resurrected the third day, and then he went back to glory. That session of life is not all about spirituality. Spiritual started from even before the beginning and eternal, has no end. So spirituality is before the beginning and has no end. So it has no beginning, it has no end. The owner of this spirituality is called the Alpha and the Omega. You understand? So it's not a thing that you can't be questioning me on things that happened within 32 years. like Christ was born today and he died yesterday. No, you understand? On the physical Christ that we know that came. No, spirituality is not just anchored on that period alone. So if you are just putting your imagination or putting your knowledge on that circle alone, you've missed it. It's wider. And only when you are in the spirit, you will know that the time Jesus came from day one on a mission on this earth to the last day is just a part of fulfillment of this spirituality we are promoting today, or that we have today, that we enjoy today.
Yes, let me chime in. By the way, Thomas, don't let Biggie talk because the room is full. To your point, see, Abdul, you see why you see why myself and Isaac Black, we're not dogmatic. We're not dogmatic at all. Because Isaac
You have
Black,
another room. You have another room different from this one.
what do you mean?
When you say the room is full, that you should not allow Biggie to talk.
Yeah, it's full now. Because I know where it's coming from. I know where it's going to be coming from.
Praise Daddy, please, before you go, you know why I'm so surprised about when Simba come to my friend Simba. When he come, sometimes he like talk the way he talk. I see him as a brother, even though he's a Muslim. You understand? I thought he should have this thing in him, because I respect Muslims. I know they know these things, and just that, be like a brother of like my brother from my papa's side and my mama's side. You understand? But he should know this thing. He's a Muslim. You understand? But I respect him.
I don't think Simba is a
I know he
Muslim.
knows.
I don't think Simba is a Muslim.
Isaac, I asked you questions. You refuse to answer. You're just preaching. You're not answering the question.
No, I've answered you.
You did not answer. What was your answer? Are you aware or you're not aware?
To take a step at the question again,
Because
say
if you tell me you're not aware,
I
then
said I'm
I'll
aware.
point you. You're aware
I'm
that these
aware
people
that
never
some of
met.
them didn't see him. Some of them saw him, and some of them didn't see him.
Actually, you'll be shocked to know that none of them, those that wrote the Bible, none of them met Jesus. All these people, they wrote
what
this
they
thing
say.
after the fact.
That's
but
what some
Abdul,
people say.
you don't know that. You absolutely don't know that. You're just
It's a
talking.
no. It's a known thing. Like in short, I'm so surprised you guys don't even know it. That's why I'm
Okay,
just
hold on.
surprised.
So you said the
And
12
Isaac
disciples.
Black,
Hold on.
Isaac Black, are you sorry, Prince? I just one more question for Isaac Black. Isaac Black, are you also aware that those Matthew, Mark, Luke, all those guys, are you aware that those names are just fake names? Those are not the people that wrote it. Are you aware?
Even Jesus.
Just
I
answer
had
the
that.
question.
No,
I didn't
wait.
ask you a question about Jesus.
No,
I
wait.
asked you, are you aware
I
if they're
want
the
to
one
answer
that
your
wrote it or
question.
not?
I want to answer your question, and then if you
I don't know
actually
why you bring in
wait,
Jesus into
I
it.
want to answer your question, and if I answer it, if actually you are vast the way you claim to be vast, you will know that I've answered it. Now, even Jesus, I was made to understand that his name was changed from something like Jehu or Jeshu. But I'm not interested in all those things. This is a spiritual matter.
That's how
Whether
you're
you change
getting
the
it
name
wrong.
from
This is
Joshua
how you're getting.
to
I never
Joseph.
said they changed. I never said they changed their name. You see, you're not listening. I didn't say they changed their name. I said
So what are
they
you saying?
don't know who wrote it. They don't know who. They just put an arbitrary name on it because they don't even know who wrote it.
Okay, tell us, how did you know
Are you
that?
good?
How
So
did
that
you know
the
that? Tell me
answer
first
is
now.
no. This fact, as a matter of fact, you can even see it in the Bible. If you just go to your King James Bible, the very first page, you will see it there. They wrote it clearly. They don't know who wrote those books. So your Bible self will point it to you. Then
That is
the
not
third
true.
question
That is not true.
That's a big lie.
It's a
The
fat
Bible
lie.
I'm holding here right now, the Bible I'm holding here right now, I only saw in the front page the Holy Okay, let me see. The Holy Bible, okay. Then it now writes under it some numbers, like I think that is the printing number or whatever. So I didn't see. What did you say they wrote on it? They said what? Because I'm not seeing it here.
He said they don't know who wrote the Bible. See, it is clear.
No,
For
it's not in
example,
my
that's
own.
that.
They don't
Okay,
know who
Abdul.
wrote those.
Let me chime in. See,
Hold on now,
that's
okay. I'll take a screenshot of it and send to one man.
Yeah,
Maybe
you can send me
that will.
the copy.
Yeah, I'll send it so that will convince Prince Daddy and
Prince
you.
Daddy,
I was
because
also checking my own.
I think you will be surprised. I'm surprised I don't know this. It's very popular now. Everybody knows
Yeah,
that.
that's why I'm really surprised they don't know it. Like especially Prince Daddy, I thought he would know that. But
hold on. See, because the knowledge that you try to share, Abdul, I have knowledge that's beyond that. I do have it. So it wouldn't matter what you're saying because it's not even true what you're saying. The fact that it's printed, okay, does not support that it is fact or it is true. That's BS. Because we know some of the books in the Bible, like the Hebrew, is being debated. That it is being debated among theologians who wrote the book of Hebrew, for example. A lot of people say it was Apostle Paul that wrote it. Maybe some people are not sure, and that is fine. But it's also believed that the 5 books of the Bible that was written by Moses, and the same 5 books is present in the Torah. Okay, that one is almost undisputable because the Jews also agreed to that, and there are other books in the Bible. So yeah, most of those names are like English translated names. They're not like the true Hebrew names. But again, just like as a black says, we're not here to be to believe or to try to believe the names of the people if it was true or not. The state in which we are is beyond the names on the people. It is beyond the name of the people. Okay.
what state are you? What state are you?
Well, the state that I am is to be able to believe what the Bible says and have revelation of it. And I've
You're
told
just
you,
trying
just
to
like,
tell me
hold on,
you're in a state of gullibility because believe anytime your state is just to believe something without evidence. That means
again,
that
see,
opens this into
again, that is fine. But here's the question to you, Abdul. It's quite interesting that you and I can be having a conversation, and on your level of science and factual or physical sciences, and I'm able to communicate with you and comprehend what you're saying and agree with you to your level. But there we are now. We're talking about a different level that's beyond you, so to speak, and you don't acknowledge me but call me gullible. Isn't that strange? That I'm able to understand you, but you don't understand me, but you're able to tell me that I'm gullible. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, wait. I hope you didn't take that personal. What I just mean by gullible is that.
Not at all. No, not at all.
Okay,
Let me
good.
explain myself. It's nothing personally. I'm just trying to explain to you that how come I understand you, but you don't understand me, and but you're trying to discount when I'm telling you. That's my concern.
I want to answer you. Let me answer you. The reason is that science is logical. What you are postulating is illogical because you cannot substantiate it. When I ask you, what do you even mean by spirit? What is it made up of? Where is it? Where do we find it? Where is it made up of? What is it made up of? What is it? Can you answer those 2 questions? What is spirit made up of and where can we find it? Prince Daddy, that's for you.
Yes, I was looking for a scripture for you. You said, what is spirituality and where can we find it? And I think I said it to you.
No. That's not the question. That's not the question. I say, what is spirit made up of? And
what is okay?
What is it made up of, and where can we find it?
Okay. The spirit is what is spirit? The spirit made of. All I know is that the man, with physical man, is a combination of the material and the spirit, and we know that from the Bible. So, and I told you before, I told you before also that.
You just made one categorical, one error. You made a claim from the Bible, and the proof of your claim is the Bible. Can you see the circular argument? The claim cannot be the evidence.
No, I'm not saying it's the evidence. I'm just telling you the source of that claim, and by that source of that claim, many people
So
before
good. Thank you very much. That is the source. So now tell me how you know what spirit is made up of and where it is. Don't tell me the claim. The claim is the Bible. I know the Bible talk about the spirit. Now I want to know how to validate that claim.
Yeah, this is your scientific mind, your science mind talking. See, the spirit world exists, and the spirit world exists, and if you are attuned to your spirit self, you would know how to communicate in the realm of the spirit. The spirit world is not tangible. I try to explain to you that it's not tangible as the physical world. It does
Okay,
exist.
let me rephrase my question. Forget about me, Prince Daddy. How did you know what spirit is and what spirit is made up of and where it is? How did you know? Forget about me. I'm not at your level. So tell me how you know what spirit is made up of. I still want you to tell me what spirit is made up of and where can we find it? Forget. I don't know. Forget about me. How do you know?
Abdul, let me help Prince Daddy. They existed inside the tree. Inside the tree, and they have only one leg and three head.
Okay, listen to this, guys.
Muslims still believe in the gene now.
First Corinthians 2:14 says this. I think this is Abdul. It said the person without the spirit does not accept the things that come from the Spirit of God, but consider them foolishness and cannot understand them because they are discerned only through the Spirit. You should write it down. First Corinthians 2:14. See, here we're talking about the things of the Spirit, and you're trying to codify and simplify to the physical realm in order for you to get understanding. Abdul, it is beyond that.
I already rephrased my question. I said, forget about me. Forget about me. You know this stuff. I don't know. Tell me how you know it. That's simple.
Well,
but you know that human spirit is the sum total of everything about us. You know that. That is non-physical. It's the sum total of everything about us. That is not physical. You know that.
I don't know that. I don't even know what you mean by that. What do you mean by that?
The sum total of everything, you understand, about you that is physical. That's your spirit.
Isaac Black, that's the same question I'm asking Prince Daddy now. That non-physical.
Everything about you.
I'm asking him, what is it made up of? What is non-physical made up of? And where can we find it? That's what I'm asking Prince Daddy.
Number one, everything is made up of.
Yes,
number one, thoughts, your imaginations, your plans,
my thoughts,
your hopes.
My thought comes from my
your
brain.
Your dreams, your feelings, your emotions.
It all comes from my brain. We can prove
your
that.
Your attitudes.
It all comes from my brain. We can prove that.
These are the components of your spirit.
Isaac Black, are you listening to me? I said those are emergent properties of the brain. We know that. Those we can prove. That is not spirit.
And you want to differentiate it, no? You want to separate it.
Did you understand what I just said? Thoughts are
I said you want to separate it from your spirit. How do you do that? How do you separate it from your spirit?
I don't even know what spirit is. That's what I'm asking you guys that know what spirit is. I don't know what it is.
Sorry.
Word.
Okay.
I don't know what
you are
it is.
saying that.
And
Okay.
Prince Daddy said he's living in a different realm. So
Okay,
I
sorry.
cannot use my.
I never
cannot.
knew that you have the acceptance that you don't have a spirit. I just came in. You already agreed you don't have a spirit. Is that it?
No. I'm saying I don't even know what a spirit is. What is a
No, it
spirit?
might answer my question. Are you saying, or did you say before I came in that you don't have a spirit?
If I don't know what a spirit
You have
is,
to
how can I
convince
know
him
if
what
I
a
have
spirit
it?
is before he can know if he
Exactly.
has it or not.
Thank you, brother. Who
Convince
is
him.
speaking?
Well, no,
Who
see,
is
right
see,
here.
the
Oh, thank you,
notion that
brother. That's just my question.
because you don't see that this is the challenge, and scientists, I think, also they recognize the limitation.
Prince Daddy is afraid. He's afraid to tell me that he doesn't have a spirit. Maybe we don't fall dead for real, because that is an offense to God. He's afraid to tell
You
me
see,
that I don't
that
have
is
a
where the
spirit. Say
problem
it.
is.
Say
You
it.
always
Whether you
say
know
it
it
is
or
an
not.
offense, it is a
Whether you
sin.
know it or not, say it. I don't have a spirit. You say it. If you will not fall down and die, because
In
God
as
is
much
God
as
will
okay, I don't have a spirit because I don't
Okay,
even know
thank
what the
you.
spirit is. I don't have it. So what's gonna happen? You
See,
see, that
Thank
is
you.
the fundamental
I
of
pray that you will
religion.
be able to
It is
join us in the
fear.
evening session. I pray you'll be able to join us in the evening session.
Stop wasting your energy over a book written by somebody.
hold on. See,
You know how many
Abdul,
people
even
came to the world the way they said Christ came to the world? You know how many
that's
of them
okay.
have that same story? And you
That
are here
history.
defending
I'm sorry,
you
I'm
are here
just pulling your
defending a
legs.
literature book.
I'm sorry, you. I'm just pulling your
No,
legs. You know,
see,
you also drove my brother away that time, Prince Daddy. So,
Okay, Prince Daddy, I'm listening.
Abdul,
Prince Daddy, just maybe make like last comment. We need to go. Yeah, it's already 9 hours.
Throw
Yeah.
us in the
Thank you.
background now, Thomas.
Take us to the background now.
But I have to shut it down officially. Then I can leave you guys on the background.
Yes, that's
okay.
better.
Yeah.
Because it's about to go down.
It's going to. I don't. When it's religious, I've always been a little bit cautious because
Yeah,
we don't want
because
to
the
offend people.
fundamental of religion is fear, heaven and hell, hellfire story. Nobody wants
Yeah.
to go there. People
Yeah.
become
Let
Thomas,
me
afraid.
just shut it down. We go to the
Thomas.
background. Then. Yeah.
Yeah, and those two questions, the next line we'll meet, I'll be expecting the answers from you.
My brother. Jesus Christ told us you don't need to argue with people. When they don't like you, just leave them. There are some questions you can ask me. I will answer
Where did he
spiritually,
say?
but
Where did he say that?
my brother, you don't understand. Yeah, I'm not here to prove to you. So if you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. Yeah, thank you.
Isolation.
Let's shut it down. Yeah, then we can speak later.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll.
Shay, when I don't hear him say, Kenneth Okonkwo, the right-hand man of Obi, has now denounced Obi. Kenneth Okonkwo said that he is no longer supporting Obingo's Obi because he do not have the capacity to lead the Labour Party or to even form a party. I get him now. This is what we have been talking about. You see, for example, there was
a protest in August 1. Hello, and you Piamaro see, then you're àjọ wọ ni ẹ̀yin àfa ẹ̀dẹ́kun ẹ̀rọ kó tira ẹ̀yin bá sọ yìí ẹ̀rọ gbé báyìí bù ẹ̀yin aláwọ̀ òru ẹ̀rọ kó sàkì kọ́rùn àtòkà kùsànrin yóò wúlò lọ́jọ́ náà ẹ̀rẹ́yìn tọ́gì ẹ̀rọ gbé 7 àmẹ́rẹ́ gbọ́dọ̀ ń bẹ yín ẹ̀ka rọra yọ ń dá èmi àtàbí mẹ́ta kan torí mi ní àtúkọ̀ ni mo fẹ́ hàn jọ náà yín sì gbà bí 20,000 bẹ́ẹ̀ ọlọ́run jọ dáa fún yín sì wo fíìmù. àwọn tẹ́ yọ̀ ń dá yìí àwọn làwọn fọ́níṣọ̀ tí wọ́n ní sẹ́ lọ́jọ́ náà àwọn làwọn wẹ́dà tí wọ́n ní sẹ́ lọ́jọ́ náà táwọn ń lọ bí iṣẹ́ wọn táwọn ráàyè gbàṣẹ́ tí wọ́n ò sùn táwọn eré tí wọ́n ọ̀dàrú bíi tí. àwọn tẹ́ ń sọ yìí àwọn làwọn káfíńtà tí wọ́n ní sẹ́ lọ́jọ́ náà ẹ bá di bá yọ̀ǹda wọn ẹ̀rẹ́yìn tẹ̀ ní sẹ́ ẹ lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bí 1,000 bá lọ bọ́lọ́ máa dé kẹ́yìn 20 òde àbá ìfọmọlúwàbí kún 6 feet tí wọ́n máa ń gbẹ̀yìn wọ́n máa jẹ́ 8 ẹ gbọ́ ẹ mọ̀ lọ́dẹ̀ 6